Thank you, dignitaries, and thank you, Dr. Rati Madam, for soulfully inaugurating the session. I request dignitaries to occupy the front seats. Today, we have the privilege of dwelling deeper into the realm of education, shining a light on a highly influential organization dedicated to the welfare of college teachers in Karnataka. Allow me to introduce the Karnataka RAJYA MAHAVIDYALAYA SHIKSHAK SANGH affiliated with Akhil Bharatiya Rashtriya Shaishika Mahasangha New Delhi, which is an esteemed national teacher movement founded on August 9, 2015 with a vision to provide effective leadership and guidelines to teachers. KRMSS focuses on three crucial aspects: teacher development, teacher academic advancement, and teacher welfare, all while actively participating in policy making. At the core of KRMSS lies a noble motto, Rashtra ke hit mein shiksha, shiksha ke hit mein shikshak, shikshak ke hit mein samaj. With this guiding principle, KRMSS has spearheaded numerous national seminars and roundtable discussion addressing vital topics such as examination reforms, engaged with policy makers at various levels, playing a pivotal role in implementation of national education policy in Karnataka. Throughout the journey, KRMSS has organized significant activities in prominent cities such as Hubli, Dharwad, Mysuru, Mangaluru, Bengaluru, and Kalaburgi. The organization's commitment to supporting and honoring teachers is exemplified through their signature programs like Guru Vandana, a program designed to acknowledge the invaluable contribution of teachers, reflects their deep respect and appreciation for educators. Guru Spandana offers assistance to teachers, fostering an environment where they can thrive and excel. Prerna Divas, which is a foundation day. Selfie with Sadak, a unique initiative to capture the moment with inspiring individual, and Kartavya Bodha Divas, and many more activities. This marks the third national seminar conducted by KRMSS in Mangaluru, highlighting their commitment to disseminating knowledge and promoting dialogues among educators and policy makers. their commitment to excellence, recognition of teachers' efforts, and continuous efforts to adapt to the changing landscape of education makes KRMSS an invaluable asset to the educational community in Karnataka and beyond. Having said this, I would like to invite Dr. Sudha Vaidya, KRMSS Mangalore University Vibhag President, to deliver the welcome address. Madam, please take the stage.
Welcome the challenges. Look for the opportunities in every situation to learn and grow in wisdom. A very good morning to you all. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, respected participants, a warm and heartfelt welcome to all of you as we gather here today for this prestigious conference. We are privileged to have among us our esteemed chief guest, Colonel Professor Sidde Gowda, who is going to join within a short span of time, Vice Chairman, Karnataka State Higher Education Council, Government of Karnataka, Bangalore, whose remarkable accomplishments and contributions have left an indelible mark on society. Your presence today is a testament to your unwavering support and commitment to fostering intellectual growth and innovation. I would also like to extend special welcome to our esteemed keynote speaker, Manish R. Joshi, Secretary, University Grant Commission, New Delhi. With a wealth of knowledge and expertise, has inspired individuals with his insights and groundbreaking research. We eagerly await his address, knowing that it will ignite our minds and guide us towards new frontiers of knowledge. Furthermore, we are honored to have Dr. Raghu Akamanchi, Dakshina Madhya Kshetriya Pramukh, ABRSM, New Delhi, a dynamic and intellectual leader who is going to enlighten us by his introductory speech. Welcome you to Dr. Subramanya Edapadithaya, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Mangalore University, needs no introduction. Under his able guidance and leadership, Mangalore University stood first in introduction of NEP in Karnataka state. He is innovative, practical, ambitious, and a great visionary. Your presence here today is a testament to your dedication and passion for advancing the boundaries of knowledge. I extend warmest welcome to you, sir. I recognize the presence of dignitaries of panel discussion and especially Sri Lakshmanji, National Joint Organization Secretary, ABRSM, New Delhi. Welcome to you, sir. I gladly welcome Chairman Professor Manjaya and members of Advisory Committee of this conference. Welcome all of you. And I also extend my heartiest welcome to all the syndicate members who are present here. It is my pleasure to welcome Dr. Lataye Pandit, in charge Principal, University Day College, Dr. Lashmi Devi, Principal, Evening College, for their gracious presence. University College Mangalore, delighted to offer a most hospitable welcome to all respected participants. Recognizing the cooperation and support of teaching and non-teaching faculty of this esteemed institution, I welcome each one of you. Heartiest welcome to all media members for your dignified presence. Once again, I extend my warmest welcome to each and every one of you. May this conference be catalyst for new ideas, meaningful connections, and transformative insight. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, for setting the tone for this seminar. We welcome you too. We are honored to have with us today our keynote speaker, Dr. Manish Joshi ji, Secretary, University Grand Commission, New Delhi, who has joined with us on virtual platform. Now, I kindly request everyone to direct their attention to the screen as we eagerly welcome Dr. Manish Ji to deliver the keynote address. It's our pleasure to have our keynote speaker. Having said this, I welcome each and everyone for being present for this national seminar on implementation of National Education Policy 2020, Challenges and Way Forward, Curriculum, Assessment and Outcome. We are really honored that you all have given your presence here, and we respect that. This conference is jointly organized by KARNATAKA RAJYA MAHAVIDYALAYA SHIKSHAK SANGH, Mangalore University Vibhag, in collaboration with Mangalore University and Karnataka State Higher Education Council, Government of Karnataka and University College, Mangalore. We are very much happy to have our sponsors who have given us their financial support to conduct this national seminar fruitfully. We are honored to have you, sir, with us. I request our keynote speaker, Dr. Manish Joshi Ji, Secretary, University Grand Commission, New Delhi, who has joined us on our virtual platform to with the keynote address. Sir, please.
सर आपकी
मतलब मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा है ना कि मुझे बोलना कब है। आपका आवाज ही नहीं आ रहा मुझे। हाँ तो लेकिन मुझे कब बोलना है वो बता दीजिए, फोन पे बता दीजिएगा।
Sir, we welcome you to this national seminar. We request you to deliver your keynote address. Sir, please.
ಮಾಡಿ ಇಲ್ದಿದ್ರೆ ಕೇಳೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಫಸ್ಟಿಗೆ ಅನ್ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವ್ರು ಕೇಳಲಿ ಅಂತ ಮತ್ತೆ ಫುಲ್ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
शुरू करो सर, शुरू करो. अनम्यूट ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅದು. अनम्यूट होना चाहिए. ಇಲ್ಲಿ अनम्यूट ಮಾಡಿ, ನೀವು ಹೋಸ್ಟ್ ಇದ್ದವರು ಮಾಡಿ.
Good morning to all of you. And it's pleasure to be with you all in virtual mode. I hope you are able to see my presentation. And is it visible? Can anyone tell me?
Yes, sir, it is. Please. Sir, it is visible. Please.
All right. So today, in a short span, I will just talk about India's surge, the role of higher education in context of NEP 2020. We are talking about NEP implementation, and this particular conference is also about NEP implementation in the perspective of examinations and delivery content of delivery. So this particular implementation, UGC is also playing a role, and all higher education bodies, including state governments, are keen to implement it. And UGC has come up with one initiative called as NEP Sarathi. That's like students are also involved. So all stakeholders will work in tandem, will work with each other in collaboration, in Parivar Bhav Paraspar Sahakarya. इस प्रकार से all stakeholders will work to ensure that the NEP is implemented properly. And what is the significance of NEP? That's what I have mentioned in this presentation as a keynote address to this particular August gathering. And this is India's role of education. So let me just go ahead. Why we are saying that it's India's surge? So let me start with a paper clip I would like to share with you. Delhi boy wins prestigious award for STEM project. It's a 16-year-old boy who has got a prestigious scholarship, and while he is awarded that scholarship, he decided to work on endangered languages. So a 16-year boy is working using AI, and he has come up with some algorithms which are based on artificial intelligence. And he has given a project where he says that there is an endangered language, and we want to work on that endangered language, and we want to revive it. So this is a 16-year boy. It is telling you the young India students' aspirations. Okay, and another type of thing, like what youths are doing. There is a saying, tell me what are the songs on your youth's lips. I will tell you the future of the country. So here, what youths are doing, what are the youths are busy with. So this is one example that we can say. Another one is all youths are very much aspirant. We know that the CUET going on, examination for getting admission to the universities. So more than 16 lakh students have registered for the CUET. This is another one where India is now on the global index on 40th step, jumps from 81 to 14. India rises in global innovation index 2022. So there were many parameters which are taken into consideration to decide this global innovation index, and in that the startups and that is also considered. So India is doing good in the amount that is reserved for this one, and the startups are also increasing a lot. India's startup economy, if you can take a snapshot, 57,000 startups are launched, and in this Amrut Kal, that is 75th year of the independence, we are targeting to have 75,000 startups. What is more important is the unicorn club. As we all know, $1 billion $1 billion valuation company is called as unicorn company, and India have third largest number of unicorns after America, after US and China. So 105 Indian startups are in unicorn club. Now this number is also increased to 109. So it means that these many large number of companies are there, and what is important, you can see the last line of this particular, 49% of startups come from tier 2 and tier 3 cities. Like the cities like Bangalore are producing such type of entrepreneurs, such type of young talent, and we have developed an ecosystem that will be helpful. They are aspirant to become job giver rather than job seeker. So in this way, India surge is significant from this one. We can see that India is surging. Another one parameter that we can say for India is surging really or not. So India's surge, we can see that this is a economy GDP. We all know that India has already crossed UK in 2022 to be on the 5th rank total we are on the 5th rank when we talk about GDP. And in 2025, India will topple Germany to be on the 4th rank. And again in 2027, India will surpass Japan to reach on the 3rd rank. So US and China will only be ahead of India at that time, 27. So in 27, US will have 30 trillion economy, China will have 26 trillion economy, and India will be 5.3 trillion economy on the third step. So in this way, we can see that how India is progressing ahead. The reason behind is what is easily visible, immediately visible, is like the demographic dividends that we are having. One is, as you can see, currently in 2031, you can see here, the total working population will be 65%, means the population which is in the age range of 19 to 59 is called to be a working population. So in a house, if out of say 10 people are there in the house, 6.5 means for example 6 or 7 people are earning and only 3 and 4 are dependent on them. So obviously we will have much more amount to spend for other things. So in this way, as you can see that this population for India and its demographic dividend we are going to get. But as you can see in this particular graph, the demographic dividend or the number of population, working population. So this black line will correspond to Africa. So Africa will also have the number of working population more than India in 2030. But as we talk about Africa will have more working population than India. But as we talk about the demographic dividend to India, so I will check whether the Africa can also reap the demographic dividend of or not. So I checked demographic dividend for South Africa and demographic dividend for India. So as you can see that there is no consensus or there are doubts whether South Africa or African countries can reap the benefits of demographic that they are going to have. So demographic dividend. But there is consensus that India is getting the demographic dividend. So why this happens? Like same both two countries, India and like in Africa continent, they are having more population, working population. But people have confidence that India can get the demographic dividend. But there are doubts about whether African countries can get the demographic dividend or not. So what is the reason? So it is like demographic dividend can become demographic disaster. So change in demography can be dividend or disaster. So what are the factors that define whether it will be dividend or disaster? 15 and 59 के बीच में education infrastructure, equity, quality of education, ensuring universal accessibility to education, then modernizing school curricula, deploying new age technology in education, women empowerment. These are the parameters that determine whether the employable population, that is working population, will help in the sustained development of the country or will pull it back. Okay, so that's why the importance of our education comes into picture. The manpower should be skilled one, the working population must be skillful, and these all other parameters. So what NAP is doing according to it? So NAP has a key role because the working population, if we are not make it skillful, if we are not make it employable, then this all working population age people 19 to 59 will be a burden to the society. So therefore the role of NAP is very paramount, and the working population must be skillful all for all these parameters. What NAP is doing, what are the NAP initiatives? So therefore, and modernizing school curricula, we have come up with National Credit Framework, National Skill Qualification Framework, National Higher Education Qualification Framework, and we have come up with Professor of Practice also. So these all initiatives which Ministry of Education is bringing, which UGC is bringing, these all are very, the working population will be stranded away, and we have to channelize the energy that they have, and therefore we have come up, the UGC also coming up, and the Ministry of Education and every sector is coming up with some new ideas to make the population, working population skillful, and therefore we want to make a hassle-free. The skills will be there. The skill qualification framework is there. Whatever skill he has obtained, so whether he is working in a super shop or on a mechanic, we are coming up with apprenticeship. That skill should also be counted, what he has gained or she has gained. So this type of evolved in this National Higher Education Qualification Framework. It is released, you can see it. We have created a seamless transmission from one level to another level. From one, earlier it was walls were there, and we have divisions. So we are bringing into cross division across faculty. Transmission should also be seamless. So that is also taken care of. Educational infrastructure. So to achieve this one, we have come up with academic bank of credits also. I am sure many of your institutions have already registered for academic bank of credit also. Then we are ensuring universal accessibility to education. As we all know, we are targeting to increase our GER to 50% by 2035. So large number of people or students should come into the education system, so that they will acquire some skill and will be useful to the society later on. We are coming up with National Digital University, because developing infrastructure to accommodate large number of students in education system is very difficult. So we are talking about National Digital University. It will work in scope. It will work in spoke and hub model for universal access. We are already experiencing the benefits of SWAYAM and MOOCs and online and ODL education. So we want to make sure that all people, because of this online transmission also, we are able to talk with each other. The quality of education and research is another important factor, and as a apex regulatory body, we are working on it. You must have read some news items. We are checking. We have formed a committee. We have formed a committee, and we are going to check the entry point, means like whether the assistant professor appointed in the higher education system is duly followed, the process is duly followed or not. And same we are going to check with the PhD allocation, PhD giving. We offer PhD in universities or higher education institution. So that also we are going to check. So we are going to have quality of education, and we are talking about quality of research also. It's not like only increasing the GER, but we are talking about quality education also. So promotion of research and R&D cell is also there. Many universities have started R&D cells. Around 800 R&D cells have started in higher education institutions. We are talking about National Research Foundation. Accreditation and ranking also is going to reform. So deploying new technology in education. There is a National Education Technology Forum is also formed. innovative pedagogies and approaches and evaluation reform. I will appeal all the teachers to go through these guidelines. This is a very nice drafted guideline on the UGC website. You can find it out. Innovative pedagogical approaches and evaluation reforms. What are the different pedagogical approaches are available? We generally follow the same old pedagogy like classroom teaching, but many new pedagogies are coming up and a lot of experiments are done. We talk about student engagement. So all this is elaborated in this innovative pedagogical approaches and evaluation reform guideline. So I will request you to go through that one. So what I mean to say is that the apex body is also working in this regard to make sure that the quality education, the platform should be available to all, and to inclusive as well as affordable education and qualitative education. We are talking about women empowerment. Women should not left behind. So therefore, lot of schemes are coming up. You must have heard that we are given more than 1100 single girl child the fellowship for completing their doctoral research. So that scheme is called as Savitri Jyotirao Phule Single Girl Child Fellowship. And last year, means in this February, we have given this fellowship to almost 1100 plus girl students. And this scheme is going to be continuously announced every year. So those who are doing PhD single girl child, so we are empowering women also. And internationalization of higher education is also one factor that for which we are doing. Office of International Affairs, twinning, joint and dual degree. And this is another one which will be coming soon. Foreign higher education campuses in India. There is a lot of people, higher education institutions away from India, from US, Australia. They are very eagerly waiting for these particular regulations to come, and they are interested to have their campuses in India. So that will be helpful to India as well as to the Indian students and to the higher education institutions abroad also. So these are the initiatives that NEP is having. We are talking about a new Higher Education Council of India will come, which will have these 4 verticals, and therefore UGC under the guidance of Ministry of Education ready to ensure smooth implementation of NEP 2020. I am sure that implement the NEP also, and I came to know that Karnataka has also initiated, and Karnataka actually taken a lead in implementation of NEP as compared to other states. So therefore, I really congratulate the Karnataka and all the stakeholders in Karnataka to start it and to go ahead and being continuing, because this particular conference which is organized is again measure that we want to involve all the stakeholders, want to engage them, want to tell them what are the features that we still can include in our syllabus, can think of. So this national higher education qualification that, as I discussed, can be also elaborated more, how we can incorporate it, because it's like at the level of universities it should be worked upon. We have come up with, as NEP tells about the local languages. So as you must have seen that UGC has come up with one guidelines, and the letter is sent to all VCs that let the student write the answer sheet in the exam in the local language even. So even if he is doing English, the medium of instruction is in English. Say for example BSc Computer Science, and is doing it in English medium, but he want to write in Kannada. So we are asked the Vice Chancellor to make sure that let him write in Kannada, provided that the assessor will understand the Kannada language. So it means that because we are not checking his English language capacity, because for framing English sentences is quite difficult for these young children. They are good in understanding. The expressing it in Kannada language will be easier for them because they are doing it from the childhood. So this is the promotion, and this type of initiatives shall be done by the local level by looking at the NEP. the basic guidelines, the framework, why we are talking about NEP, what are the significance, what is the significance of NEP. If we do not do this NEP 2020 initiatives, or what are the guidelines given in NEP, the demography will not be able to reap the, or will not be able to capitalize the demographic dividend. It will be a disaster for us because the young population, if it is not skilled and they are sitting at home without getting a job, it will create havoc. So therefore, NEP is to make sure that we will reap the benefits of the demography change, and that's all from my side. As I told the organizers, it is today we have already commission meeting, so I will have to leave early. So thank you very much for giving the stage platform to me to share the views of UGC, and I am sure that someday I will get a chance to interact with you personally. Thank you very much. Thank you, organizer. Thank you, Raghuji, for inviting me. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Manish Joshi ji, for your enlightening and thought-provoking keynote address. We are immensely grateful for your virtual presence and for sharing your valuable insights and time with us today. Before we proceed further, let us take a moment to acknowledge and introduce our esteemed dignitaries who grace the stage with their presence. I request Dr. Sudha Vaidya and Shri Venkatesh Nayak, KRMSS Mangalore University Vibhag team, to escort the dignitaries. Professor P.S. Yedipadatayaji, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Mangalore University. Dr. Raghu Akmanchi ji, Dakshin Madhya Kshetriya Pramukh, ABRSM, New Delhi. Shri Ji Lakshman ji, National Joint Organization Secretary, ABRSM, New Delhi. Dr. Gurunath Badigar ji, State President, KRMSS. Dr. Manjaya D.H., Professor, Department of Computer Science and Director of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation Board, Mangalore University. Dr. Shobha, Convener of the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and dear members of KRMSS, it is now time to honor our esteemed dignitaries who have graced this occasion with their presence. I call upon Dr. Jayavan Nayak ji to come onto the dais and present a bouquet, shawl and a book to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor P.S. Yedipadatayaji. Dr. Subramanya Bhattji to come forward and honor Dr. Raghu Akmanchi ji with a shawl and a bouquet. Dr. Jayaraj ji to honor Shri Ji Lakshman ji with a shawl, book and a bouquet. Shri Sandip Shetty ji to honor Dr. Manjaya DHG with a shawl and a rose. Shri Rajesh ji to honor Dr. Gurunath Badigar ji with a shawl and a rose. Srimati Ashalata ji to honor Dr. Sudha Vaidya with a shawl and a rose. Srimati Mamata ji to honor Shri Venkatesh. Thank you. I request now Shri Venkatesh Naik ji to come forward and honor all the advisory members and syndicate members of Mangalore University by presenting a rose. Thank you. Now, may I invite Dr. Raghuatmanchi ji, Dakshin Madhya Kshetriya Pramukh, ABRSM, New Delhi, to deliver Prastavik address.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಸೀನರಾಗಿರುವಂಥ ಆದರಣೀಯರಾದ ಶ್ರೀ ಸುಬ್ರಹ್ಮಣ್ಯ ಎಡಪಡಿ ತಾಯಿಯವರೇ, ನಮ್ಮ ABRSMನ ಅಖಿಲ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಸಹ ಸಂಘಟನಾ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಗಳಾದಂಥ ಶ್ರೀ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣ್ಜಿಯವರೇ, KRMSS ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಮಹಾವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕ ಸಂಘದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾದಂಥ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಗುರುನಾಥ್ ಬಡಿಗೇರ್ ಅವರೇ, ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಪೂರ್ಣ ಉಸ್ತುವಾರಿಯನ್ನು ವಹಿಸಿರುವಂಥ ಮಂಜಯ್ಯ ಸರ್ ಅವರೇ, ಈ ವಿಭಾಗದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾದಂಥ ಸುಧಾ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವರೇ, ಹಾಗೂ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಗಳಾದಂಥ ವೆಂಕಟೇಶ್ ಅವರೇ, ನನ್ನ ಆತ್ಮೀಯ ಮಿತ್ರರಾದಂಥ ಸಿಂಡಿಕೇಟ್ ಸದಸ್ಯರಾಗಿ ಕಾರ್ಯನಿರ್ವಹಿಸಿದಂಥ ನಮ್ಮ ರಮೇಶ್ ಅವರೇ, ರವಿಚಂದ್ರ ಅವರೇ, ಹಾಗೂ ಈ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಇನ್ಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಪ್ರಾಚಾರ್ಯರಾದಂಥ ಪ್ರಾಚಾರ್ಯರೇ, ಹಾಗೂ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕ ಬಂಧು ಭಗಿನಿಯರೇ, ಈಗಾಗಲೇ UGCಯ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ ಆಗಿರುವಂಥ ಮನೀಶ್ ಜೋಶಿ ಅವರು ತಮ್ಮ ಕೀನೋಟ್ ಸ್ಪೀಚನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಒಟ್ಟು ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯನ್ನು ನಾನು KRMSS ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಕಾವ್ಯ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ತಾವು ಕೂಡ ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿರುವಂತೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಮಹಾವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕ ಸಂಘ ಏನೇನು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಕಾರ್ಯಗಳ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಅದನ್ನು ತೋರಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕರನ್ನು ಗುರುತಿಸುವಂಥದ್ದು ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡು, ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕರಲ್ಲಿರುವಂಥ ಟ್ಯಾಲೆಂಟ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕರಲ್ಲಿರುವಂಥ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಈ ಎಲ್ಲವುಗಳನ್ನು ಈ ಸಮಾಜದ ಮುಂದೆ ಇಡುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಶಿಕ್ಷಕ ಸಂಘ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮ ಮೂಲ ಮಂತ್ರ. ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಆ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಮೂಲ ಕಾರಣೀಕರ್ತರು ಯಾರು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತಂತ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ. ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ತರಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಇದು ಯಾರು ತರಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ಅದಕ್ಕೂ ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಡಬೇಕಾಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕರೇ. ನಾವು ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನೀತಿಯನ್ನು ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಅದರ ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಯಾರಿಂದ ಅಂತಂತಂದರೆ ಅದು ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರಿಂದ. ಇಡೀ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದ ಒಟ್ಟು ಪರಿಸರದವನ್ನು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಅದರ ಫೋಕಲ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಆಗಿರುವಂಥವರು ಇಬ್ಬರು, ಒಂದು ಶಿಕ್ಷಕ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ. ಸೊ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರ ಹೊಣೆಗಾರಿಕೆ ಭಾಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದಾಗಿಯೇ KRMSS ನಿರ್ಧಾರ ಮಾಡಿತು, ಬರೀ ಸ್ಯಾಲ್ರಿ ಪರ್ಕ್ಸು, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿರುವಂಥ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಗಳು ಇಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕ ಸಂಘಟನೆಗಳು ಸೀಮಿತ ಆಗಬೇಕಾ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ. ಹಾಗಂತ ಅವುಗಳನ್ನು ಬಿಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಲ್ಲ, ಅವುಗಳ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಉತ್ತರವನ್ನು ಕೊಡುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಾವೇ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಆ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಿಂದ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ. ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್, ಟೀಚರ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್, ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಟೀಚರ್ ವೆಲ್ಫೇರ್, ಈ ಮೂರು ಸಂಗತಿಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸಂಘಟನೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನೀತಿ ಎಂದು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಯಿತು ಅಥವಾ ಅದ್ರ ಹಿಂದೆ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆದಾಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಹಲವಾರು ರೌಂಡ್ ಟೇಬಲ್ ಮೀಟ್ಗಳನ್ನು, ಹಲವಾರು ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ಗಳನ್ನು, ಹಲವಾರು ವರ್ಕ್ಶಾಪ್ಗಳನ್ನು, ಅದು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಇರಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಚಿಂತನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ KRMSS ಪಾಲ್ಗೊಂಡಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಏನು ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ನಾವು 2 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಆಯಿತು, 4 ಸೆಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಕಲಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. NEP ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಇರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಬಂದಾಗ ಎಡಪಡಿತಾಯಿ ಸರ್ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಸಲ ನಾವು ಚರ್ಚೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ಸನ್ನು ಕಾಮರ್ಸ್ ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ರೀತಿ ಬರಬೇಕು ಸರ್, ಆ ರೀತಿ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು. ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ದಿವಸ 4 ಸೆಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ಗಳು ಮತ್ತು 5-6 ಸೆಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ನ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ಗಳು ಕರಿಕ್ಯುಲಮ್ ಬಂದಿರುವಂಥದ್ದಿದೆ. ಇದು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಉದ್ಭವ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಹೈಯರ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಕೌನ್ಸಿಲ್ಲು ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ಸನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯಗಳನ್ನು ಅದನ್ನು ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯಗಳು ಅದನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾಂಡೇಟರಿ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ವಿಷಯದಲ್ಲಿ 20% ಮಾತ್ರ ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇದೆ, ಇದನ್ನೇ ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಸಂಗತಿನೂ ಕೂಡ ಹೈಯರ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಕೌನ್ಸಿಲ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಆದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಹಲವಾರು ಬದಲಾವಣೆಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವೇನು ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ, ಆ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಮಿಸ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ರಿವಿಸಿಟಿಂಗ್ NEP UG ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ವಿಷಯದ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ಮಹಿಳಾ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ರೌಂಡ್ ಟೇಬಲ್ ಮೀಟನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಪೂರ್ವಭಾವಿಯಾಗಿ ಪ್ರತಿ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ನಲ್ಲಿ, ಅದು ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಸೈನ್ಸ್, ಸೋಷಾಲಜಿ, ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಟಿಸ್ಟಿಕ್ಸ್, ಕಾಮರ್ಸ್, ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಇದೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೊಡುವಂಥ ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್ ಎಷ್ಟು, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ವೇಟೇಜ್ ಏನು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕರು ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಸೇರಿ ಚಿಂತನೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಹಲವಾರು ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು, ಇನ್ ಕೇಸ್ ಹೈಯರ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಂಥ ಅದೇ ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ಸನ್ನು ನಾವು ಅಡಾಪ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ವಿ ಅಂತಂತಂದರೆ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ದಲ್ಲಿ ಓವರ್ಲ್ಯಾಪಿಂಗ್ ಇದೆ, ರಿಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ಇದೆ. ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತದೆ, ಇಷ್ಟು 5 ಮಾಡೆಲ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅದ್ರಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ತುಂಬಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಆ ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ಸನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸೋದು ಯಾವಾಗ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಅನುಭವಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದನ್ನಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಟಿಸ್ಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದರೆ 1 ಲೈನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೆದುಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಪ್ರೊಬ್ಯಾಬಿಲಿಟಿ, ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟೇಷನ್, ಬೈನಾಮಿಯಲ್ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಷನ್, ಪಾಯ್ಸಾನ್ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಷನ್, ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಬ್ಯೂಷನ್. ಒಂದೇ ಲೈನ್ದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂಡ ಬರೆದುಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾವು ಎಷ್ಟು ಕಲಿಸ್ಬೇಕು, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ವೇಟೇಜ್, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಂಥ ಅವರ್ಸ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಅಂದರೆ 10 ಅವರ್ಸೋ 8 ಅವರ್ಸೋ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಬರೆದು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ತೊಗೊಳಿಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ, ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಕ್ರೆಡಿಟ್ಸು ಮತ್ತು ನಂಬರ್ ಆಫ್ ಅವರ್ಸು ಅದು ಈಕ್ವೇಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಈ ರೀತಿಯ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳು ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕರು ಫೇಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಉತ್ತರಗಳನ್ನು ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಿಂದ ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು UGCಯ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಈ ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನ ತಿಳಿಸಿ ನೀವು ಬರಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಗೋಷ್ಠಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ ಗೋಪಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರು ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾಲ್ಗೊಳ್ತಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜೇಂದ್ರ ಜೋಶಿ ಅವರು ಚಾಣಕ್ಯ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಯಿಂದ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ರೀತಿ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಚಿಂತನ ಮಂಥನ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ಇದನ್ನು ರೈಟ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಷನ್ದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಈ ಒಟ್ಟು ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ನ ಉದ್ದೇಶ. ನಾನು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ, ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತು DSC 1, DSC 2, OEC, SEC ಇದೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು. SEC ಒಳಗೆ ನಮಗೆ ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ಫ್ಲೂಯೆನ್ಸಿ, ಆರ್ಟಿಫಿಷಿಯಲ್ ಇಂಟೆಲಿಜೆನ್ಸ್, ಸೈಬರ್ ಸೆಕ್ಯೂರಿಟಿ ಈ ರೀತಿ ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾವು ಯಾರೂ ಕಲಿಸಲ್ಲ ಅದನ್ನು. ಅವ್ರು ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಕಲಿಬೇಕು? ಅವ್ರ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಪ್ಲಾಟ್ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಮೇಲಿಂದ ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆ್ಯಪ್ ಮುಖಾಂತರನೋ ಇತ್ಯಾದಿ ಕಲಿಬೇಕು. ಅವರು ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ನಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ ಕೂತಂಥವ್ರಿಗೆ. ನಾವೇ ನೇರವಾಗಿ ಕಲಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಎಷ್ಟು ಕಲಿತಾರೆ ಅಂತನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ಫ್ಲೂಯೆನ್ಸಿ, ಆರ್ಟಿಫಿಷಿಯಲ್ ಇಂಟೆಲಿಜೆನ್ಸ್, ವೆಬ್ ಡಿಸೈನಿಂಗ್ ಕೂಡ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅದರೊಳಗೆ. ಈ BA ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ, BCom ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ವೆಬ್ ಡಿಸೈನಿಂಗನ್ನು ಅವನು ಈಗ ಇಮಿಡಿಯೇಟ್ಲಿ ಕಲೀಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯನಾ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆನೂ ಕೂಡ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳುತ್ತೆ. ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಇಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಅದನ್ನು ಫೇಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಈ ರೀತಿಯ ಓವರ್ಲ್ಯಾಪಿಂಗ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಈ ರೀತಿಯ ರಿಪಿಟೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಮತ್ತು ಇದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಪೆಡಾಗಜಿ, ಕಲಿಸುವಂಥ ಮೆಥಡ್ ಏನು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆನೂ ಭಾಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ. NEP ಬಂದಿದೆ, ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ಸ್ವಾಗತ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ, ಅದು ಬರಲೇಬೇಕಾದಂಥ ವಿಷಯ. ಆದರೆ ಇದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಟೀಚರ್ಸನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಇಕ್ವಿಪ್ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು. 3 hours ಕ್ರೆಡಿಟ್ಸ್, 3 ಅವರ್ಸನ್ನು ನಾವು ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಕಲಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇದೆ ಅಂತಂತೇಳಿ ನನಗನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ. ನಮಗೆ ರೂಲ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ರೆಗ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಕ್ರೆಡಿಟ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಆರ್ಡಿನೆನ್ಸ್ಗಳಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಇರ್ಬೋದು. ಆದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ರೋಲ್ ಮಾಡೆಲ್ಗಳ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ನನಗನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ. ಈ ವಿಷಯವನ್ನು ಈ ರೀತಿ ಕಲಿಸಿದ್ರು, ಈ ರೀತಿ ಇದನ್ನು ನಮಗಿದು ನೋಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತನ್ನುವಂಥ ಸಂಗತಿಯನ್ನು ನಾವೇನಾದರೂ ಇಟ್ಟರೆ ಅದು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೂ ಅನುಕೂಲ, ಟೀಚರ್ಸಿಗೂ ನಾವು ಏನು ಕಲಿಸಿದ್ದು ಕೂಡ ನಮಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಒಂಥರದ ಸಾರ್ಥಕತೆ. ಈ ರೀತಿಯ ಕರಿಕ್ಯುಲಮ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ವಿಷಯ ಬಂದಾಗ ಈ ಸಂಗತಿಯನ್ನು ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಅಸೆಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ಸಮೇಟಿವ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಫಾರ್ಮೇಟಿವ್ ಅಸೆಸ್ಮೆಂಟು, ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ 60 ಮತ್ತು 40 ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸಿನ ಅಸೆಸ್ಮೆಂಟನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜೇಂದ್ರ ಜೋಶಿ ಅವರು ಮುಂದಿನ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. 60 ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸಿನ ಥಿಯರಿ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮನ್ನು ಕಂಡಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, 40 ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸಿನ 2 ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ಗಳು, 1 ಪ್ರೊಜೆಕ್ಟು, 1 ಸೆಮಿನಾರು. ನಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳು, ನಮ್ಮ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿರುವಂಥ ಮಕ್ಕಳು 120, 80ಕ್ಕೆ 1 ಡಿವಿಷನ್ನು, 100 ತನೂ ಅದನ್ನು ಡಿವಿಷನ್ ಆಗಿ ಒಂದೇ ಡಿವಿಷನ್ ಅಂತ ಕನ್ಸಿಡರ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. 120 ಆದಾಗ ಅದನ್ನು 2 ಡಿವಿಷನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ 108 ರೂಲ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಇದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ. ಈ ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು 120 ಜನರಿಗೆ ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯನಾ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ. ನಾವು ಕೊಟ್ಟಂಥ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟು ಅಗೇನ್ ಅವ್ರೇನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಯಾರೋ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಬರೆದಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಅದನ್ನೇ ಬರೆದು ನಮಗೆ ತಂದು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾವು ಕೂಡ ಅನಿವಾರ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಸಹಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ, ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ನಮಗಿರುವಂಥ ಸಮಯನೇ ಕಡಿಮೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ ಮುಗಿಸ್ಬೇಕು, ಅಥವಾ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ ಕಂಡಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಅಥವಾ ವರ್ಕ್ಶಾಪ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳಬೇಕು, ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂಯೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಈ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತಂಥವ್ರು ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ನಾವು ಕೊನೆಗೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ? ನಾನು ಹಿಂದೆನೂ ಕೂಡ ಉದಾಹರಣೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ. 20 ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ನಮಗೆ 4 ಅಂಕಿಗಳು ನೆನಪಿದ್ದು. ಒಂದು 16, ಒಂದು 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 5 ಅಂಕಿಗಳು. ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್ ಹಾಕೋದು ಎಷ್ಟು? 20ಕ್ಕೆ 16, 20ಕ್ಕೆ 20, 20ಕ್ಕೆ 19 ಈ ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸನ್ನು ಹಾಕ್ತೀವಿ. ಈಗ ನಾವೇನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ? ನಾವು ಮುಂದೆ 37, 38, 39, 40. ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಹುಡುಗ ಇದ್ದದ್ದು 40 ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸು, ಕ್ಲಾಸಿಗೆ ಬಂದಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ 37, ಪೂರ್ಣ ಕ್ಲಾಸಿಗೆ ಬಂದಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ 35. ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ರೇಂಜ್ ಈಗ. ಸೊ ಈ ರೀತಿಯ ಅಸೆಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಬೇಕಾ? ಈ ರೀತಿಯ ಕರಿಕ್ಯುಲಮನ್ನು ನಾವು ಕಲಿಸ್ಬೇಕಾ? ಇವು ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದಿರುವಂಥ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳು. NEPಯ ಏನು ಸ್ಪಿರಿಟ್ ಅದಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಸ್ಪಿರಿಟ್ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಿಕ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ರಿಯಲಿ ಈಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಿಕ್? ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ. OEC ಕೊಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನನಗೆ ವರ್ಕ್ಲೋಡ್ ಯಾವ್ದು ಬೇಕು ಅದನ್ನೇ ವರ್ಕ್ಲೋಡ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಕೊಡಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. DSC ತೊಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಇದು ತೊಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ನನಗೆ ವರ್ಕ್ಲೋಡ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಅದು ಸಲುವಾಗಿ ಇದು DSC ತೊಗೋ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಇವೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ಇದೇನೋ ಇಲ್ಲೋ ನೀವು ಒಂದ್ಸಲ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ. ಸೊ ಆ ರೀತಿಯ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಿಂದ ಈಸ್ ಇಟ್ ರಿಯಲಿ ಎ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಿಕ್ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ. ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಿಕ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ಭಾರತ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಿಕ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲಾದರೂ ಕೂಡ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಭಾರತ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ ಕಲಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮನಸ್ಸಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಉದ್ಭವ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ನಾಲೆಜ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗ ಅವರು ಭವ್ಯ ಭಾರತದ ಕಲ್ಪನೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಮುಂದಿನ ಭಾರತದ ಭವಿಷ್ಯವನ್ನು ಕಟ್ತಾರೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಕಲ್ಪನೆಯಿಂದ ಈ NEP ಬಂದಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಅದು ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ. ಸೊ ಈ ರೀತಿಯ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಉತ್ತರಗಳನ್ನು ಕೊಂಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಅದರ ಮುಖಾಂತರ NEPಯನ್ನು ಇನ್ನೊಮ್ಮೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಅದನ್ನು ತಿಳಿಸುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ಆಗಬೇಕಾಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಸೊ ಆ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಿಂದ ಈ ಚಾಲೆಂಜಸ್ಸು ಮತ್ತು ವೇ ಫಾರ್ವರ್ಡ್ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ವಿಷಯವನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಟು ಈ ಸೆಮಿನಾರನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ವಿ ನೀಡ್ ಟು ಎಜುಕೇಟ್ ಅವರ್ ಚಿಲ್ಡ್ರನ್ ಫಾರ್ ದೇರ್ ಹಾರ್ಟ್ಸ್. ಬರೇ ಬುದ್ಧಿಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ನಾವು ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಡೋದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೃದಯಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಶಿಕ್ಷಣವನ್ನು ಕೊಡುವಂಥ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇದೆ. ನಾವು ಬ್ರೈನಿಗೆ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ, ಆ ಬುದ್ಧಿಗೆ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಸಾಫ್ಟ್ವೇರ್ ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಹುಟ್ಟಬಹುದು. ಆದರೆ ನಾವು ಅವರ ಹಾರ್ಟಿಗೆ, ಅವರ ಹೃದಯಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವೇನಾದರೂ ಸ್ಪರ್ಶ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರ್ಸನ್ನು ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಸೊ ಆ ರೀತಿಯ ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರ್ಸನ್ನು ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಹೊಣೆಗಾರಿಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲಿದೆ. ನಮ್ಮಂದಿರುವಂಥ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಒಂದು ಅವಕಾಶ, ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನೀತಿ ಈ ದೇಶ ಕಂಡಂಥ 34 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ನಂತರ ಬಂದಂಥ ಒಂದು ಅಪೂರ್ವವಾದಂಥ ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಇದೆ. ಅದರ ಯಶಸ್ಸು ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಮೇಲಿದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಎಡಪಡಿತಾಯ ಸರ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ರಾಜೇಂದ್ರ ಜೋಶಿ ಅವರಿರ್ಬೋದು, ನಮ್ಮ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣ್ಜಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಇವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭದಿಂದನೂ ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಅದರ ಯಶಸ್ಸಿಗಾಗಿ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ದಿವಸ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸಂಘಟನೆ ಕೂಡ ಅದರ ಸಲುವಾಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ, ನನ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಸಲಹೆ ಇಷ್ಟೇ, ಇದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಇನ್ವಾಲ್ವ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಆ ಇನ್ವಾಲ್ವ್ ಆಗೋದ್ರ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಇದರ ಬದಲಾವಣೆಗಳನ್ನು ತರಬೇಕು. ಇದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಒಂದು ಭವ್ಯ ಭಾರತದ ಕಲ್ಪನೆಯನ್ನು ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಸಂಗತಿಯನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ನನ್ನ 2 ಮಾತುಗಳಿಗೆ ವಿರಾಮ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful address highlighting the overview of KRMSs, which focus on teacher development, academic achievement, and teacher welfare. Now it's our privilege to have Shri G. Lakshmanji, National Joint Organization Secretary, ABRSM, New Delhi, to deliver the inaugural address. Sir, please.
Honorable Vice Chancellor of Mangalore University, Shri Yedapadi Daya sir, Raghu Akumanchi sir, ABRSM South Central Zone Pramukh, and Badigere sir, State President of KRMSS, and Sudha Vaidya Madam, and Venkatesh Nayak ji, and here with us Ravindra Joshi ji is with us, and many prominent people are sitting here, faculty members and students. Good morning to one and all. First of all, I would like to congratulate the organizers for organizing this national level seminar on the crucial topic, National Education Policy 2020 Challenges Way Ahead, Curriculum, Assessment and Outcome. This is the topic. And just now we had the keynote address by the UGC Secretary. And in other sessions, we are going to discuss in detail on this particular title. In the inaugural speech, I would like to draw your attention towards the importance of this NEP 2020. We know historical background of our country, after getting independence, again to regenerate this country, so many things were carried out, and education is the most important component in making a nation strong. Many policies has come, but this policy 2020, National Education Policy 2020, after a long gap it has come, that we know, almost 3 decades, 88 I think, previous policy, almost there is a long gap between the previous policy and in between few National Knowledge Commission and other things has come. But in total, as a policy, this policy has come. Naturally, you can see the paradigm shift in the field of education. When you are witnessing a policy after a long time, few things you cannot even visualize, or sometimes you maybe have some confusions whether it is relevant or not, whether it is possible or not. Naturally it will be. So I request all of you, I don't know how many of you gone through the detail about the policy and what policy is saying. It is a policy. Accordingly, we should frame the all A to Z things. I will say, if a student wants to write the mathematics examination, he has to address the mathematics examination, the answers will be in the mathematics subject only, mathematics textbook. You have to refer that. If you are referring chemistry subject and if you are going to answer the mathematics question paper, the result will be, same like our country, our historical background, and what should be the policy, education policy, which will suit for us. For that, you have to go into the details of our own experiences, our own examples, and our own inventions. Unfortunately, it has not happened. When the policy makers, when they're framing the policy, all other countries' backgrounds and their, what you can say, whatever it may be, so related to their experiences, their vision and their examples, we try to include. It is from way back from Macaulay education or Marx education, or the policies or the experiences of different countries they have taken up and they try to include in the policy, which is not going to give any results. Today, whatever the problem that we are facing in the field of education, it is the root cause is that. So thanks to the government of India, at last they came up with a new national education policy in true spirit. If you say few things about this policy, it is student-centric education policy. For the first time, this kind of policy has come up. And the second thing is, it is Bharatiya-centric policy. These two are very important. Why I am saying it is student-centric policy? So you can see more flexible in the policy when it comes to the student. if it may be school education, ECCE, early childhood care education, it is purely student centric. When it comes to choice based credit system, you have a chance opting any combination. A history student can opt science also, a science student can opt political science also, a mathematics student can opt music as a subject, and on par with your taste, you can choose your subject, and academic bank of credits is there, and you can quit the course at any point of time, first year, second year, third year, fourth year, and the course, the 4 years degree course that was framed keeping to compete with the international competition. And not only that, research foundation. So it is giving more focus on research, and the campuses must be more vibrant. The policy is suggesting you cut short the number of the campuses and you make the multidisciplinary campuses. In one umbrella, the campuses should be the more vibrant when it comes to the infrastructure, same time when it comes to the students number, the number should be, it is 20,000, 30,000, and from KG to PG, everything should be available in one umbrella. So this was aim, and liberal arts was given more focus, and this NCC, NSS, whatever, all these things, So I can say so many such things. And then, Indian knowledge system has been given more focus, and, the mother tongue, the local language has to be given more focus, and all the higher education examinations or whatever it may be, everything should be available in the local language, mother tongue. So that, so it is student centric and Bharatiya centric. Many things are there. I cannot explain everything in this short span of time. Just I am trying to draw your attention toward that. It is student-centric and Bharatiya-centric, and we have to go into the details, and we have to act, or we have to change our attitude to accommodate on par with the policy. Then only you can do something. Now, why I am telling? This is from the beginning. There are forces, those who don't want this country become stronger. Whenever something good is coming, immediately they will create a controversy. The same thing happened in the case of national education policy. This national education policy is against to the poor. This national education policy is going to remove all the reservations. This national education policy is targeted only those who have money. For such people, this policy is framed. The frame is like that. Scholarships will be denied. Rural area must be denied. All the nonsense, I can say. They created and they wrote articles, these, that. So that's why we are not going to implement this. We are not going to do these. That's all the nonsense they have tackled. So here I want to say only, just to understand why today the students of our country, not in hundreds, not in thousands, every year lakhs of students, why they are going to abroad for their further education? USA, Canada, Australia, Germany, where not everywhere, Poland, every country, our Indian students are going for their further education, even for masters or PhD, by paying huge amount, 20 lakhs, 30 lakhs per annum. In some cases it is more than that. I am getting the lowest figure. And the second thing, those who can afford such, they are going abroad. And the next level, the students are opting the private autonomous universities within the country. You know that Ashoka University, Zindal University, Mahindra University, Shastra University, Chandigarh University, you name, so many campuses are there, and in these campuses also, by paying huge amount, our students are going there. And interestingly, in all these campuses, whichever I name, the number is high. So minimum it is some 10,000 plus. In few campuses it is 20,000, 25,000. Why it is happening? Simply I can say, today whatever our national education policy is speaking, all these things were implemented either in the abroad or here in our country in the autonomous prestigious colleges. Because they are following this policy, they are able to give good education, quality education, skillful education, need-based, industry need-based. Those who are completing their education from these universities, immediately they are getting a good opportunity in the country, though they are paying huge money. I had interaction with many people. Why you are spending much money and why you came? I went to many other universities in USA. I saw many people and everyone, sir, okay sir, it is once for all. Immediately I will get a good opportunity. So I am coming here. So here, why this policy now? Who are going to benefit out of this policy? I am simply saying that if you implement this policy, our rural children are going to benefit it. Our first generation people are going to benefit out of this policy. The government degree colleges or the government university campuses, these are the institutions they are going to benefit out of this. So I am saying, anybody, those who are criticizing, those who are opposing, I say directly they are opposing that getting a good education to the lower class, middle lower class, meritorious students, those who are unable to affordable financially. It is going to benefit them. So we should not think everything in the politics, we should not politicize everything. Simply we have to go into the detail, what is good, what is bad, and thanks to the Karnataka previous government and the university, here just now I am speaking to the Vice Chancellor, he is the heading the syllabus committee, and many things were implemented in this university and many campuses are implementing this, but unfortunately I am sure people are saying Karnataka is the first state and Karnataka is implementing this, that, no. Okay, the intentions are good, they are doing something, but where we reached, it is a question mark. So that we have to focus more on that. And now the country celebrating its 75 years of independence, and the coming days, it is called, our Prime Minister is saying it's Amrut Kal. No, really it is an Amrut Kal. And demographic dividend we are talking about. Now this young generation is ready to catch hold all the latest developments in the field of science and technology, whatever the latest developments are, artificial intelligence, quantum computing, 3D technology, you say you can list out what are the latest developments. And this young generation is capable of catch hold of all these latest developments. And now the country, everywhere I will go, I will refer this now. Yes, you thought of this Bahubali, our country's achievements. This I am comparing with Bahubali. When most of the countries are economical doldrums or crisis they are facing, now our country, 5th largest economy. Now just now, in 2027 it's going to be 3rd place, and even after some time we are in the first, second place. No? And if you look into the infrastructure wise, no other country achieved this much progress. When it comes to the external policies or internal policy, we become very strong force. How we faced the pandemic, how we helped the poorest of the poor countries when they are in troubles. Digital transformation, it is really amazing. You know, people laugh at when we talked about cashless transaction. Today everybody is surprising and they are doing research on this. How it happened? The more than 40% of our transaction now is in cashless. I'm telling the entire globe, the transactions compared to 40% is happening from in our country. You know, I can say so many such things. Everywhere you see the airports or the railway stations and the public other transport systems, and you know, everywhere the significant achievements in the field of electronics, communication, telecom communication, everywhere in the coming days we are going to be the largest technological champions. Third or second positions we are going to achieve. No, once the mobile manufacturing, earlier it was nothing. 99% we are supposed to export. Today, you know, whatever the mobiles that we are using, 99% are Indian manufactured. They are manufacturing in our country, making in India. You see, it has given made in India, and the policies are in such a way to strengthen our country, to give a glorious future to our country, keeping this now 2047, when the country is going to celebrate its 100th years celebrations of independence. We should see, or we should aim, or we should dream, or we should visualize which country that we have to live in. And here students are here and faculty members are here, and the faculty members, you are all the role models and academic leaders, and you have to nurture the young generation, and this kind of seminars are going to benefit, or this kind of seminars are giving you insights towards in this way. So I wish you all the best for the all the day-long sessions, and thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Once again, I am congratulating all the organizers for organizing this seminar. Thank you so much, one and all. Namaste.
Thank you, Shri Lakshmanji, for sharing your expertise and passion for education, Indian knowledge system to strengthen our country. Today, we have the honor of felicitating distinguished individuals whose remarked leadership and unwavering dedication have been instrumental in shaping the growth and success of education system. I request Dr. Subhashri Srivatsa, Organizing Secretary of the conference, to take over the felicitation session.
Dignitaries on the dais, respected ethical, valued persons around me, surely it is not for the formality, not for some intentions, not for gaining the respect, not for praising some people. This august audience wishes to felicitate two very special authorities who are very relevant to new national education policy. It is really, I feel, my privilege to recognize and share my views on them. I request the great personalities, Professor P. Subramanya Yadapaditaya and Sri G. Lakshmanji, to occupy the felicitation chairs. Professor P. Subramanya Yadapaditaya rooted to the academics with UMCOM as a first rank holder with gold medal, worked as a professor, trainer, consultant in National Institute of Training for Industrial Engineering, NITTE, Mumbai, during 91-95. Published 46 research papers in national and international journals of repute. Did his postdoctoral research at Nottingham Business School, Nottingham Trent University, UK, and successfully supervised 21 PhD scholars in the area of HRD and marketing. He received an international award entitled E-Learning International Award 2023 from Scotland, UK, for his best research paper, Trends and Status of Corporate E-Learning, an Indian Experience. He was teaching and research experience of 33 years, worked as a teacher, professor in the department, and then as a financial officer, registrar of evaluation, registrar of university, and having total administrative experience of 9 years and 7 months. He served as a nodal officer for Karnataka State University Ranking Framework, KSERF, Mangalore University Institutional Coordinator for Rashtriya Uchchatar Shiksha Abhiyana, RUSA, the coordinator for Internal Quality Assurance Cell. Currently, he is a Vice Chancellor of Mangalore University since June 2019, and as a Vice Chancellor, he could dedicate his research inclination in every sphere of administration as well as academics. In the implementation of new education policy, along with the COVID isolation period, he is the Mangalore University Vice Chancellor who used to release almost every day, every kind of resolutions through webinars, online Akashavani talks, YouTube, Facebook channels to reach every student at every student corners to sustain and strengthen their education and career movement hopes. He believes and advocates that every teacher must be basically an ever-learning student, and it is he who remains responsible to bring out positive revolutions in the education system of Mangalore University. We still remember his advice: before teaching physics to the Peter, first you learn and understand who is Peter. Thus, Professor has grown up as a musician of education tone of the university and magician of resolutions to the problems. His standard operating procedures, SOPs, in as a registrar of evaluation of Mangalore University had been remembered and memorable as the golden era for Mangalore University students. Professor P.S. Edapadithaya is getting retired as 9th Vice Chancellor of Mangalore University. So for this KRMS, this is not only recognizing, but it is farewell felicitation too. And along with that, today we have one more big, very big, huge personality. A very huge personality which we have already heard. We are enjoying the presence of Shri G. Guda Lakshman Ji, National Joint Organizing Secretary, ABRSM, Akhila Bharatiya Rashtriya Shikshak Mahasangha, New Delhi. He is basically from Andhra Pradesh, particularly Mehboob Nagar of Telangana of Andhra Pradesh. He did his LLB and advocate. He was very active and associated with student activities like Vidyarthi Parishad, ABVP, in different roles and responsibilities as State Organizing Secretary and Zonal Organizing Secretary. And finally, he served as ABVP National Joint Organizing Secretary. Now, ABRSM National Joint Organizing Secretary, and his headquarters is Bangalore. He has a very big rationalistic approach towards making Indian education as a holistic, starting from KG to PG. He believes that it is a teacher who must be a continuous producer of noble leaders required for the society. He says he is not a teacher unless and until he would be able to inspire the students to undertake, become good leaders of the society. So it is really our privilege, and I request Dr. Raghu Akmanchi, Madhya Kshetriya Pramukh, ABRSM New Delhi, and Dr. Manjaya, Advisory Chairman and the Director of Planning, Monitoring, Evaluation Board of Mangalore University, and all Dr. Madhav also to join the hand. I request Kavya, the state member of the ABRSM, to join the festival. I thank the felicitated and the dignitaries on the days for felicitating the great personalities. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, and thank you all. Let us continue with the rest of the seminar. It's our privilege and honor to have with us Shri Vedavyas. Now I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಮಹಾವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕ ಸಂಘ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ವಿಭಾಗ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಮಹಾವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕ ಸಂಘ ಮ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರು ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ವಿಭಾಗ ಮತ್ತು ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಉನ್ನತ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಪರಿಷತ್ತು, ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಘಟಕ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಇದರ ಜಂಟಿ ಆಶ್ರಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಯೋಜಿಸಿರುವಂಥ ಈ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ 2020 ಅದರ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಚಾಲೆಂಜಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವೇ ಫಾರ್ವರ್ಡ್, ಕರಿಕ್ಯುಲಮ್, ಅಸೆಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್, ಔಟ್ಕಮ್ ಈ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಬಹಳ ಅಚ್ಚುಕಟ್ಟಾದ ಮಾಹಿತಿಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಿದಂಥ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಗ್ರ್ಯಾಂಟ್ಸ್ ಕಮಿಷನ್ನ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ ಅವರು ವರ್ಚುವಲ್ ಮೋಡಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದರು, ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಮನೀಶ್ ಆರ್ ಜೋಶಿ ಅವರೇ, ಶ್ರೀ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣ್ ಜಿ, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಅಕ್ಮನ್ ಜಿ, ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯಮಾನ್ಯರೇ ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಜನಪ್ರಿಯ ಜನಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿಗಳಾದಂಥ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ವೇದವ್ಯಾಸ ಕಾಮತ್ ಅವರೇ, ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ ಸಿಂಡಿಕೇಟ್ ಸದಸ್ಯರಾದ ಶ್ರೀ ರಮೇಶ್ ಅವರೇ, ಶಿಕ್ಷಕೇತರ ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ, ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿನಿಯರೇ, ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದ ಮಿತ್ರರೇ, ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ 2020 ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಾಗ ಒಂದು ಲೈನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೇನೆ, ಅದು ಪಂಚ್ ಲೈನ್, ಅದು ನೇಷನ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕ್ಯಾರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಮಸ್ಟ್ ಅಂತ. ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ಮೊದಲು, ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ಮೊದಲು. ಯಾವುದೇ ಪದವಿ ಸ್ವೀಕಾರ ಮಾಡಿರೋ ಸಾಲದು, ಚಾರಿತ್ರ್ಯ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರಬೇಕು, ಕ್ಯಾರೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಫಾರ್ಮೇಷನ್. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಹೂ ಈಸ್ ಹೋಲ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ದ ಕೀ ಟು ದಿಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಜೀರ್ಣಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಕೊನೆಗೆ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ತಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಟೀಚರ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ಗೇಮ್ ಚೇಂಜರ್ ಅಂತ. ಅಲ್ಟಿಮೇಟ್ಲಿ ದ ರಿಯಲ್ ಸ್ಪಿರಿಟ್ ಆಫ್ NEP 2020 ಈಸ್ ವೆಲ್ ರೌಂಡೆಡ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಪರ್ಸನಾಲಿಟಿ ಆಫ್ ಎ ಲರ್ನರ್ ಆರ್ ಎ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್. ವೆಲ್ ರೌಂಡೆಡ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಏನು? ವೆಲ್ ಇಂಟಿಗ್ರೇಟೆಡ್. ಅದರ ಅರ್ಥ ಏನು? 5 ಆಯಾಮಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ವಾಂಗೀಣ ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆ ಮಗುವಿದ್ದು ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಕಲಿಕೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಂಥದ್ದು ಜೀವನ ಪರ್ಯಂತ ನಡೆಯುವ ನಿರಂತರ ಪ್ರಕ್ರಿಯೆ. ಈ ಪ್ರಕ್ರಿಯೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅರ್ಥಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ, ಪರಿಣಾಮಕಾರಿಯಾಗಿ, ಲಾಭದಾಯಕವಾಗಿ ಮಗು ತೊಡಗಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕು. ಆ ಮಗು ತೊಡಗಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾದಂಥ ಪೂರಕವಾದ ವಾತಾವರಣ ಉನ್ನತ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನೀಡುವಂಥ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಟೀಚರ್ ರಿಯಲ್ ಗೇಮ್ ಚೇಂಜರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರಾ? ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾದ ಇಕೋಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಉಂಟಾ? ಒಂದು ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ನಾವು. NEP 2020 ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಂಥದ್ದು ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಮಿಯರ್ಲಿ ಎ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್. ದೇರ್ ಆರ್ ಸೆವರಲ್ ಕನ್ಸರ್ನ್ಸ್, ಅಪ್ರಹೆನ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಚಾಲೆಂಜಸ್. ನಮ್ಮ ಆಶಯ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಆತಂಕ ಕೂಡ ಇದೆ, ಸವಾಲು ಕೂಡ ಇದೆ. ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ದೇನು? ಕೇವಲ ಟೀಚರ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಕೇವಲ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ, ಅವರ ಹೆತ್ತವರವರ ಪೋಷಕರು ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಜನಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿಗಳು ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಬ್ಯೂರೋಕ್ರಸಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲ, ವೈಸ್ ಚಾನ್ಸಲರ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಟುಗೆದರ್ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸೇರಿಕೊಂಡು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾದಂಥ ವಾತಾವರಣ ಕಲ್ಪಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬರು ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋ ಮೊದಲು ನನ್ನ ನಾನು ಮುನ್ನಡೆಯಬೇಕು, ನಾನು ನಾಯಕತ್ವ ನೀಡಬೇಕು. ಹಾಗಿರುವಾಗ ವೆಲ್ ರೌಂಡೆಡ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಪರ್ಸನಾಲಿಟಿ ಹೇಗಾಗುತ್ತೆ? 5 ಆಯಾಮಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಪಂಚಮಂ ಕಾರ್ಯಸಿದ್ಧಿ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗೆ ಶಾರೀರಿಕ, ಮಾನಸಿಕ, ಬೌದ್ಧಿಕ, ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಮತ್ತೆ ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮಿಕ ನೆಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿತ್ವ ವಿಕಸನ ಆದರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಬುದ್ಧಿ ಬೆಳೀತದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಂತಾರೆ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಪಡ್ಕೊಂಡವರೇ ಆತಂಕಕಾರಿ ಸನ್ನಿವೇಶ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಮಾಡಬಹುದು. ಕೇವಲ ಪದವಿ ಪಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಸಾಲದು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ, ಇಫ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಫೈಡ್ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಇನಫ್, ಯು ಮಸ್ಟ್ ಬಿ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೆಂಟ್. ಕಾಂಪಿಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು? ಎಗೈನ್ ಪಂಚ ಆಯಾಮಗಳಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ನೆನಪಿಟ್ಟುಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಎಕ್ರಾನಿಮ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, ನನ್ನ ಭಾಷಣ ಅನೇಕ ಬಾರಿ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಕಾಶ್ವಿ, ಕಾಶ್ತು ಮೇರಿ ಹೋತಿತೋ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೇವೆ ನಾವು. ಒಂದು ರೀತಿಯ ಆಶಯ. ಏನದು? KASHV. ಕೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಾಲೆಜ್. ಯಾವ ನಾಲೆಜ್? ಡೊಮೈನ್ ಸ್ಪೆಸಿಫಿಕ್ ಅಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ ಓರಿಯೆಂಟೆಡ್ ನಾಲೆಜ್. ಇವತ್ತು ಓದಿ ಓದಿ ಅಂಕ ಪಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಅದು ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಅಂಕಗಳು ಜೀವನದ ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆಯನ್ನು ಎದುರಿಸುವ ಮಾನದಂಡಗಳು ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ ಅಂಕಗಳೇ ಮಾನದಂಡ ಆಗುದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಾರೆ. ಸಮಥಿಂಗ್ ಮೋರ್, ಸಮಥಿಂಗ್ ಬಿಯಾಂಡ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ NEP ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಉಂಟು. ಡಿಸ್ಕಿಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸ್. ರೀಸ್ಕಿಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ಅಪ್ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಸೊ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಷನ್ ಅದನ್ನೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು. ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಮಿಷನ್ ಮೂಲ ಉದ್ದೇಶವಾದೆ. ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನನಗೆ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಉಂಟು, ಸಮಾಜದ ಕಡೆಯ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಯನ್ನು ಪರಿಹಾರ ಕಂಡುಕೊಳ್ಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾದಂತ ಸಾಮರ್ಥ್ಯ ನನ್ನಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ಈ ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ಪಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಚಾಕಚಕ್ಯತೆ ಉಂಟಾ? ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾದ ಕೌಶಲ ನನ್ನಲ್ಲಿದೆಯಾ? ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾದ ನೈತಿಕ ಸ್ಥೈರ್ಯ ಉಂಟಾ? ಅದು ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅಂಕಗಳು ಕೇವಲ ಅಂಕಪಟ್ಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ನಮಗೆ ಯಾವುದಕ್ಕೂ ಉಪಯೋಗ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ನೀವು ಸಮಾಜದ ಆಸ್ತಿ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನೀತಿ ಹೇಳುತ್ತಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬ ಕಲಿಕಾರ್ಥಿಯನ್ನು ಈ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದ ಆಸ್ತಿಯನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣದ ಕೈಂಕರ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಅರ್ಥಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಪರಿಣಾಮಕಾರಿಯಾಗಿ ತೊಡಗಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂಥ ಸಾಮರ್ಥ್ಯ ಬೆಳೆಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕು, ಇಚ್ಛಾಶಕ್ತಿ ಬೆಳೆಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಅಂಥ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನೀಡಬೇಕು. ಕೇವಲ ಗುಣಮಟ್ಟದ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನೀಡ್ತೇನೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಸಾಲದು. ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ ಕೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಂಥದ್ದು ನಾಲೆಜ್. ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರು ಎದೆ ಮುಟ್ಟಿ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ನಾನು ಕಲ್ತುಕೊಂಡಂಥ ಜ್ಞಾನವನ್ನು ಅದು ಅಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ ಓರಿಯೆಂಟೆಡ್ ಡೊಮೈನ್ ಸ್ಪೆಸಿಫಿಕ್ ನಾಲೆಜ್ ಹೌದೋ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಸಮುದ್ರ ಬದಲಿರುವ ಮರಳಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಕನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಷನ್ ಸ್ಪಾಟ್ಗೆ ತರಬೇಕು, ಜಲ್ಲಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಿಕ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಸಿಮೆಂಟು, ಆನಂತರ ಕಾಂಕ್ರೀಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಆನಂತರ ರೀಇನ್ಫೋರ್ಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಬಿಲ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಗಟ್ಟಿಮುಟ್ಟ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಇಲ್ಲಂದ್ರೆ ಗಂಗಾರಾಮ್ ಬಿಲ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಹೊತ್ತು ಬಿದ್ದಾಗೆ ಬಿದ್ದು ಬಿಡ್ತದೆ. ಸೊ ಇದು ಕೆ. ಏನ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಏನು? ಆಟಿಟ್ಯೂಡ್. ಅವರ ಆಟಿಟ್ಯೂಡ್ ವಿಲ್ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ಡಿಟರ್ಮಿನ್ ಅವರ್ ಆಲ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಡ್ ಅಂತ ನೆಪೋಲಿಯನ್ ಹಿಲ್ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಗ್ರೋ ರಿಚ್ ಪುಸ್ತಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ. ಸೊ ಸಕಾರಾತ್ಮಕ ಧನಾತ್ಮಕ ಚಿಂತನೆ ಮಾಡುವಂತಹ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಇರಬೇಕು ನಮಗೆ. ಎಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ನಕಾರಾತ್ಮಕವಾಗಿ ಋಣಾತ್ಮಕವಾಗಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಜೀವನ ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆದ ಕಾರಣ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡುವಂತ ಮನಸ್ಥಿತಿ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಪಾಸಿಟಿವ್ ಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಆಟಿಟ್ಯೂಡ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೇವೆ. ಏನಂತಾರೆ ಆಟಿಟ್ಯೂಡ್? ಎಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ರಿಲೆವೆಂಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ರೆಕ್ವಿಸಿಟ್ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಮಿಕ್ಸ್, ನಾಟ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಫಾರ್ ಟುಡೇ ಅಂಡ್ ಟುಮಾರೋ, ಫಾರ್ ದ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ 10 years ಇನ್ ವ್ಯೂ. ಮುಂದಿನ 10 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಆ ಮಗು ಏನು ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ತಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕೋ, ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಬೇಕೋ, ಅವನ ಕಾರ್ಯವೈಖರಿಯನ್ನು ಉನ್ನತೀಕರಿಸಬೇಕಾದಂಥ ಕೌಶಲಗಳು ಮೈಗೂಡಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನೀಡಬೇಕು. ಕೇವಲ ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ ಉಂಟು, ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ ಕವರ್ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಪಾಠ ಮುಗೀತು, ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಮಾಡಿತು, ಮೌಲ್ಯಮಾಪನ ಆಯಿತು, ಘಟಿಕೋತ್ಸವ ಹೇಳಾಯಿತು, ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಪರೀಕ್ಷಿಸಾಗಿದೆ, ನೀವು ಏನು ಉಪಯೋಗ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ. ಊಟಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲದ ಉಪ್ಪಿನಕಾಯಿ ಆಗತ್ತೆ. ಆದ ಕಾರಣ ಏನು ರಿಲೆವೆಂಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ರಿಕ್ವೈರ್ಡ್ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಮಿಕ್ಸ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ಕೌಶಲ ಬೇಕು. ಆಗ ನನ್ನ ಅದನ್ನು ಬಳಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಬೇಕು. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಎಚ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ಏನು? ಅಭ್ಯಾಸ, ಹ್ಯಾಬಿಟ್ಸ್. ನಾವು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಹೇಳ್ತೇವೆ ಕನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಲರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಹ್ಯಾಬಿಟ್ಸ್ ಅಕ್ವೈರ್ಡ್ within the portals of the higher education institution will be later carried further forward to the workplace to become positive, result-oriented, progressive work habits. Then you will become a preferred, lovable employee in the heart and eyes of the employer. ಅಂತ ಹ್ಯಾಬಿಟ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನು ಮೈಗೂಡಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ತೇವೋ ಅಲ್ಲ ಯಾವ ಅಭ್ಯಾಸ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದೋ ಅಂತ ದುರಾಭ್ಯಾಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಹೋಗ್ತೇವೋ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಪೂರಕವಾದ ವಾತಾವರಣ ನಮಗೆ ತಿಳಿಯದೋ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಯಾಗಿದೋ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿವಾರಣೆ ಮಾಡೋದು ಹೇಗೆ? ಸೊ ಇದು ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಯಿತು. ಕೊನೆಯದು ಬರುವಂಥದ್ದು ವಿ ಅಂತಾರೆ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂಸ್, ಮೌಲ್ಯಗಳು. ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂಸ್ ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಇನ್ ಅವರ್ ಚಿಲ್ಡ್ರನ್ ಟಚ್ ದೇರ್ ಡೆಸ್ಟಿನಿ ಮೋರ್ ದೆನ್ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ. ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಆಸ್ತಿ ಪಾಸ್ತಿ ಯಾವುದೂ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಕ್ಲಪ್ತ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಟೇಕ್ ಹೋಲ್ಡರ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವರ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗೆ ಸ್ಪಂದಿಸುವಂತಹ ಮನಸ್ಥಿತಿ, ಸಾಮರ್ಥ್ಯ, ಇಚ್ಛಾಶಕ್ತಿ, ನೈತಿಕ ಹೊಣೆಗಾರಿಕೆ ನಮಗಿರಬೇಕು. ಅನೇಕ ಬಾರಿ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ನನ್ನ ಆಲಿಸುವಾಗ, ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವಾಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಜನಪ್ರಿಯ ಜನಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರವರು ಶ್ರೀ ವೇದವ್ಯಾಸ ಕಾಮತ್ ನೆನಪಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದು 2 ಗಂಟೆ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಆದರೂ ಅವರು ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗೆ ಸ್ಪಂದಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದು ವೇದವ್ಯಾಸ ಕಾಮತ್ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ, ಅವರ ಕಾರ್ಯ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರು ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಆಯ್ತಪ್ಪ ನೀವೇನು ಮಾಡಿದೀಯಾ ಅಂತ. ನನಗೂ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ನೀನು ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದಿ? 4 ವರ್ಷ ಮುಗಿಸಿದ್ದಿ, ಆಯ್ತು, ನೀನು ಮಂತ್ರ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಿ, ಏನು ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಅಂತ, ಅದನ್ನೇ ನೀನು ಶಸ್ತ್ರ ಮತ್ತೆ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರವಾಗಿ ಬಳಸಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ಯೋ ಇಲ್ವೋ? ಆಯ್ತು, ಹೋಗುವಾಗ ಹೋಗ್ತೀಯ ನೀನು. ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಏನು ಕೊಡುಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಿ? ಮೊದಲು ಮಂಗಳೂರಿಗೆ ಕೊಡೋ ಕೊಡುಗೆ ಮೊದಲು ನಾನು ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯಕ್ಕೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು, 3 ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ನನ್ನ ಇತಿಮಿತಿಗಳೊಡೆ ಅದು ನೀಡುವಂಥ ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಈ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನೀತಿ ನಮ್ಮ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಮಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗೌರವಾನ್ವಿತ ಸಿಂಡಿಕೇಟ್ ಸದಸ್ಯರುಗಳು, ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕ ಮಂಡಳಿ ಸದಸ್ಯರುಗಳು, ಎಲ್ಲ ನಿಕಾಯದ ಡೀನರ್ಗಳು, ಶಿಕ್ಷಕೇತರ ಬಂಧುಗಳು, ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು, ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ಸಂಘಟನೆಗಳು, ಮಾಧ್ಯಮ ಗೆಳೆಯರು, ಊರಿನ 10 ಸಮಸ್ತರು ನನಗೆ ಕೈ ಜೋಡಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಂಥದ್ದು 0 ಅಂತ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ನಾನು ನನ್ನಿಂದಲೇ ನಾನೇ ಸರ್ವಸ್ವ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಂಥದ್ದು 0 ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಂಥದ್ದು ಕೋವಿಡ್-19 ನನಗೆ ತಿಳಿಸಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಮೋರ್ ಹಂಬಲ್ ದ್ಯಾನ್ ಎವರ್ ಬಿಫೋರ್. ಆದ ಕಾರಣ ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ಅವಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಥದ್ದು ಕೆಲಸ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಮಾತ್ರ ನಾನು ಒಪ್ಪಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ನಾಳೆ 4:15 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಸನ್ಮಾನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಇದೆ. ನನಗೆಲ್ಲ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ನನ್ನ ಅವಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಒಂದು ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಿದೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ನಾನು ಹೂವಿನೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ದಾರ ಮಾತ್ರ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನನಗೆ ಅಹಂಕಾರವಿಲ್ಲ, ಅಹಂಭಾವವಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದನ್ನೇ ಕಲಿಸಿಕೊಡ್ತದೆ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನೀತಿ 2020, ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ಮೊದಲು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಂಥದ್ದು. ನಂದು ಯಾವುದೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ಕೊನೆಯ ಉಸಿರಿರೋ ತನಕ ಅಷ್ಟು ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ. ನಾನು ಗಂಟೆ ಮಾತಾಡಬಲ್ಲೆ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಈ ಡ್ರಾಫ್ಟ್ NEP 2019 467 ಪುಟದನ್ನು 3 ಸಲ ಓದಬೇಕಾಯಿತು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕಮಿಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಂಡಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಕೊನೆಯದು 66 ಪುಟದ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನೀತಿ 2020 ನಾನು ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಯಿತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ಇದು ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದದ್ದು. ಇದನ್ನು ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಸ್ಕ್ರ್ಯಾಪ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೆಂತಂದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲರ ಹೃದಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಉಂಟು, ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳೇ ಪ್ರಯೋಜನ. ತಂದೆಯೇ ಮಗನನ್ನು ತಂದೆ ಹೇಳದೇ ಇರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗುದಿಲ್ಲ, ಒಪ್ಪಿಕೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಆದರೆ ಖಂಡಿತ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕನ್ಸರ್ನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಅಪ್ರೆನ್ಷನ್ ಇದೆ, ಚಾಲೆಂಜಸ್ ಇದೆ. ಇನ್ನೇನಾದ್ರೂ ಅದನ್ನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಕಾಸ್ಮೆಟಿಕ್ ಚೇಂಜಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದೇ ವಿನಃ ಇದರ ರೂಟ್ ಗಟ್ಟಿದೆ, ಇದರ ಹಾರ್ಟ್ ವೆರಿ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಂಗ್ ಇದೆ. 20 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಅವಧಿ ಇದೆ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ. ಆದ ಕಾರಣ ಓವರ್ ನೈಟ್ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕ ವರ್ಷ 2021-22ರಿಂದಲೇ 4 years multidisciplinary holistic undergraduate honors program ಅನ್ನು ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ಫುಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ರೀಡಿಫೈನ್ಡ್. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಅಕ್ಮಂಜಿ ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದಾಗೆ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ಡಿಫಿಕಲ್ಟೀಸ್ ಇದೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಒಂದೇ ಲೈನಲ್ಲಿ 60 ಗಂಟೆಗಳು ಮಾಡುವಂತ ಪೋರ್ಷನ್ ಅನ್ನು ಅಥವಾ ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ ಅನ್ನು ಒಂದು ಲೈನಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕಿ 10 ಗಂಟೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನ್ಯಾಯ ಕೊಡೋದು ಹೇಗೆ? ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬಿ ರಿವಿಸಿಟೆಡ್, ಇಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬಿ ಮಾಡಿಫೈಡ್, ಅಮೆಂಡೆಡ್. ಹಾಗೆ ಹೇಳಿ ಮೂಗು ಎಷ್ಟು ಸಮಯ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೀವದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆಯೋ, ಆಸ್ ಲಾಂಗ್ ಆಸ್ ದಿ ನೋಸ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಪಾರ್ಸಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಯುವರ್ ಬಾಡಿ, ಯು ವಿಲ್ ನೆವರ್ ಬಿ ಲಿಬರೇಟೆಡ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಆಫ್ ಮ್ಯೂಕಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಸ್ನೀಸಿಂಗ್ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇದು ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರುವಾಗ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ ಅದಲ್ಲ ಇದಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಅದನ್ನೇ ಅಕ್ಮಂಜಿ ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದರು, ಶ್ರೀ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣ್ ಜಿ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಅದನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿದರು. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಎದೆಗುಂದಬಾರದು, ಆದರೆ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರು ಕೂಡ ಆತ್ಮಾವಲೋಕನ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸೇರಿದರೆ ಇದು ಯಶಸ್ಸು ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಗಟ್ಟಿಯಾದ ಬುನಾದಿ ಇದೆ, ಇದರ ಮೇಲೆ ಕಟ್ಟಿರುವಂಥ ಸೂಪರ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್ ಯಾರು ದೂಡಿ ಹಾಕ್ಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಬುಲ್ಡೋಸರ್ ಬಂದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಅದು ಗಟ್ಟಿಯಾಗಿ ನಿಲ್ತದೆ, ಬುಲ್ಡೋಸರೇ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಇದು ವೈಶಿಷ್ಟ್ಯತೆ ಈ NEP 2020 ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ನಿಮಗೆ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಶುಭಾಶಯ ಕೋರುತ್ತಾ ನಾನು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ತುರ್ತಾಗಿ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇನಾಗ್ರೇಷನ್ಗೆ ಕಾಯ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ಮಟ್ಟದ ನಾನ್ ಟೀಚಿಂಗ್ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಷನ್ ಇದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮ ಮಂಗಳ ಆಡಿಟೋರಿಯಂ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಹೋಗಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಆದ ಕಾರಣ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಅನುಮತಿ ಕೋರಿ ನಾನು ಕ್ಷಮೆಯನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಯಾಚಿಸ್ತಾ ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿರ್ಗಮಿಸುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಅನಿವಾರ್ಯತೆ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ನಿಮಗೆ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಶುಭ ಕೋರುತ್ತಾ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಶುಭವಾಗಲಿ. ಜೈ ಹಿಂದ್, ಜೈ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ.
Thank you, sir. We express our deepest gratitude.
Warm good day to all of you, respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and my dear friends. On behalf of Karnataka RAJYA MAHAVIDYALAYA SHIKSHAK SANGH, Mangalore University Vibhag, Mangalore University, Karnataka State Higher Education Council, and University College Mangalore, I take this opportunity to propose vote of thanks. First of all, a profuse thanks to Shri Vedavas Kamath, MLA of Mangalore South, for gracing the occasion. Thank you, sir. A heartfelt thanks to the respected Vice Chancellor of Mangalore University, Professor P.S. Edapadithaya, for accepting our invitation and presiding over the function and giving valuable remarks. Thank you, sir. We are indebted to Dr. Raghu Akmanchi, Dakshina Madhya Kshetriya Pramukh, ABRSM, New Delhi, for giving an introductory speech. Thank you, sir. A sincere thanks to Dr. Lakshman Ji, National Joint Organization Secretary, ABRSM, New Delhi, for inaugurating today's seminar, which has added a lustre to this occasion. Thank you very much, sir. Today's keynote speaker, Professor Manish R. Joshi, Secretary, UGC, New Delhi, in spite of his busy schedule, gave an enlightening speech on the role of higher education in NEP 2020 in an virtual mode. A sincere thanks to him. A profuse thanks to Dr. Gurunath Badiger, State President, KRMSS, for his kind support and guidance. Thank you, sir. Respectful thanks to Professor Manjaya, Department of Computer Science and Director of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation Board of Mangalore University, for his kind cooperation and guidance. Thank you, sir. Sincere thanks to Dr. Sudhayan Vaidya, Zonal President, KRMSS, and Mr. Venkatesh Nayak, Secretary of KRMSS, Mangalore Vibhag, for their kind presence here. Thank you. My sincere thanks to the invited guests, speakers of panel discussion, syndicate members, delegates for gracing this occasion. Respectful thanks to all the patrons, advisory committee members and members of organizing committee, principal in charge Professor Lata Pandit, for the timely help and needful suggestions. Thanks to Joint Director for granting OOD facility to the delegates. I extend my gratitude to the registrar and other authorities of Mangalore University and principal of our college for permitting us to organize a seminar at this prestigious institution. Thanks to all the KRMS's members and office bearers who have been working since many months for the execution of this seminar. A sincere thanks to all the teaching and non-teaching staff members, both day and evening college, student volunteers for their support and help. I profusely thank the members of press media who will be instrumental in broadcasting this news in papers and various news channels. Once again, I thank all those who have helped us directly or indirectly to execute this program delightfully. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, madam, and thank you all once again for your presence and active engagement. Let us make this national seminar an unforgettable journey of knowledge and collaboration. Thank you all. Dear delegates, refreshment will be served at your refreshment is being arranged outside, so
ಕೇವಲ 5 ನಿಮಿಷ ನಮ್ಮ ಬಂದು
Vishwaguru to update ourselves, what the Honorable Vice Chancellor was talking about, whatever useless skills, unskill, upskill, and all these things, updating ourselves should go on. To update the curriculum of this country, the knowledge of this particular education to the global standard is the major aspect. It is the need, and at the same time, it is a major requirement that Indian higher education system should cater to the needs of global needs. So under these circumstances, we are now framing our curriculum. Curriculum is not all the time different. The curriculum has to change according to the changing requirements of the present education. So whether we are underperforming, whether our students are underperforming, whether the outcome of our students is not to the global standard, then what to do? We are upgrading our curriculum. What are the curriculum issues now? Many are complaining that the curriculum is very, very heavy. Curriculum is totally different. Sometimes some are complaining that it is totally different, and some are complaining that the same curriculum has been implemented. In some cases, the same curriculum, the change in the title has been changed, and in some cases it is said that PG curriculum has been implemented into UG curriculum because there are more papers. So, dear teachers, we all know that we are largely following A1 model with 2 optionals in the beginning and major system for 3rd and 4th semester. This is what we call 4-year honors degree as far as A1 model is concerned. There is a single major also, and major and minor system also, which I don't want to discuss seriously, but major things are happening like this. Of course, as far as curriculum of all these DSCC, we know in curriculum we are designing for discipline specific earlier optional subjects. We are designing curriculum for AECC subjects, that is, ability enhancement core courses. We are designing curriculum for SEC courses, that is skill enhancement courses. We are designing curriculum for value-based education because it is essence of the NEP. There must be, major study. The very essence of honors is to find out or give space for focused study. DSC, discipline specific. That's why all degrees should have minimum 50% of the credits. If a 3-year degree has 120 credits, 60 credits should go for DSC. If 4-year degree is 160 credits, 80 credits should be for DSC paper, that is discipline specific core papers. This we must know. Accordingly, we are all designing the curriculum. As a part of state curriculum committee and as a part of this KRMSS fraternity, we have had some experiences which I want to share with you. So as far as curriculum is concerned, it has its own one thing, modernization of education, or what I want to say, leveling the Indian education to the global standard. That is the major aspect. Whatever we are reading in 3 subject or 3 equal importance optional subject is not enough, and we have to upgrade. Our students have to read little more. If we look at engineering students and medical students, they are reading more syllabus. The same age students are reading less syllabus. So this is also one of the reasons why they should read more papers. And apart from that, there are new age papers, new age topics in our own, whether I am in economics or English or history, commerce, physics or electronics or biology. I have to study new age topics, not to go with conventional way of studying subjects. There must be new age to, this is what we are talking about, digitalization, talking about new age technology. We are talking about R&D, research and development. Research should be the part of thing. Skill-based, our another participant will discuss on these issues, outcome, particularly assessment and outcome. What I mean to say, by the time the student goes out of the college or university after completing 3-year or 4-year degree, there must be some kind of confidence. There must be some kind of enthusiasm to go into a job market or go into the society as a very confident human being, which we were not able to feel in the conventional degrees. The very essence of this policy is like this. That is why curriculum is designed like this, keeping in mind updated knowledge, keeping in mind skill-based education, keeping in mind multidisciplinary approach, keeping in mind the value-based education, keeping in mind Indianization of education, that is what we call Indian knowledge system, which has been long neglected in the previous policies or previous curriculum. When India is talking about, the Vishwaguru are talking about the best civilization in the world, we are not able to teach the essence of Indian values, the essence of Indian science, the essence of Indian culture properly, the essence of Indian business system, the essence of Indian Swaraj. All these things are not properly taught in the past. That's why the major shift in NEP curriculum is to inculcate these ideas, teach the same basic things and upgrade them. If I am teaching sociology, upgrade in the best sociological thoughts now being taught all over the world, including major so-called universities like Oxford, Cambridge, Harvard, and Pennsylvania universities. Teach them the best skills possible. Teach them the life skills that is possible. Life skills. Update them with new age skill requirements, like whether it is artificial intelligence or cyber security or digital fluency. Why these are required, I will tell you. Problems will be discussed in the panel. There is no doubt about it. But these are the requirements of today. And in designing the curriculum, there have been many problems, you know. Many teachers, because of lack of orientation, there have been papers included, and these papers are simply put into PZ papers are put into UZ. Just there is a change in the title. There has been guidelines from the university, but the guidelines have come very late because Karnataka was the first state to introduce. The comprehensive guidelines are out in the last December 2022 about all the national skill curriculum framework, all about the format, how 3 credit paper should have 3 units only, 4 credit paper should have 4 units only. There has been a comprehensive guideline and how we should in fact develop our formative and summative assessment system. So there are issues related to curriculum. Why is that? Because we were not able to conduct workshop on curriculum designing. We are not able to conduct seriously because of COVID and other things, resources. We were not able to conduct serious workshops on when you know the objectives of teaching a particular paper, you understand what to teach. As far as curriculum is concerned, we need to understand that curriculum is not completely heavy. It has to be changed now, of course in tune with UGC framework. But the problem is pedagogical practices, the approaches towards teaching. Many say that how can we teach so much of syllabus in 3 hours a week or 4 hours a week. In total it's going to become 40 hours in a semester or 52 hours in one semester. So how to design it? We have certain topics like tutoring system, we have projects, we have seminars, we have desk work, we have field-based work also. How to manage all these things inside the classroom and outside the classroom? These are the questions our teachers are asking these days. But this is why we are conducting this kind of seminars and discussions. Our teachers are to be oriented in this regard. Because I have seen, my daughter is pursuing medicine, and I have seen they are reading huge number of books, but there is no clue that where and which topic is available for examination. The same age students and all that. Are we creating forum for discussion in the classroom? Are we really going for student-centric education? Are we still following lecture method? Are we still following reading and discussing method? Are we still following our old method of study? These are some of the issues we have to discuss now. The question is that there is a different kind of approach. In general, I can say the approach is the PG teachers use. You teach one topic in such a way that the student should be able to read remaining 4 topics on his or her own in such a way. We should create a culture of reading. We should create a culture of discussion. We should create a culture of making notes. We should create a culture of taking notes. We should create a culture of references, reference skills and all that, discussion skills. It is only when our syllabus will be under our control. Otherwise, if I am an English teacher, reading all the 10 poems, reading the whole novel in the classroom will take almost 1 year for us. Talking about a novel, approaches towards teaching of a novel, teaching one poem in such a way that they must be able to read other poems on their own. It doesn't mean that we should not talk about other units. We can talk about them, but comprehensive teaching is not possible because in university education, it is not the method actually. We are, undergraduate education is university education only. It is not reading, writing or practicing. That should happen on their own. This is what I could say regarding pedagogical practices. So as far as curriculum is concerned, of course, revisiting curriculum, whatever former president and Dr. Raghu Akmanchi was talking about. We do agree that lot of subjects are to be revisited. It is not totally refurbishing, revisiting them. We need to revisit, do some editing in the syllabus as per the requirements. We can change the papers also as per the requirements. But the respective BOS and the state level expert committee should be consulted for this particular reason. So in this regard, NEP is really a wonderful policy. The intention is always good to bring about a change, to carry forward the discussion of India first, to carry forward the discussion on the Indian knowledge system. This is actually required in 21st century when all countries in the world are exploring their own culture, when all countries are trying to find, even looking at India for some solutions in Ayurvedic medicine, folk medicine, or variety of knowledge that India already inherited. We are not able to bring it back. It is possible when UG education carry forward research and development, which is possible in 3rd and 4th year. The major system, particularly our students are going to read 5 core papers in 5th and 6th semester, 5 core papers. This will create some kind of serious discussion on a particular subject. So this will also teach them the very techniques of research. The 7th and 8th semester, which focus on research methodology and dissertation writing, this will further make them ready for some kind of research, and approaches like this will certainly help students to develop confidence. When you do research, you develop confidence. There is a difference between PhD teacher and non-PhD teacher, because you have approaches. You can create a dialogue, you can redesign, because you have learned approaches, you have learned methodology. So if it is inculcated in the final year itself, certainly there will be a very important qualitative change amongst the students. The policy, the outcome of the policy is seen only after the completion of the first batch. I remember Ruskin's words in Unto This Last. The wealth of nation is not money, gold, full-bodied, happy-hearted human beings. full-bodied, happy-hearted. Happy-hearted is possible when you have healthy and a healthy mind in the healthy body. This is possible only with a new policy like this, 2020 policy, which has given provision for understanding our land, our culture, our people, and our values. So with this, I think just I initiate my dialogue on curriculum and pedagogical practices. More things will be, of course, discussed when you ask questions after Professor Joshi makes his presentation. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I'll do that rest. Topic I'm supposed to initiate a dialogue on is on assessment, and I like this line on assessment, so I put it as a byline. Counting what can be counted and not counting what counts. This has been our problem with assessment. Counting what can be counted essentially means, it is deliberately a bit confusing statement so that it kind of provokes you to think. Yeah? What is important is what should count, not what can be counted. Many times what needs to be counted may not be what can be counted, or what can be counted need not be what it is. So basically what it means is we also need to look at assessment in a fresh way and find out what is it that we need to count. Assessment and counting I have used as interchangeably. They are not very technically speaking, but just to make that statement I have used it. I found this interesting statement somewhere. Okay, so we need to ask a question, what is important to assess, not what can be assessed. This is very important. But before even going there, I think we need to understand that, as Dr. Badige rightly put it, curriculum, pedagogy, assessment, you really cannot separate them. They are highly integrated. Therefore, as a beginning, few statements I make may go beyond what I was supposed to speak, but that is because in the manner of speaking, they are one, though for purposes of discussion, we have taken them separately. Yeah? I think when we look at the policy, we have to remember few things. I remember this statement by this well-known German thinker called Fichte, who said, handling any human systems, education is a human system, handling any human system is like repairing an aeroplane when it is on a flight. It is like repairing a plane when it is on a flight. It has developed a problem, yeah, and it needs to be repaired. And repairing is a very risky business on a flight. But if you don't repair also, it is. So many times when we are looking at, how do we implement, I have this constraint, this challenge, but all human systems have this. All, as the Honorable Vice Chancellor was saying, we need to recognize that as long as there is nose, there is going to be cold, mucus, etc., etc. This is part of the game, right? So that's first thing we need to remember. And what the policy is actually talking of, education in terms of learning outcomes. Okay. Learning outcome is a debate which is current in higher education all over the world. In India, it came little earlier, about 10-12 years ago, through engineering, because we became signatory to Washington Accord, which recognizes learning outcome. Because learning outcomes is the currency of learning. Basically, all learning happens here. Nobody can see me learning, nobody can see anybody learning, right? All we can see is product of learning. We can't see learning. Learning is something that happens here. What we can see, when a student answers a question he prepares a model or he talks about something, what he's showing is a product of learning. From that we infer that the student therefore has learned, right? If we recognize that, what the learning outcome is trying to do is, it is trying to, if I can use, take liberty with English language, tangibilizing the intangible. Learning is intangible, it's here. But we are in a public education system, yeah, and it's a mass education. So I need objective criteria. Therefore, I need a way of tangibilizing the intangible, which is where the learning outcome comes into play. And I would request everybody to read the UGC document carefully, because from my organization about 2 years ago, or maybe 1.5 years ago, we did a national survey online. How many teachers have read the entire policy document of 66 pages? And our report says, presumably allow some, error margin, but it was still shocking. Only 19% of the teachers said they have read the policy document. So therefore, there is a need to equip ourselves. So I would request, in the case of learning outcome, to read that 20 or 30 page document which has come as National Higher Education Qualification Framework, because it very clearly says there are outcomes, yeah, and it also uses the term graduate attributes, yeah, and when you look at it seriously, there is a whole change in what is the role of discipline, because this is another problem with all of us. All teachers, we have invested 20, 30, 40 years in learning and being an expert in my discipline. I come from the background of philosophy, somebody may come from physics, economics, statistics, whatever. So we are very proud of our discipline, rightly so. Yeah. But then we need to also understand the disciplines exist for the student. And if you even look at the recent All India Higher Education data, ICE data, for 85% of the students, first degree is the terminal degree. And this is not very different from all over the world. Slightly, maybe it could be little more, or in a city like Mangalore it could be more and Gulbarga could be little less. But on an average, 80 to 85% students, their BA, BSc, BCom, BCA, whatever they do, BBA, is their only degree. So therefore, when I look at my discipline, I mean, I have done PhD, I have written papers, I have spent 30 years in my discipline, but I am not talking about myself. I am talking about my student. So therefore, what economics do I teach to a student who perhaps will not do any formal economics or whatever, formal physics, whichever it is, beyond his degree, BA or BSc. So what will I teach? That's where graduate attributes and learning outcomes become very, very critical. So we need to re-look at our discipline. Okay? So if you want an attractive expression that is normally used in curriculum theory, is discipline is a means as well as an end. Discipline is a means to teach many other things. We talk of life skills, we talk of employability skills. I mean, everybody cannot be taught machine learning if that's what is in demand. Everybody cannot be taught web designing. Perhaps it's not even required, okay? But when I teach economics, when I teach English literature or Kannada literature, how do I teach so that the students pick up the skills? An English literature student ideally, if learned well, if taught well, would pick up how to read a text, understand different meanings of a text, and how to re-articulate it for the benefit of somebody else, and how to talk persuasively so that you accept my interpretation. Okay. This is basic when I teach Shakespeare or when I teach R.K. Narayan. Okay? And this skill, he may forget R.K. Narayan because anyway he is not going to do English literature post this. Yeah? Perhaps. Hopefully he will, but perhaps he may not. Yeah? But what will remain with him is his ability to read, write, which is what actually the employability skill is. So therefore, discipline becomes a... In fact, I'm never tired of quoting, let me quote. We all know Girish Karnat, a well-known playwright. His basic degree was in statistics and mathematics. Yeah? And he says he had never any interest, but he wanted to go abroad. And he knew his father can't afford, so he wanted a scholarship, which meant high marks. So he said, what subjects will give me marks? So he spent 4 or 5 years learning mathematics and statistics, stood first for Karnataka University, got Rhodes Scholarship, went to UK. Okay? Of course, he dropped it. There he did PPE, I think, politics, economics and philosophy. Came back, worked different level, one of the most well-known playwrights of modern India, film actor, director, etc., etc. Later, when he was writing his autobiography, he says, now I realize how much statistics and mathematics has made me a better playwright. Because unlike a novelist, playwright cannot write 300-page play. Because nobody reads a play unless you are a literature student. Most people, 95% of the people will see a play only when somebody puts up a play. To put up a play, it should be of some decent 2 hour, 3 hour at the most. Beyond that, nobody is going to tolerate. Though there are plays which run for 8-10 hours like Kuempu's or Bhairappa's, which have been made into play. So therefore, he says what was important for me was precision. And as a playwright, when I look back at my life, when he's writing his autobiography late in his life, in his 70s, he says, now I realize how much mathematics and statistics has made me a better playwright. So therefore, their statistics did not produce a statistician, but statistics contributed for him to be a better playwright. Right? So, discipline is also a means. And discipline is an end in itself. Many of us may become scholars, academics, whatever. Therefore, it is an end in itself. Economics is an end in itself, or literature is an end in itself. So, disciplines have to be seen differently because we are all very attached to our discipline. In fact, I am part of a new university called Chanakya University. One of the big debates we are having, or rather fight, debate is a mild word, fight is don't reduce my commerce, don't reduce my mathematics, don't give all these other things. They have to finally read entirely economics or mathematics. Right? But we forget that all our undergraduate, 80% of our undergraduate students perhaps will not look formally at the discipline again. They may use the discipline, which is why again Professor Edipatai was saying that is it applied knowledge? It's not just some kind of theoretical knowledge. So the role of discipline has changed. And the other thing is we need to be sensitive to our learners. Okay? For example, in the university where I am part of now, we have designed, we have firstly done away with this business of every course must be 3 credits. We have said there can be courses of 1 credit, 1.5 credit, 2 credit, 3 credit, 4 credit. I mean, we are not the only one who do it. In fact, if you go to IIT Hyderabad website, they completely work on this, what they call as a fractal academics, right? So the idea, because National Credit Framework, one of the beautiful things of NEP is credit framework. It says 1 credit means this and that credit is accounted, and I have to get minimum 50% of my credits in my discipline to get a degree in the discipline out. That's the end. With other 50%, student is completely free. So therefore, we have said when students come, we need to have a course for them how to read anything, how to read a book or how to read an article, and therefore how to write, and then how to make notes. Please remember, students finally rely on their notes. And if you randomly check notes of your average student, it can be quite a mess, and that is his basis for later appearing for an examination, right? So, and there are standard internationally recognized methods of how to take notes, right? So we said we will teach them how to take notes. So there is a need to be sensitive to learners. That's what I am trying to say. And what I am going to talk about assessment is more general. I don't want to comment on what we have done through KSHEC guidelines, because I think firstly, this is my personal opinion, and I am willing to be banged by anybody here. I like a good fight at the end of the day. I think we hurried. We should have spent little more time preparing. We hurried, number one. And number two, I don't like the KSHEC's term called a model. If there is a model, at least my understanding of English, sir, as an English teacher, please correct me, means this is ideal. This is what everybody must follow. That's the meaning of model. Yeah. Then they said, we have 5 models, you choose anything. I mean, it looked all crazy for me. So I will not comment. I mean, I'll not even go there. But I think there is a need to relook at all these things. Hopefully we'll be able to do it. What happened? Okay. This is what the draft committee says about assessment. And actually it's one of the finest documents we have produced is that 400 odd page draft Kasturi Rangan committee report, as it is known. It talks of very interesting things. It says high stake examination. All over the world, all research into learning very clearly says one or minimum high stake exam is no way of learning. I mean, I have gone through an annual system, right? Which means there was one exam at the end of the year. Yeah? People can say we have done that, but all research says that doesn't really lead to learning. And purpose of assessment is not just to label rank, of course that's one of them, but to identify areas of strength and need to implement as student moves towards attain the outcomes defined for their program. Do students have attained those outcomes is finally the assessment question. Marks is a tangible element of that. But if we have not allowed them to learn, we'll come to that in a minute, only marks will not give. In fact, I think we all know this. As a relative of mine who retired as a school headmaster says, assessment is like if there is a question, how many legs does a donkey have? And if somebody says 3 legs, you will have to give 3 out of 4 marks because he got 3 legs right. Right? I mean, many times it's an extreme one. Okay? I mean, it doesn't happen that way, but I'm trying to make my point. Many times, marks does not really indicate learning. The criterion and rubrics for assessment must be determined. See, for example, thankfully students have no opportunity to come, and even when there are, they don't come. If somebody says, sir, same topic, last year question paper had this question and your term was explain. This time it says discuss, same topic, not an iota of change. What did you expect last year and what do you expect this year? Our luck, nobody comes, okay? Because I'm not saying we're not capable, but we are not prepared for that. We are not prepared for that. Which is where we need to have a criterion for assessment. Because marks, You see, frankly, students are also not very worried about marks. Their worry is when it goes below a certain point, they get worried. Otherwise, whether you give 62 or 64, they are okay. Most students are not very, very worried about that. Because they have not understood what does that mark stand for. And if there is a criterion, if there is a rubric, which means a student should be able to say, I have written this, I have the rubric, which means I am likely to get 65 to 67 marks. And he should be somewhere thereabout. That's when we are sure of the process. And we have communicated that to the student. A good assessment must involve students. I mean, I'm not saying they are going to give marks whatever they want, but they should be involved in understanding the process, criteria for assessing. Yeah. This is the point I began with, or even Dr. Badiger also said. These three are connected. Curriculum, pedagogy, assessment. What is curriculum? What is worth learning? In our scholarly opinion, as somebody concerned about my students, this is what is worth learning. Pedagogy is how do students learn and how do teachers teach. And what is assessment? How do we know whether the students have learned or not? So, finally, we need to address that critical question. If my students get out of BA Economics after 3 years or BSc Physics after 3 years or 4 years, what is worth learning for him? And if that's what is worth learning for him, therefore, how should he learn and how should I teach? Okay. And therefore, my assessment is, how do I know whether they have learned? Okay. And these three are integrated. Only when they are integrated, significant learning can take place. In fact, this is one of the main reasons why NEP says we will do away with affiliation. Because today, integration is by definition not possible, because one who designs curriculum, one who teaches, one who is in charge of exam are 2-3 different set of people. Perhaps they never meet, they don't have a dialogue. So any possibility of integration is ab initio ruled out. That's because we are in a system of affiliation, which was again a colonial gift, because our first 3 universities of Bombay, Calcutta and Madras were formed on the basis of University of London those days. Yeah? University of London gave up, I think, within next 20 years. But we hung on to it for 150 years. So hopefully we will do away with affiliation. Of course, it has its challenges, which means we have to stand up on our own. It's a matter of growing up. I can't have the umbrella of the university to complain. I will have to do it myself. But that's necessary. Then integration is possible. So, what does assessment mean? Now, if I ask a question, perhaps these could be anybody's answer. Assessment means many things to many people, you know. I was always a topper, somebody who has done well. It was great feeling to know that I managed. I am afraid of failing. Okay. I panic as I don't do as well as I should have. Some people are more intelligent than me. Thank God there is no more exam to take. I mean, I added this slide. I was talking to somebody who was a tenant in my house for many years ago. And when I met him, he had finished his engineering, used to work for a public sector undertaking in Bangalore for 15 years. And he told me he still gets up with nightmares of examinations many times. Sometimes he gets up, you know, with a bad dream, nightmare of that there is an exam and I can't do well. So it's something that leaves a huge impact on people. So different learners have different kind of experiences. Assessment is one of the largest influences on learning process. It powerfully frames how and what students achieve. Assessment decides what they learn and how they learn. Okay? For students, this is very important. I'll have one more slide on this. For students, assessment is curriculum. by mistake, I mean, I have been a teacher for many, many years. By mistake, while teaching something in a class, you said, this is it, but okay, this is not so important for exam. You almost whisper it. They will hear this. If they have not heard anything that you have shouted, it's okay, but this they will hear, and they have a supercomputer which immediately deletes. I need not look at it. Because they are very wise people. I mean, I have no complaint about my students. They are wiser than all of us. Because he says, exam is important, and if you say it doesn't matter for exam, am I a fool to learn that and waste my effort on it? So, therefore, recognize the fact that if I can't assess something, you can be sure the chances of learning that are remote. So, either we have to relook at curriculum or we have to relook at assessment. Yeah. Learning is finding out how students are achieving the intended learning outcome, and it is done before the learning, during the learning, and after the learning. It's not just post-learning. That would be a very skewed, lopsided, limited way of looking at assessment, which is why we have brought in formative assessment, right? So, this is teacher's perspective and this is student's perspective. Teacher has all this, objective, learning outcome, teaching activity, assessment. Student has a very simple world, rightly or wrongly. He says, assessment, then I'll find out how to learn, because that you will assess that. And then we will worry about outcome in the end. So, therefore, assessment is important. Yeah. Of course, there is another way of looking at it, we will come to it. In Indian case, assessment is like a tail wagging the dog. In all languages we have a saying, in Kannada, in Hindi we have a saying, "Poonch kabhi kutte ko hilata hai kya?" I mean, almost impossible. But in Indian higher education system, पूंछ कुत्ते को हिलाता है, क्योंकि परीक्षा सिस्टम का पूंछ है, लर्निंग इज सिस्टम है, और पूंछ सिस्टम को हिलाता है. Therefore, we need to relook at assessment. Okay? Because everything is looked through assessment. Therefore, of course, we need to look at assessment broadly. There are different purposes for why we assess. One, pass, fail, grade, rank, which is essentially a certification function. Then is a quality assurance. It's a feedback to me. If there is a particular question which every student has failed to answer, that's a sure indication that I have not done my job well. So it's also feedback to me. Yeah? And therefore it will help improving my teaching and monitor the standards of our education. It gives feedback to the student to improve their learning. It should motivate the student to diagnose student strength and what are the areas of improvement. Okay. I'll skip this because this is a little too theoretical. Because we are also a little short of time. There are two ways of looking at, we are saying teacher-centered, learner-centered. Even assessments become teacher-centered, learner-centered, right? Assessment is only for monitoring, emphasis is on right answer, learning is assessed through objectively scored or scoreable tests only, yeah? Culture is competitive and only students are learners. If this is my view, then I am looking at assessment as teacher-centered from my point of view. If it is learner-centered, then it is to diagnose and promote learning. The primary, major heart of assessment is to help students learn. I mean, I worked for Wipro Technologies for about 6-7 years, and Wipro is known, I'll quote this because it's an interesting way of looking at assessment as a company. Wipro is known as a very ethical company, given Premji's kind of character and personality. So there is a test which every employee has to pass every year. It's called Certification of Business Ethical Practices. Every employee, no matter what level one is, whether general manager or entry level, you have to pass that every year. 1 month before you start getting mail, your last date is this, your last date is this. And if you don't clear it, nobody will talk to you. Your email gets blocked. And in an IT company, if email gets blocked, that is next to being killed. Yeah? Because you can't put your attendance, you can't put leave, you can't get your salary, you can't do anything. Everything is linked to, it's on a system, everything is linked to your email and attendance system. Right? So, everybody immediately starts doing it. All right? Like, we are like students. When there is a stake, we do it. Right? We started doing it. But the test is interesting. It has scenarios. Some 15 scenarios are there. If you meet a client takes you for lunch to a 5-star hotel and offers to pay the bill, what will you do? You know, will you refuse? Will you pay? Will you split the bill? Will you allow him to pay? You know, these are 4 options. The idea is, see, a 2 lakh employee company cannot be run by just, issuing a memo or a rule. You have to make it a culture. So how to make it a culture? This is one way of doing it. So you answer, 15 answer, and you have to score minimum 85%. Otherwise, you have to repeat. Okay? And what repeats is, that's where I like the way they looked at assessment. Same thing will come. No new test. There is only one test. There are only 15 items. Okay? Again, the same test will come. Only thing that the computer will do, the artificial intelligence part of it will do is, if you are the ones who are expert, we have all expert, no memory. Right question is A, C, D, B, D. These are the right answers. So next time it will not, because it would have said what is the right answer. When it gives you, it says in these questions you gave wrong answer. It also shows that. So they changed that. What was A now becomes D. So what they are trying to do is, basically you read it again. The idea is, when you read it 3 times, I normally used to take 3 attempts to clear it. Okay? All the 6 years that I was there. Which means, I have read the rules 3 times. To that extent, my learning is more sure. So learning is not just to pass. Other could have been, if you haven't cleared in the first attempt, this year's increment not there. This is this side of the story. Okay? This side of the story is, you can take it 5 times, but you get it. Because that's a learning part, right? Emphasis is on generating better question. Learning is assessed directly through paper, project, performances, and culture needs to be cooperative, collaborative, and teachers also need to recognize that we are also fellow learners. Yeah? Okay. We talk of summative and formative assessment. And that excellent quote summarizes, when a cook tastes the soup he is cooking, that's formative assessment. And when you serve it to the guest, and guest tastes the cook's soup, that is summative. Because when the chef tastes it, or when I cook, when I taste it, I realize something is missing, something is extra, I can correct it. Right? It is called formative because soup is getting formed and you assess at that time. What are you doing when you take a little spoon and do it? You are assessing. But you are assessing when the soup is getting formed. When the guest comes, you serve the guest and you have put salt thrice absent-mindedly. Now he says, this guy cannot cook for us, save his life. It may be that one day I have made a mistake. Perhaps I am a fairly good cook, which I am not, but fairly I am. So, therefore, it need not, both are required. Because the external world needs summative assessment. The higher further education, employment, they need some ISI, ISO mark they need on our product. I don't buy unless there is a ISO, ISI mark. Our employer also doesn't want to buy. And that function is done by summative assessment. But summative assessment is a result of formative assessment. If you see that visual of a ladder, In the absence of formative assessment, summative assessment doesn't really contribute to learning. Which is why industry is constantly saying only 20% of your graduates are employable, do something. Because we are very tough on summative assessment. But formative, we have not taken it seriously, we need to take it seriously. Formative helps, when is it done? Throughout the course. Why? To identify gaps, approach the specific student needs, whereas summative is at the end of any instruction. It could be unit, it could be chapter, it could be semester, it could be year, it could be end of the program, whatever an end may be. Collect evidence of student knowledge, and there are exit learning outcomes or cumulative assessment, right? Both are important. And this is where I think I'll make perhaps my last 2 points and stop it there. If we focus completely on summative assessment, it doesn't help learning. All right? Many times, most of the times, our formative assessment is what I call jokingly is summative assessment in EMI mode, equated monthly installment mode, or equated weekly, equated semester, whatever mode, right? It is mini summative assessment. We have no true formative assessment, because that 40 marks means something to the student. Let's assume a student gets 0 out of that 40, unfortunately. Yeah? It has a huge impact on his result. Technically, a formative assessment must have very, very limited impact on overall performance. It should only help learning. But let's recognize, we don't live in an ideal world. We live in a world like this, where somebody else decides and this is how it is going to be. All right? Can we look at our formative, our mini summative assessment? I don't call it formative. Our mini summative assessment, how can we convert that into formative? And there are perhaps 2-3 things one can do. I think I have somewhere. One is careful integration of learning, teaching, assessment. If we are very clear of the link and we make it clear to the student, in all probability, when they get marks, when they get their performance, even in a mini-term summative assessment, they have a way of understanding the learning process. Second, students use surface approach, not deeper approach. They don't understand the relevance of assessment to real life. Can we make our assessment little connected to real life? I am teaching everything that we teach in any undergraduate program is connected to life. There is nothing which is not connected to life. But when I talk about it theoretically, but if I ask him, can you see this? Can you see this? Can you see this in life? What happened to one of the Shakespearean characters? Have you seen in real life? Can you count one such incident? May not be of that life-saving thing, but similar thing. Then I have a stake in that learning because it's connected to my life. Therefore, I take that assessment seriously and hence I learn from it. Yeah? And students value marks but do not understand what it means. So we need to communicate how marks are arrived at, what is the criteria. And if possible, our numbers are challenging, but at least the lowest 25% in my class, lowest in terms of performance. Yeah? If we can have a dialogue about their performance in mini summative assessment, in total summative anyway we have no option, we can't do that. And don't give right answers. Ask them, why do you read your answer in front of me? Tell me what is wrong with this. Or what do you think would have given you little more marks? Then I am hoping that he will become more reflective. Because we are repairing a plane on a flight. Our assessments are all summative, mini or major. So how to, and we know from learning research that unless there is formative assessment, there is no real learning happening. So how to bring an element of formative into that 40% of mini summative is what I am personally concerned about, right? I think I'll stop there. I'll move, no, not this, these are all, Salpa move agi last hogi last hogi. I just want to end with that, yeah. Thank you very much, but that quote for me is very important. Nobody come back. Nobody grows taller by measuring. Measurement tells how tall I am. By measuring, I don't grow tall. So if we believe exam by itself will help learning, it doesn't. Assessment will only give me where I stand. It doesn't make me a better learner unless we bring in a formative element to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, dignitaries, for briefing the session on curriculum and pedagogy. Now,
Want the mic? I can use this.
please raise your hand. Student will come and give the mic. Please, audience.
Are we too close to the lunch to raise a question?
My question is to Badigara sir. Sir, you said that if the syllabus is vast, you teach one topic such that students learn by themselves the remaining topic. But for some topic it may happen so, but in some cases each topic is unique, and in that case it will not do, sir, actually. The revisiting the syllabus is the best solution to such things when it happens.
In fact, my intention of speaking about approaches towards teaching particularly is concerned. Whenever we are talking about, that's what I told you, UG education, undergraduate education or university education, teacher's role is now different. It is not just giving a lecture. We are facilitators now, that is one thing. Second thing is, our duty is to inspire the students to go for further learning. There are different levels of learning actually. There is information in the subject. Information can be, of course, studied, or information can be acquired through variety of sources, memorization, reading again and again. There are certain books where it requires guidance. I remember Bacon's words, some books are to be read with a deputy. Some books are to be read with a deputy means you require someone to guide you. Wherever there is a necessity of guiding the students, say for example a driving skill, say for example certain mechanical skills, say for example certain skills where a teacher is required to guide him or her either intellectually or physically, there is your necessity. There are certain stories, there are certain things where students can develop material, acquire, this is what Professor was talking about, make notes and all this. This we are not able to do properly. Of course, some creative teachers have been doing it, not for NEP or some other policies of the past. They have been teaching properly. My intention is that approaches towards teaching should be such that they must be able to learn on their own. Of course, we have been into the habit of completing the syllabus, finishing the syllabus. This has been our, it doesn't mean that we should not do it. We as teacher know how to complete the syllabus also. When it is the end of the term, we know how best we teach. I tell you my experiences. if through 3 or 2, 4 chapters are left out, on one day I conduct a special class. And students at the end, they say, all this term we were not able to understand anything, but this class, we were able to understand everything. I don't know what is that, statement means. This is how, this is something we all experienced it. We know, a creative teacher knows how to extend, how to contract. That's what I remember Parkinson's word. Work expands and contracts according to availability of time. Work expands and contracts according to availability of time. So, based on the availability, we can contract or extend our work. Wherever there is necessity to extend a particular chapter, you extend it. Wherever there is necessity to condense the matter, you can condense it. Again, there is no definite rule about that. This is the context why I spoke about how to manage the syllabus in the classroom. We all require, some kind of a training regarding this. But when there is a huge syllabus, I tell you, of course, I do agree that syllabus should be tailored as per the needs, and this is what we all have to do. But when the syllabus is ready now, it is teacher who has to give life to the syllabus in the classroom. And again, it is the teacher who gives both life and blood to it. In this context, I spoke about that.
I think curriculum is another area we have not really, curriculum is seen as content, which is why I think Professor Akmanji was giving that one-line statistics syllabus description. Okay. Curriculum, if you even look at that English word curriculum, it comes from the root meaning, which means path of learning, means a path of learning. It's a carrera course in which the horse runs. From that the meaning has come. So it's an entire learning process. It's not just the content. And none of us have really been taught or learnt how to build curriculum, including those who have been in Board of Studies for years. If we are doing a good job, it's a happy accident out of our trial and error. Yeah. But otherwise, that's how the syllabus gets done. I think there is a need to learn that. There is a need for university to train Board of Studies members to how to frame a curriculum. If you look at all the documents that UGC has been bringing out, there is graduate attributes. Anything that you teach must be logically connected to those graduate attributes. And then there should be a program outcome for a BA or a BSc or a BCA. That program outcome must be derived from the graduate attributes. Then I have my course outcome. That should come from program outcome. So therefore what I teach comes from the graduate attributes. So that learning outcome is the lighthouse which will guide me. It's not the content. See, there's too much content. In today's world, inexhaustible amount of content is available in any discipline. So what you teach also depends on why you teach and how you are going to teach. That will decide. So therefore, I think we should fight. We should fight, ideally, against, having a good scientifically prepared curriculum. But what Professor Badger was saying is, we are stuck with a situation. So how do we manage this emergency situation? Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon. I am representing one autonomous institution, but we have to follow each and every rules and regulations followed by our parent university. So my question is related to curriculum structure. The first question what we have is, as we are moving into third year of NAP, whether our Bangalore University has taken up 2 major now. Third year, are we going for 1 major or 2 major? Or if Bangalore University opts 2 major, whether autonomous can go for 1 major?
Yeah, I have spoken to many autonomous colleges in South, North I am not sure. Most places this is a problem. this is actually patently wrong. UGC very clearly says autonomy means autonomy in academic matters, which is designing the curriculum structure and assessment process. Other things you don't have freedom, and nor do you want, perhaps. Okay, this is what. But universities have not learned to let people become autonomous. This is like the mother who is still controlling the grown-up son. You know, we are in that kind of a situation. Yeah. Which leads to a bad marriage in many houses, right? So that's what is happening. I think there is a need to, somebody asked me in Gulbarga this question, principal of an autonomous college. I said, why don't you write to the VC? Saying that this is what you have said, I have to keep, your members keep saying 70%. Please reply to me in writing that I should do this. Because I dare not a VC will write this. Put them in a fix. They also have a responsibility to manage, right? They can't just say this and get away with this. And if they don't reply, send 5 reminders. Please don't leave them. This one is going, but the new one will come, so don't leave them. Yeah.
Professor, regarding the models, actually Karnataka State Higher Education has presented 4 models before us. A1, A2, A3, A4.
Yeah.
In A1, we are following, major universities and colleges are following A1, 2 subjects of equal importance for first 4 semesters, and later you study 1 subject as major. The major subject will have 4 credit papers, major paper, 1 3-credit paper, that is DSE, discipline specific elective. So in that case, what happens, all the 5 papers related to major only. There is one more model, you study all the two discipline specific courses for first 4 semesters and one as minor. So that model is also available, curriculum is ready for, and single major is also available, 1 minor, 1 major is also available, and continuously these 2 discipline DSCs can be completed for 6 semesters and major for last semester. These are the models recently given by KSHU when we are preparing the syllabus for English. We prepared syllabus for all the 3 models. It is up to the university to accommodate this kind of courses. And moreover, colleges go by general trend. If at all it's what Professor was talking about, you have to identify whether you require single major or double major, and that you have to fight, as Professor was talking about. But the majority of the colleges are following A1 model, if you understand that.
Which is are supposed to become autonomous. One VC in Bangalore city asked me, you are saying everything should become autonomous, what should we do after that? I said, affiliation is a clerical job, why do you want to do that? Okay, do something more meaningful and academic. This is a nonsense of a clerical job, affiliating university every time, every year. Yeah? You should be happy that somebody, he says no, because we also don't know as a university what else I can do.
And as far as you said, the new curriculum which has come, when we looked into it, what we observed is, of course, the core subjects along with the discipline-specific electives, and there is one occasional paper, right? And then gender sensitization and cyber security, and some are saying there should be internship for the students, and there is again value-based course, isn't it? And total, now it is coming to 39 hours per week, 5th semester.
It is not 9 hours, it is 24 hours. 24 credits, 24 hours only. I have calculated it. 4 hours for DSC, 4 credits, 16 hours. 1 3-hour DSE, discipline specific elective. ನೀವು ಮೇಜರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ 4 ಮೇಜರ್ ಪೇಪರ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ 4 hours. 3 hours ಒಂದು DSE. Again, you have to provide one elective for that. 1 or 2 or 3. Political science people have given 3. English, Kannada have given 2. One has to be chosen. 16 plus 3, 19. Plus one occasional course. If you don't want to go for occasional course, you can also go for DSC, another DSC, 3 credit one. And cyber security is for 2 credits only.
Yeah.
Cyber security. Even if you don't want cyber security, the new format says soft skills is introduced in place of cyber security. Wherever there is a problem of teaching cyber security, you can introduce soft skills. As far as UGC is concerned, UGC speaks about 20 credits for 5th semester, not 24 credits. Karnataka State Higher Education has introduced 2 more papers. It is because of that it is amounted to 24. Altogether your working hours will be 24 only. If you introduce 2 DSC, naturally class will be divided into 2 again. You will have workload. If at all you fall short of workload, you are introducing one particular DSE. Again, this paper will be extended to 6 papers. 5 ಇದ್ದದ್ದು 6 ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ.
No, I am talking about science papers. They have 4 hours practicals of 2 papers in each major.
In case of
it becomes like
in
that.
case of science, you know, each paper is measured in terms of both theory and practical. 4 hours theory, 2 credits of practical.
4 hours of practicals.
Yes, yes.
And 2 papers in each major.
Yes.
So there are only 16 plus 16, 32 hours.
32 hours. Again, there is a question of practicals. You know how practicals are counted by our Department of Collegiate Education. Practicals, although they say that each practical is 1 hour, but when you are giving workload, it is 20 hours per teacher. 20 hours per teacher.
I am talking from the student's point of view.
Students' point of view, naturally, students with practicals have to spend more time in the college. Students without practicals will be there for 24 hours only. 6 into 4. Every day they will have 4 periods only.
Will there be internship in 5th and 6th?
Obviously, internship, again, the question is internship is to be designed now by the curriculum, BOS people. What should be the internship is still under discussion now. And how the students should go about internship is still under discussion. As far as my subject is concerned, we are still exploring the new ways of developing internship programs, whether it is field visit or attendance of 10 days or 20 days. It is being discussed now. It will be very clear probably by the time we go into the 5th semester.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I welcome Dr. Gopakumar, Joint Secretary, University Grant Commission, New Delhi. He will be joining on platform and will open the gathering.
Meanwhile, the discussion can carry on. We will be having a meeting with the Gopakumar sir in a short while. If anybody is having question, you all can raise a question.
ಸರ್ ನಮಸ್ತೆ. ಈಗ ಸಿಂಗಲ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಕಾಲೇಜುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗ ಇಲೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಪೇಪರ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಆಪ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ಅವಕಾಶ ಇದೆ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ, ಈಗ ಬೇರೆ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮನ್ನು ಮತ್ತೆ ಇಂಟ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾ ಏನು ಅಂಥೇಳಿ?
As far as a single stream means, whether you are talking about arts or commerce, something like that.
Yes, sir.
Earlier there were issues related to OEC. When you have single stream, how to introduce multidisciplinary OECs also. ಅದು ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಇರ್ತಿತ್ತು ನಿಮಗೆ. ಈಗ ನೀವು ಸಿಂಗಲ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ ಇದ್ದಾಗ, ಯು ಆರ್ ಟಾಕಿಂಗ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ಆರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಕಾಮರ್ಸ್ ನಾವು? ಕಾಮರ್ಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲೂ DSC ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ದರ್ ಇಸ್ ಎ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಆಫ್ DSE. DSC ಅಂದರೆ ಡಿಸಿಪ್ಲಿನ್ ಸ್ಪೆಸಿಫಿಕ್ ಕೋರ್ ಕೋರ್ಸಸ್. DSE means discipline specific elective. Electives are also available based on your requirements, based on your availability of resources, that is teachers. ಈಗ ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಪೆಸಿಫಿಕ್ ಪೇಪರ್ ಇರ್ತದೆ, ಆ ಪೇಪರ್ ಕಲಿಸೋರು ಇದ್ದರೆ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಇಂಟ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮೋರ್ DSEs ಆಲ್ಸೋ. 2-3 ಇದ್ರೂ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ದಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಅಪ್ರೂವ್ಡ್. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕಲ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಏನಂದರೆ ಫೈನಲ್ ಇಯರ್ 10 ಜನ ಇರಬೇಕು, 15 ಜನ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಅದು ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕಲ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂ. ಬಟ್ ಫೈನಲ್ ಇಯರ್ ಬಂದಾಗ ಆ ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಇಯರ್ ಅಡ್ಮಿಷನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ಇದು 15 ಜನ ಇರಬೇಕು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ ಇದೆ. ಬಟ್ ನಮ್ಮ KRMSS ವಾದ ಏನು ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ದೇರ್ ಶುಡ್ ನಾಟ್ ಬಿ ಎನಿ ರಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ನಂಬರ್ಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ಚೂಸಿಂಗ್ ಎನಿ DSE ಇನ್ ದ ಫೈನಲ್ ಇಯರ್. ಫೈನಲ್ ಇಯರ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ಅವ್ರು ಆಗಲೇ ಬಂದುಬಿಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾರೆ ಫೈನಲ್ ಇಯರ್ಗೆ, ಆವಾಗ DSC ಇದು ಬೇಡ ಅನ್ನಕ್ಕೆ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕೆಪಾಸಿಟಿ ಮೇಲೆ, ಅವೈಲಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಇನ್ಫ್ರಾಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಗೋ ಫಾರ್ ಇಂಟ್ರಡ್ಯೂಸಿಂಗ್ ಮೋರ್ DSEs. ಕೋರ್ ಪೇಪರ್ಸ್ ಅಂತೂ ಇದ್ದೇ ಇರ್ತದೆ.
ಇಲೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಬೇರೆ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮಿನಿಂದ ತಗೊಳ್ಳುವಾಗ ಇದು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು.
ಬೇರೆ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮಿಂದ ಬರಲ್ಲ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಅದು DSC ಬೇರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ನಲ್ಲೇ DSC ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಬೇರೆ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ. DSC ಇಸ್ ಅ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಯುವರ್ ಮೇಜರ್ ಕೋರ್ಸ್, ಆನರ್ಸ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಅದೇ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದು ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಶಿಪ್ಪು ಮತ್ತು ಇದು ಏನಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಸಾಫ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ಸ್, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವೇನಾದರೂ ಚೇಂಜಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೋದು.
Good afternoon, sir. Yes, just we would like to know whether we can have stream-wise selection of electives, whether science students can opt for art students. Is it compulsory for them to opt a science elective?
You are talking about OEC, I think.
Electives, sir.
Open electives. Open elective, there has been, of course, guidelines from the university and guidelines from Karnataka State Higher Education Council. Multidisciplinary antandaga, when it is multidisciplinary, you have to choose an elective from outside the discipline. If you are commerce, choose it from arts, science, management. If you are from science, choose it from arts or other disciplines. Of course, languages are given some kind of relief for all. Wherever there is absence of disciplines, single discipline colleges can go for language as OEC. This is what I understand from the policy. So you can't choose the elective from your own faculty, from your own discipline. That is mandatory.
The problem is with science people, sir. Like physics, for example. Can commerce and arts people take elective in a physics and complete and be competent in it?
They can, but one has to see when it comes to Karnataka University and other things, the subject should be such that even general person can understand such subjects. Say for example, you are offering elementary physics or physics for everyday life for arts or commerce students. They must be able to understand physics, and the syllabus should be designed in that way. In many of the cases what happened, you know.
Excuse me, sir.
Sir.
Now the sir is joined online.
Okay, fine.
So we will continue the
So we
session
listen
after.
to Gopukumar sir and continue with.
Yeah, after that we will continue. Thank you, sir. I heartily welcome Dr. N. Gopakumar, Joint Secretary, University Grand Commission, New Delhi, for this panel discussion. Please proceed. Dear sir, please. We can hear you, sir.
Okay, can I start then?
Yes, sir. You can start.
A very good afternoon to you all. It's a pleasure to join today's session organized by Karnataka RAJYA MAHAVIDYALAYA SHIKSHAK SANGH and in collaboration with Bangalore University. At the very beginning itself, I would like to say my thanks to the organizers and all participants joining today. Actually, you might have come across some many important documents recently released by the University Grants Commission. Going by the one of the important recommendations of National Education Policy, one of the recommendations is the multidisciplinary and flexible education in higher education. So to enable multidisciplinary and flexible education, recently UGC has come up with 3 important documents. The first one is the National Credit Framework, second one National Higher Education Qualifications Framework, and the third one is the Curriculum and Credit Framework for undergraduate programs. These 3 programs work in tandem to bring in multidisciplinarity as well as flexibility in undertaking a program. Let us see briefly one by one these 3 important documents. The first one is National Credit Framework. This sets the credit structure right from the school education to higher education, also the learning hours, also the levels of levels of education and the learning outcomes also. So accordingly, 1200 hours in a year has been broadly fixed for earning 40 credits in a year. So when we take higher education into account, each semester will have minimum 20 credits and 40 credits in a year, and 600 hours of the teaching learning activities per semester and 1200 in a year. And the levels, when we come to the levels, the entire education, right from school education to higher education, based on the number of years, each class or qualifications have been categorized or divided into 1 to 8 levels. Starting from level 1 to 4 pertains to school education, and 4.5 to level 8 pertains to higher education. This we will see little when we come to the National Higher Education Qualifications Framework. What is this National Credit Framework prescribes? This gives the flexibility. For example, if a student joins general education like BA, BSc or BCom, parallelly there will be a national, the skill education also, and from moving from skill education to higher, the general education or general education to skill education, all these educations, all these categories of learning has been brought under the levels from 4.5 to 8. So this enables a student to move from one stream to another. The third angle National Credit Framework has brought in is the experience. For example, if a student, after completing 1 or 2 years of an undergraduate program, if due to some unforeseen circumstances, if the student has to leave and take up some employment after 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, or 7 years, if the student wants to come back again to the mainstream education, whatever the experience the student gained during his employment, and if that experience is relevant to the program is likely to continue again, that can be creditized. That experience can be creditized based on the number of years, and it will have some weightage has been assigned to that, and that weightage, the weightage is 2. Whatever the student earned the credits at the end of, before leaving the education, that credits can be multiplied into 2. The 2 is the weightage the student gained out of the employment or the experience. So in this way, the student after 7 years of experience in working in some industry or any other profession can multiply or double the credit points in the general education, which will help in acquiring qualification. So the national credit framework provides broad three-dimensional structure for general education, skill education, and experiential education. All these three, the general education as well as skill education, has been clubbed into different levels, academic levels like 4.5 to 8 based on the outcomes, whereas the experiential learning or the experience gained by a student has been given or assigned weightage based on the number of years. So this is an advantage. The students of future students will be able to gain, no matter where they are going for an employment or discontinue their studies. It will not affect them as and when they want to come back to the education system. That experience also will be counted in the credit, and as a result, they can count the more credits as they progress. For example, in automobile engineering, a student is studying in B.Tech automobile engineering, and after 2 years he has left and he has gained some employment experience in some automobile industry. That experience can be creditized in the education or the undergraduate program they prefer to undergo later. So this is about the system of national credit framework recently published by UGC. The second one is the National Higher Education Qualifications Framework. This has connection with the National Credit Framework because the National Higher Education Qualification Framework is arranging the qualifications in the higher education based on the learning outcomes, right from level 4.5 to level 8. So this level 4.5 to level 8 is following broadly by the as per the directions of the National Credit Framework. So what is level 4.5 and what is the highest level 8? For example, in the higher education, the nomenclature of programs, the duration, the content, everything varies from one program to another. We have undergraduate programs, 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year, and 5 years also. All these are undergraduate programs, but still the number of years varies. So it is difficult for an employer, for example, forget about our country. If a person goes to other country for an employment, whether the person was completed in 1 year or 2 year undergraduate program, how is it equal to a 3 year undergraduate program or a 4 year undergraduate program or a 5 year undergraduate program? So, in order to provide transparency in what a student learns or what a student has acquired after completing an undergraduate program, this National Higher Education Qualification Framework suggests that these qualifications should be arranged or should be categorized on the basis of learning outcomes. What a student should learn or what a student should acquire after completing an undergraduate program. So for example, if a student join a BSc program, BSc Zoology or Chemistry or Physics, there will be a learning outcome fixed. This is what the students will acquire after the completion of the degree. So there is a complete transparency for the employers, it will be easy, parents as well as students, everybody, there will be complete transparency in the system about the undergraduate programs or postgraduate programs by assigning the learning outcomes for each program. Now, these qualifications accordingly based on the broad definition given under the National Credit Framework, this National Higher Education Qualification Framework arranges the qualifications based on the number of years, as I said, 4.5 to level 8. Now, coming back to the each and every level, currently there is a 3-year undergraduate program. National Education Policy recommends it should be a 4-year. Slowly, of course, currently also there will be a 3-year undergraduate program will be in place, but slowly the preferred choice would be 4-year undergraduate program. Accordingly, there will be a 3-year UG as well as 4-year UG. And in the 4-year UG, after completing a 4-year UG, PG. And in the PG also, there is a different designs of PG, as you may be aware. 1-year masters and 2-year masters. So at level 4.5, that is the first level of higher education system. Level 4.5 is the certificate. In the national education policy, it is spelled out very clearly. A student who joins an undergraduate program, if he or she prefers to leave at the end of the first year, they will be given a certificate based on the credits they have earned. If after 2 years, if they want to leave, they will be awarded a diploma. At the end of the 3rd year means the undergraduate degree. At the end of the 4th year, the student will get either undergraduate program honors in honors or honors with research. There are 2 categories that will come little later. So these either they are honors or honors with research. Undergraduate degree will be awarded to the students who completes a 4-year UG program. Now, 4-year4-year UG program, at the end of first year, as I said, it is a certificate. Student will be awarded a certificate. For that, the student has to complete 4 credit exit course after the completion of 1 year. This will be for 2 months during the summer vacation time. So they can earn that credit in skill courses or vocational courses or internship, and with that credits and with that certificate, they will be able to gain employment. This is the logic. And the second, at the diploma level also, the same way, there will be a 4 credit exit program in skill courses or vocational courses or internship. So at the end of second year also, those who take the diploma with them, they can gain employment. And the 3rd year UG and 4th year UG with research and UG honors with research I explained. Now, the integration of general education with vocational education is an important recommendation of the national education policy. As well, accordingly, the national credit framework was formulated and followed with the national higher education qualification framework. And the third, the document is the curriculum and credit framework for undergraduate program. By taking all the ingredients of the national credit framework and the national higher education qualification framework and the national education policy, the curriculum and credit framework for undergraduate program has been developed by an expert committee. It is already available in all these 3 documents are available in the UGC website. Coming to the curriculum and credit framework for UG program, this was largely formulated on the basis of a 4-year undergraduate program with a provision for 3-year UG also. So the structure, the large structure of this program is like this. In the national education policy, it also explains that every student should be exposed to a good number of disciplines so that they will have an opportunity to choose which discipline to settle down. So taking this this point from the national education policy, the UGC, the document developed by the UGC, gives an opportunity or a flexibility to students. If you see this document available in the UGC website, we have mentioned a 4-year UG program. First year, as soon as a student joins the first year program, the student will take a major as well as a minor for their the UG program. But during the first year, they will be allowed to explore minimum 5 disciplines, 1 major, 2 minor, and apart from the 2 minor, there is a provision for 2 multidisciplinary programs. So 2 plus 2 plus 4 plus 1, 5. So minimum 5 disciplines a student will explore during the first year journey, and they will have choice at the end of the first year to settle down with the same major and minor they have chosen at the beginning, or if they want to make a change in the major and minor, they can do that also. So this is a great freedom for during the first year this document provides for students. The second thing, the entire the credit structure is formulated based on the National Credit Framework structure, 20 credits per semester and 40 credits per year. And these certificate, diploma, UG honors, UG honors with research, all these provisions, plus the freedom to make changes at the end of the first year. This is another thing. And multidisciplinary, apart from a major and minor, there will be a provision for multidisciplinary also. And at the end of the sixth semester, during the sixth semester, there is a provision for internship also. So every student, whether they have completed 3-year UG or 4-year UG, they have to undergo internship. And those who complete 3-year UG program with 75% marks, they can go to 4-year UG honors with research. Others can join 4-year honors. So those who join 4-year honors with research will undergo research project. They have to carry out a research project also. This is also a new creation in undergraduate program based on the recommendation of the National Education Policy. So during the 4th year, students will undertake a research project under the supervision of a teacher, and they will gain research experience also. That is the main mode of this. And accordingly, the credit system, the credit structure will be changed to the 4-year UG with honors, because here the major component is the research for the 4-year honors with research, whereas in the 4-year honors, the research component will be replaced by some additional advanced courses in the subject what the students have chosen. So these are the broad structures of the 4-year undergraduate program and the National Higher Education Qualifications Framework and the National Credit Framework. And all these 3 documents will work together with the Academic Bank of Credits. And Academic Bank of Credits has the provision to earn 50% of the credits from the host institution and the remaining 50% from any other source. So this is another area where the flexibility for students is underscored here. Because anybody who joined in the undergraduate program, if they find any online program or any other courses in other institutions, if there is a possibility of availing the credits, there is a possibility that students can earn the credits also. So online programs offered in the UGC's SWAYAM platform. So these here 40% of the credits a student can earn from the SWAYAM platform. So this is another area where flexibility has been flagged. So like this, there are many areas flexibility and multidisciplinarity has been identified as the main in the implementation of the National Education Policy. Now, many of our institutions are either single discipline or what we call the B.Ed colleges or single discipline colleges. Also, our institutions may be having multiple departments like physics, chemistry and commerce and arts and all. But multidisciplinary is not just having that departments alone. The curriculum and the curriculum structure should flow between these departments, and students should have the opportunity or the choice to select courses from different departments so that they can tailor their own learning trajectory. So for this, how to bring this these departments, these multidisciplinary education in this, for example, there are single discipline institutions. there is a recent another document published by UGC, transforming higher education institutions into multidisciplinary institutions. For example, a single single discipline institution, they can collaborate with nearby science college or science, arts and commerce college, and then they can award for a B.Ed college to the multidisciplinary college nearby. The B.Ed part can be offered by this B.Ed college, whereas the BSc, BCom or BA can be offered by the nearby institution. Together they can come in and offer BA, B.Ed, BSc, B.Ed or BCom, B.Ed. So like this, there are so many opportunities for students. They are with the flexibility and multidisciplinarity recommended in the national education policy. I would request you all to go through these documents which are available in the UGC website and extend the benefits to the students so that they can take the benefit of these new transformative reforms introduced based on the recommendations of the national education policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your wonderful session. Now I request Dr. Ravi to Thank you very much, sir. Finally, I will conclude the panel.
So I know, dear friends, we had a very lengthy session. We had three speakers, Professor Joshi, Professor Badiger and Professor Gopakumar. Let me briefly sum up and say a few words. And I will not make long sentences. Yes, we had a wonderful NEP system in place, but then we have so many hiccups, we have so many pinpricks. So it's mainly because of a few things. One is, of course, it was introduced in a bit of hurry, as Professor Joshi felt. I think every one of us feel that. The second one is we were given some models and we have been asked to stick on to these models. So in summary, it is like you have a very flexible system which is in place in a very airtight compartment. This is what I told one of the task force members on NEP when he visited our university. There is a major problem because still we are in that mindset of our old airtight system where we are still talking in terms of the workload and the number of students per class and various of these problems. And that is the major problem which all of you are facing. Because this is the one which I had raised when Professor Timmegowda and Professor Gopalakrishnan Joshi both were there in one of the structure committee meetings. And I said this need to be addressed first at the government level, and that is at the commissioner's level and the director of college education and the principal secretary of education, and this is the need of the hour. So that is one thing. And the curriculum, and some of you had expressed that there is a problem with covering or finishing the syllabus or completing the syllabus or covering the syllabus. Covering the syllabus is, as it's a joke, it's very said, you take a towel and cover it, that's very easy. But completing and finishing, there is a difference, and maybe that the best way, the professor of philosophy may agree with me or not, I don't know. It's a, because the time is like this, I thought I'll tell you a small joke. If you get a good spouse, your life is complete. If you don't get a good one, then you are finished. So there is a difference, but there is so much of difference between completing and finishing. So syllabus, let us try to complete, and it is possible to complete any syllabus within a given time frame, because I have taught in various places. So what I teach in my university for my students for 48 hours or 42 hours, one semester course on thin films, I taught the same thing for 15 hours in Sri Lanka because I had only that much time. But I don't think I have left out anything. I left some work extra to the students to work out the problems, etc. So that's one thing. And as it was said, the pedagogy depends upon what you are trying to assess. What you are trying to assess. If you are trying to assess the understanding of the student, and that is possible. When I was teaching one student, there is only one student in that, for some considerations due to the time, I am not saying that. That was my best teaching experience. I taught one student 8 credit course for one semester, and that boy was considered as burro in Spanish. They say donkey. And that was his life and death, in a sense. That was his last chance to complete that master's degree program. And what I did was, because I didn't know Spanish well, he didn't know English almost nothing. So I taught him, and he learned it so well, because I asked him for the English books. He didn't have the English books, the textbooks. So what I did was, I used to show him with my little broken Spanish, learn this much, come to the class, teach me. That's what we did for the entire semester. He learnt it so well, and later on he completed the master's degree, and he told that Dr. Patabi taught me how to study. So main thing what I feel is, it's not about me, it is about that student, how he put in his efforts. So that is, we need to teach the students learning to learn. I think that is the job of a teacher, rather than pushing them in their throat. So that's what is very, very important. And assessment, of course, being a PG teacher, I have some freedom, even though it's not in the summative assessment, in the formative assessment, at least I have that freedom, and I use that freedom, even though to the best of the students' benefit. So the thing is, here, even in the summative assessment, as a PG teacher and as a BOS chairman, I have some, within the rigid framework also, I use some freedom, and that's what we need to do. And the problem of this freedom of assessment, that is now made more complex by UUCMS. In a couple of days back, in one of the meetings regarding this, our regulations of NEP itself, I was telling the people from the examination section or somebody, UUCMS, I said, see, please, Professor Joshi said, tail wagging the dog. The same thing I said, your UUCMS or whatever software is there to assist whatever program is going on there, and not the programs can be fitted into your UUCMS. That cannot happen, and if that is going to happen, and there is a very bad thing which can happen to the university. So that's the thing, and we need to look at the assessment, and that freedom has to come, and I think NEP envisages the total autonomy to the colleges in the years to come, and that is where we can have that freedom to assessment, and you all know that our best institutions like IISc, the IITs, they are on par with any of the universities abroad, best universities abroad, and there we have this. I have gone through my studies there in IIT, and I have seen how it happens in IISc, and I have also seen, to some extent, our NITs have grown from this affiliating system to an independent system, and there the curriculum design as well as the assessment, everything, the teacher is involved, and the teacher is involved from the curriculum design to the assessment, and also to see the outcome. And that's where we see the best outcome there. And this has to happen in our university system, and I think it's going to happen. But now, as such, we have a lot of problems which I understand. Our initial teething problems have been overcome in the last 2 years or the 4 semesters, and the 3rd year problem is there. And by the time we complete, at least 1 or 2 years after completion of this honors program, until that we will have the problems. Let us have the problems, let us have dialogues, with these problems, and with these few words, let me conclude this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable information. Finally, I will conclude the panel discussion expressing gratitude to the panelists, the audience, and everyone in this panel discussion. Thank you.
Dear delegates, the next program will be the paper presentation. So to confirm the same, I request all the paper presenters kindly move towards the registration desk in order to confirm your papers. Kindly move towards the registration desk. Lunch has been arranged behind the hall, behind this ceremony hall, so all can have your lunch and come back to the same place.
Good afternoon, one and all. We are going to start with paper presentation. The list of paper presenters in RK Hall is Mr. Ayush GK, Department of Business Administration, St. Aloysius College, Mangaluru; Vilma Fernandez, Research Scholar, Srinivas University; Dr. B. Devdas Pai, Research Professor, Institute of Education, Srinivas University, Mangaluru; Soumya, Department of Commerce, Misbah Women's College, Katipalla, Mangalore; Mrs. Shruti, Department of Commerce, Misbah Women's College, Katipalla; Sanjana and Shri Pradnya, University College, Mangalore; Tilak Gowda, PG Department of Commerce, Pompey College, Aikala; Dr. Ashalata P. and Mr. Sunil Kumar, University College, Mangaluru; Miss Aarti K., Mr. Manohara, KSS College, Subramanya; Prashant Shetty Irva, Mr. Karthik Pai, Dr. Yatish Kumar, CA Anvesh Shetty from University College, Mangalore; Taufia MK, Shala, Miss Suhana, University College, Mangalore; Srimati Vijay Lakshmi, Research Scholar, Department of Kannada, Davangere University, Davangere. These are the paper presenters. If you have PPTs, please give it to the MC desk immediately. I request the paper presenters who are going to present in RK Hall to hand over their PowerPoint presentation in the MC desk immediately. May I have your attention, please? The paper presenters who are going to present in RK Hall, please give your PPTs in the MC desk immediately. Ayush GK, Vilma Fernandez, Soumya, Shruti, Sanjana, Tilak, Dr. Ashalata and Sunil Kumar, Artike and Manohar, Prashant Shetty, Shahala, Vijay Kumari. If you have your PPT, please hand over it in the MC desk immediately. for the kind attention of paper presenters. Total time allowed is 5 plus 1 minutes. For the presentation 5 minutes, and for question answer it is 1 minute. In your presentation, please include only the introduction, the objectives of your study, the analysis, interpretation and conclusion. So total time allotted for the paper presentation is 5 plus 1 minute. A very good afternoon to one and all gathered here. We are going to start. Sir, to more.
Welcome you, sir. It's my proud privilege to introduce Dr. Jaivan Nayak. Dr. Jaivan and also the universities such as SDM College Ujre, St. Aloysius College Mangaluru, St. Agnes College Mangaluru and Roshni Nilaya Mangaluru, Vivekananda College Puttu. He also serving as the chairman of BOE and BOS of Department of PG Studies in Konkani, Mangalore University. Right now, he is guiding 8 PhD students who are pursuing doctoral studies in Department of PG Studies and Research in Economics of Mangalore University. He has been instrumental in organizing many regional, state and national level seminars and conferences. He has also worked as the secretary of Mangalore University Economics Association during the academic year 2003-04. Apart from academics, he is involved in career guidance, counseling and training. With this brief introduction, I will now I request Dr. Okay. We'll start.
Good afternoon. I am glad to be the first presenter of this session. My paper is Sanskrit, Prakrit and Modern Language Transformation as a Power Behind the Modern Multilingual System in India. It's a simple discussion leading to the deep-rooted Indian pride criteria as referred in NEP 2020 document. So the objective of the paper is the main objective of the present discussion is to point out very briefly how the modern Indian language structurally linked to the ancient Prakrit as envisaged through a deep-rooted linguistic evidences. So the curriculum must focus more on this aspect of role of Sanskrit Prakrit transformation in the formation of wide varieties of modern Indian languages. The place of Prakrit in Indian language. Indo-Aryan literary history can be classified into 3 stages, as we know: old, middle and modern stage. OIA, as it is referred, are the days when Aryan arrived to Indian subcontinent, which is up to the 15th century BC. The 2 major dialects of this period were Vedic and Sanskrit. Later in the MIA stage, which extended up to 11th century AD, The languages in use were Pali and Prakrit. And the present modern stage thereafter gave birth to so many new languages like Bengali, Hindi, Marathi, etc. The Prakrit has a great role in genesis stage of most of the modern Indian languages. We may add some of the languages included in the 8th schedule of Indian Constitution like Assamese, Kashmiri, Manipuri, Punjabi, Nepali, Odia, Gujarati, Sindhi, Konkani, Santali, and Maithili and Dogri. So Prakriti and Sanskrit, how they are connected? The term Prakriti is derived from the word, the term Prakriti is derived from the word Prakriti, which means nature or natural. Prakriteshu Prakritaha. It is the language occurred and flowed naturally as the language of people. It comes from the other meaning of Prakriti, the basis, which refers to the refined language Sanskrit. Prakriteshu Sanskritam. So, Prakriti is what developed or what comes out from the Sanskrit. Prakriti is therefore not so much controlled by rules of grammar, and as to the extent that it happens with Sanskrit. And on the advent of Buddhism, Jainism, Sanskrit was treated as tough and moved away from the masses, and Prakrit elevated in the status by taking literary touch. So Sanskrit and Prakrit coexisted. Perhaps Sanskrit stands as the chronological precedence of Prakrit. As it is natural situation that when people speak a language, the speech need not uniform, and in particular when they spread across regions, dialects comes into existence. And we can just conclude that in Indo-Aryan age, the more systematic dialect Sanskrit become literary language, and all other remaining varieties with their colloquial form become speech of the masses as Prakrit varieties. So Prakrit has got so many varieties. Out of that, 6 are major: Maharashtri, Sauraseni, Magadhi, and Paishachi. These are the 5 to 6 varieties. It is said that sermons of Buddha are written in Pali, but many experts say that Pali is nothing but the first offshoot of Vedic language, and so is called the ancient Prakrit. This variety again spread across Shursena kingdom, and hence the first branch of Sauraseni Prakrit came into existence. The third branch was the dialect Magadhi, used in the kingdom of Magadha. Paishachi is a variety used by the lower level society sect in the northwest region of India. So there are so many other, nearly 27 varieties of Prakrits are available. Linguistic literature in Prakrits, so there are so many famous literatures like Prakrita Lakshanam by Kavichand, Siddha Hemachandra by Hemchandra, and Prakrita Shasana Purushottama, and Prakrita Rupavatar Simvaraja. These are the famous grammar and other epics available. Sanskrit to Prakrit transformation, we have so many linguistic evidences. For example, the Gotaka becomes Gotako, that means horse. Vamshaha, that becomes Vamso in Prakrita, that is bamboo. Purushaha becomes Puriso in Prakrit. So I am giving some evidences from Sanskrit to Prakrit transformation. So we have so many other morphological and phonetic evidences which shows that Prakrit and Sanskrit coexistence together. So thereafter, all these varieties, they grown up into modern languages. It is surprising to note that Gujarati language contains greater number of Konkani words when compared to Marathi, the nearest language of Konkani. Most of these are found in the old Gujarati than in neo form of it. Gatti Marathi Prakrit variety spoken in the Vidarbha area contains more Konkani vocables when compared to its modern form of old Marathi is found to contain more Konkani words. Jnaneshwari is one such evidence available in the form of literature today. This very fact that the only old version of Marathi and Gujarati is to contain more Konkani vocabulary needs investigation. So these are some of the evidences I provide to prove that the modern languages like Konkani and all other major languages, they had they have connection with the Prakrit. So the basic Sanskrit Prakrit which coexisted together in our ancient India, that itself gave rise to the modern education system of India, which is to be given more importance in the language curriculum that has to become with our new education policy 2020. And with that, I will conclude my words. Okay. Thank you.
Any queries? If you have any doubt. Thank you, Dr. B. Devdas Paisa. It was for your great insights. Now I call upon Ms. Soumya. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my presentations. First of all, let me thank you all for coming here today. Let me start by saying a few words about my backgrounds. I'm Soumya, Department of Commerce, Mispa Women's College. It's my first presentations. I feel a little nervous. Okay. Okay, I'm taking this topic here, National Education Policy 2020, Implementation of NEP 2020, Challenges and Way Forward Curriculum. So again the introductions. National Education Policy 2020, NEP 2020, efficiencies, refining the education systems. NEP 2020 is a place to try and ensure that everyone has equal access to quality of educations. It will also make sure that education system is rooted in Indian ethos. India will have highest populations of young peoples. The opportunities and chances that they have to potential to govern and direct the futures of our nations. Hence, it is pivotal to ensure that all gaps in the system are bridged. As mentioned earlier, India as a young population is an asset for the country, will be its largest advantages in overcoming the future problems. Through actions of establishing better standard of schools and colleges, as well as continuous and standardized assessment tools, NEP 2020 aims to strengthen the elementary educations and improve the secondary and tertiary educations, develop the skills among youth and enable the effective tracking of learning outcomes. In short, NEP 2020 emphasizes the holistic development of students in academic and non-academic areas. So what is NEP? I am saying here, National Education Policy 2020 is the first education policy of 21st century that has replaced 24 years old education policies, built on the fundamental pillars of access, equity, affordability and responsibility. The policy aims at substantial development and transformation of India into vibrant knowledge, society and global knowledge superpower that makes both schools and college educations more holistic and definitely multidisciplinary. So I'm going to say silent features of NEP. So first one, ensuring the universal access at all levels of school educations. means infrastructure supports, tracking the programs of students, their learning levels, facilitating different modes of learning and including both formal and informal education modes, introduction of counselors and well-trained social workers into schooling systems, open and distance learning programs for class 3, 5, 8 through the National Institute of Opening School and State Open Schools, secondary education programs equivalent to class 10 to 12, occasional education courses and programs. So second one, attending foundational literacy and numeracy. One of the important silent features of NEP 2020 is recognize foundational literacy and numeracy as an urgent and essential prerequisite of learnings. Next one, attending foundational literacy and numeracy. Another silent feature of NEP is the foundation of literacy and numeracy is an urgent and essential prerequisite to learning. NEP 2020 calls for building national missions for foundational literacy and numeracy of MHRD. Next one, reforms in schools and curriculum and pedagogy. New schools curricula and the pedagogy is aimed for holistic development of students, occupying them with their virtual 21st century skills, reducing the circular content to improve the essentials learnings and critical thinking and emphasizing the experiential learnings. This allows the students to have increased flexibility and choice of subjects. There will be no odd of separations between arts and science, between occasional and academic streams, between curriculum and extracurriculum activities. Is focus on early child care and education. With the focus of early child care and education, the world of 10 to 2 success is replaced by 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4 model, to be attuned with the age of 3 to 8, 8 to 11, and 11 to 14, and 14 to 18 years. This is one of main silent feature of NEP 2020, which will bring the formally uncovered age group of 3-6 years under the formal school curriculum guidelines. This is because of age group 3 to 8 years has been recognized globally as a critical time for development of mental abilities of childs. Next topic is major outcomes of NEP. Mother tongue or regional language will be used in the media of instructions of teaching the students. Counseling will be given to the parents for early childhood care. Qualitative education will be provided to the students. With the adoptions of modern technology, education will be reach a large audience. After studying an analytical based subject, students will be able to think critically and logically after participating in the discussion sections organized by the school authorities. Children with special needs will given a special facility for the normal students assess. Promotion will be based on the merit based test. Qualitative opportunities in the field of higher education will be provided to the individuals. After setup of digital library, students will be able to access the digital form of books online. With the setup of virtual labs, students of science and technology will get the experiential knowledge in their path of graduate studies. So I'm saying the challenges in NEP systems. Now the first one is changing the mindsets. As current education system is hangover the British and industrial age, the change in the mindsets will be involve 2 or more generation of parents, teachers, and grandparents and educators. The streams educations focused on generations has given way to the NEP. The corporate world also will need to align and change the recruitment and growing policies. This will be several challenges in changing the mindsets. However, it can be done with a lot of soft power play by the government. Reimagining and adopting the pedagogical changes. Education must not only develop the cognitive skills in learners, both foundational skills of literacy and numeracy and high-order cognitive skills like critical thinking, but also social and emotional skills known as the soft skills, like empathy, grit, perseverance, leadership, and teamwork. The NEP calls for such valuable based learning along with significant curriculum. These pedagogy changes the tough and need to reimagine for successful implementations. Rethinking assessment. The Board of Conduct School leaving the examination will have been rethink the assessment parameters for students and also identify the appropriate learning contents of rubrics. Next one, training of educators. Implementing such bold objectives will require to training your teachers and educators and official staffs appropriately along with preparing a full of excellence, motivating the guides. Learning has to be enjoyable and engaging the task rather than the arduous exercise which ultimately churns out of the unemployed youth. The policy will have designed learning of ecosystems which takes into account of geographical and cultural diversity of our country, as well as varied the learning paths of each students. Bottom-up approach. Indians, we are socially programmed to accept the top-down approach in all areas of lives. This social and educational transformation is only possible with the bottom and grassroots level interpretations. In the grand scheme of things, and important actions would be repaired and revamped the systems through the bottom-up approach and bring the definitive changes in the mindset of the stakeholders and including the office staffs and parents right at the outset. A transformation is needed from what to think and how to think. Raising the bar for teachers. We need to hire a very best and brightest center of teaching professions at all levels. All teachers need to be reinstated as the most expected and essential member of our society, as they are the ones who truly shape our next generations of citizens. Work also needs to be done and removing personal and professional barriers of working in remote, in accessible locations, which is crucial for preparing these workplace and also for making for NEP successful. Funding and scaling for new models. Over 250 million students are expected to enroll in schools of India by 2030. With teachers and students, its ratio is 1:3.5. India needs as estimated 7 million plus teachers to address this huge students populations. Those teachers needed to have graduated in the estimated B.Ed program for 12th pass. Graduation and post-graduation for 1, 2 or 4 years respectively. Teaching also happened to one of lower paid professions in India, with average teachers earning rupees 2 lakhs per year. Due to these constraints, conceptual and experiential teaching will tough for compared to the prevailing printed content and oriented of teachings. More fund allocation is required from the government to end the overcome of these major outcomings.
Soumya, please conclude.
As conclusions, I'm giving the conclusion for this. The new education policy 2020 is a bold and ambitious steps toward transferring the education system in India. With this focus of multilingual education, technology and integrations, occasional educations, teachers training and increased access to the educations, the policy has to potential to positive impact of students and educators and communicators. However, it is a successful hinge that effective implementation and addressing the potential challenges that come with a major policy change. Ultimately, the new education policy represents a new chapter in India education history, and it will be interesting to see how it unfolds and the impact to us on our future generations. Thank you.
It was a great presentation, Soumya, even though it's your first presentation. Next presenters are Sanjana, Assistant Professor, SDM, College of Management, Mangalore, and Shri Prajna, Guest Faculty, University College, Mangalore. Shri Prajna is going to present.
Good afternoon, one and all. I am the co-author of this paper, and our title is A Study with Reference to Undergraduate College Lecturers Regarding the Digital Perception. So our topic is relating to digital learning or the usage of digital techniques in the colleges, especially in UG sector. We are not concentrated on PG sector, we are concentrated on Mangalore city level UG sector. So what is digital learning? The usage of mobiles or internets or online techniques. As we know, during COVID time, we use the Google Meet and also now we are used to the slowly, gradually, each one of us are touch with the digital learning. So objective of the study, one thing is to find out whether the teachers had to struggle while using the digital technique or previously whether they knew the digital technique or had to improve more. To find out all this, the study was conducted and we had sent the questionnaire through Google Form. 50 respondents have responded and using the statistical techniques like percentage and average, we have converted the data for 100. So scope of the study, that is as we told, we have concentrated only in Mangaluru area or Mangaluru city. So only few of them responded out of 100, so that we converted, and scope is just to find out whether the digital learning is implemented or whether the usage is there or no. So research methodology, both primary as well as secondary, we have concentrated more on secondary data, published magazines and newspapers as well as primary data. Limitations, as it is only restricted to Mangalore city, we are not concentrated outside Mangalore, that is one of the limitation. And second limitation, when we send the questionnaire, some faculties or the lecturers did not respond it or they hesitated to respond. And third thing, we have converted the 50 respondents to 100 with using the statistical technique, so that is the limitations of our study. So findings, what we found is majority of the lecturers, UJ, especially in Mangalore area, they knew the digital techniques, but they require more training or they require more and more, that is whether the facilities like, for initially online classes are introduced. So before that also few people knew, but when we divided into age groups, some people maybe, we cannot say old or retired, not like that, but those who knew the technical also they hesitated. Oh, this may go wrong or this may not be implemented. And when implemented in the class, even the students asked to question them, or students were more behind or they were more front in the technology usage. So that is the what is we found, and majority of the faculties are satisfied with this method, and they told that if technology is used, and it is a must during the NEP classes, especially we take up English and I take up English. So what we found is that this is a must, technology usage, mobiles, or we do the listening skills and all. So technology is required, and before we present it in front of the students, we must be trained, or we require to be updated, and then we can implement properly in front of the students. So that is found. Then personal experience, when they ask regarding the student, when faculties asked with the students, they told even few of the students did not know how to operate it or what to do. So they need to first update, then teach the students also. Then finally, moderately beneficial, not overall. See, 100% benefit is not there. Just like the coins have two faces, benefits as well as drawbacks. Here also, that is head and tail, here we have benefits as well as the drawbacks. First thing is what we found, benefits are more compared to disadvantages. But if we go in the right way, or if we choose the right way, definitely it can be implemented successfully. Then suggestion, what we found, the teachers has to, one suggestion is, as I already told, the teachers has to be trained well before they are implementing. Now, for example, we have Zoho, or as we told, in accountants we need to give the practical training, or in English also we need to give the practical training. So we must be trained first. When we are 100% sure of that, only we can go in further, otherwise it is not possible. So the institute or whoever or the organization has to arrange for the training session for the faculties. Even if they know, they need to be updated with that. So that is very much essential. And next thing is, no, same slides. And next thing is to implement this in all the colleges, or not only in one college following the digital technique, other colleges not following, no. If all the colleges in a particular area follow all the in a uniform manner, then definitely if we can successfully implement the digital techniques in under NEP. So we can use the digital libraries, as you know, some facilities are there, or NEPTIL or such things. Students also, we can introduce such things. Like if we say them NETWIL course is there, SWAM course is there, that is all online. When they do it from home and come, of course, definitely they will get the benefits. Last. So concluding part, As I already told, tools and techniques were limited. We could not concentrate more than 100 or outside the Mangalore city. So based on our limitations, we are saying that further there is a chance for us to continue with the study more than 100. But within the city limits, we found that almost all the faculties, all the lecturers are satisfied with the usage of digital methods or digital learning techniques. Thanks.
It was a very good presentation, Shri Pratnya. Next presenter, Mr. Karthik Pai H, lecturer in Commerce, University College, Mangalore. Dr. Yatish Kumar, Professor of Commerce, University College, Mangalore, and CA Anvesh Shetty, Chartered Accountant, Mangalore. Use and effective.
Very good, warm afternoon for one and all. So we have selected a topic called as Use and Effectiveness of Advanced Financial Technology in Financial Institution, a study of application of Zoho books in banking. And indeed a lengthy topic, but it covers a very small aspect of our study. That is, bank reconciliation statement. As a hardcore commerce student, right from our 11th and 12th, as well as our graduation, we always have studied the concept of bank reconciliation statement. Now, before I jump into the actual presentation, I understand this is afternoon, so I am going to show you certain products, and I have only two questions. The first question is, have you used this product before in your life? The second question is, do you use this product now? All are ready? All right. So the first product is dialer phones. Have you used this before? Yes. But do we use it now? No. The next product is CDs. We have used it before, but now we don't normally use it. Audio cassettes. We have used it, but we no more use it. Walkman. This used to be the iPod of olden era, but we don't use it anymore. Films, the Kodak one, for which the photo aspect of which we don't use it now anymore. Video cassettes. Now all the earlier practices are redundant. Now if I'm coming back to the business practices, just to book a flight ticket, we used to call a travel agent. Similarly, to recharge our phone, we used to buy that 10 rupee, 20 rupee scratch card and we used to recharge our phone. To hire a taxi, we used to go to taxi stand and bargain for hours together with our taxi driver. All these were the best practices or the best technologies of those era are obsolete, are redundant in today's generation. But then comes the question that innovations are happening across the industries. Instead of the way we have humans delivering Zomato and Swiggy, in abroad the robots are delivering it. People are using drones for deliveries. But if you are going to ask the moot question, what about banking? Because a decade back when I joined for my articleship, the banking would be a different activity and accounting would be a different activity. And at the end of a week or at the end of the month, one major activity that we would do is we enter all the banking transaction or accounting book and then do the magical thing, that is bank reconciliation. Now, coming back to our original topic as to what is Zoho books and how it simplifies banking and in turn how it changes how we do bank reconciliation in our day-to-day life. Now, Zoho books is a cloud accounting software which has already been accepted in national education policy and is a part of our curriculum. It offers a feature, or perhaps I can call it as a module, something called as connected banking. Now, what is connected banking? To understand this, we have to understand how the traditional practice was. Accounting was a different segment, banking was a different segment. Now, if I were to raise an invoice as an accountant, I would raise my invoice from my accounting software. At the same time, I would write, or I would hand over the invoice to my customer. Customer would make the payment, he would hand over a check to me, or he would make the bank payment, which later I would go deposit to my bank. It would get created, I would get my bank statement and enter it to my Tally or any other accounting software. So this used to be the traditional accounting practice. Even when I'm talking about accounts payable cycle, it used to be somewhat similar. I would purchase, let us say I purchase a laptop, I get the bill I enter in the system, I hand over the check to my vendor goes and deposits this check in his bank account, and once it gets credited, I come back, import the statement, pass the entries in my books of accounts. Now, what is the issue? Everything is going all right, but what is the issue? Issue is, there is lot of data entry that is going on, which is unnecessary. There is a separate person who is writing the check, there is a separate person who is issuing the invoice, there is a separate person who is recording the payment. That is the first drawback. The second one is, it is a duplication of efforts. An organization has to hire one person separately for account receivable, one person separately for accounts payable, one person separately for bank reconciliation. Next, it is susceptible to errors. Whenever we do audit, nearly 40 to 50% of our time are spent in reconciling the bank statement with the books of accounts. So this was the problem. So Zoho Books offers a particular module which is called as connected banking. So in connected banking, what happens is, your accounting software and your banking software are not two different things. It is same thing. So you open your accounting software, you pass one journal entry, for example, purchase of laptop. You pass an entry called as laptop account debited to vendor's account. So this is the first entry. Now, instead of you signing a check and handing over to the customer, you click the next button called as make payment. The moment you click on the button called as make payment, automatically the money would get deducted from your bank account, and not just that, a journal entry for recording the payment is also recorded in your books of accounts. So you don't have to go back to your bank, download the statement, come back and record in your accounting books. So that also means that you don't need to have an advanced accounting knowledge to record your bank related payments. You need not have an advanced accounting knowledge to do bank reconciliation. So what is the future that we are looking at? The bank reconciliation is going to change drastically. It is going to be very different than what is taught in the classroom. And why I say this is very important, post demonetization, unlike the earlier era, most of the transactions are happening with the banking channels, may it be UPI or swiping of the card. So if you mean to say that for 20 rupees of receipt, for 30 rupees of receipt, if I am going to pass a journal entry for thousands of transactions, recording this manually becomes a very, very difficult task. So we are moving ahead technologically in the field of accounting, where the record of accounts payable as well as the recording of account receivable will happen automatically. At the same time, bank reconciliation also will happen on a daily basis. So at the end of the year, you don't have to spend a larger amount of time in reconciling your books as well as your bank statements. Thank you one and all for this wonderful opportunity. If there is any questions, I'll be more than happy to take. Thank you. Yes. Thank you.
Anvesh, it was a wonderful presentation. Yes, everybody knows that Anvesh is the master of Zoho Books. The next presentation is from Dr. Bharati Prakash, Mrs. Sumangala and Mrs. Sujana. They are going to present a paper on NAP 2020 for Biological Sciences. Over to you, ma'am.
Very warm good evening to everyone. From morning, we all have been witnessing the brainstorming sessions in NAP 2020. And after 2 years also, we are still into the discussion of pros and cons. Let us see, in this I thought I'll put my views as a science teacher. how was the experience for us towards this. So I am Dr. Bharati Prakash from Department of Microbiology in the same college here. So topic for the discussion, when I was told, I was given a time of only 2 to 3 minutes. Then I said, no, it may not be possible to make a PPT, so it's better we'll have a discussion and I'll share my views on this. So I'll be speaking on NEP 2020 for biological sciences. It is well said that if you don't change as per the change will change you. And I think we all have changed now to witness the change of NEP here. We are still discussing about the pros and cons, but the 5th semester is ready. The syllabus is getting into that, and many new changes. The 3rd year will be the one main, and so many new things are getting introduced. Of course, everything is new for us, but there is, of course, a valid reason why this has been introduced. The whole world is developing, and we are still in the old education system. Many reasons are there. Few of them are like everything is becoming paperless, it's a digital advancement, maybe the very specific skilled expectations from the job market, industries, companies and softwares. Also everything is digital, all the online payments and advancement in all the technology sector. So if everything is changing fast, and if our education system is not, definitely it won't make sense. That might be the reason that so much input has been given to develop this NEP since long. I do not know whether we are comfortable in NEP or not, but definitely initially there was a resistance to this change. We all have seen that. And just like a coin, even NEP has two sides. Everything will be taken as positive and negative too. As a teacher of science, I would like to say that, of course, along with the other streams, even we have the somewhat similar opinions, but in science, when we want to say something, we have to prove by experiments. And these experiments, we can't just make it by calculation or by reading the literatures. We have to make it with using some equipment, some chemicals, using some biological substances like maybe microorganisms, plants and animals. And there is a risk, of course. This system, NEP system, has introduced very good practicals in the syllabus. But the practical reality is some of the very good instruments that have been introduced in the first year, it is not well taken by the students. They are so immature, so irresponsible because they are still young. They do not know how to handle many instruments. They do not know how some of the chemicals can be hazardous to their health. And the very same example has happened, incident has happened in our own college. So here, they do not know. It's not that out of 20, if any one student also makes it wrong and if something comes on his health or her health, definitely it's a big social stigma for the college, teacher and everybody. So such things which without their knowledge they commit certain mistakes, and because maybe they are younger, they do not know how to handle these things in the very first year. So some of such kind of important practicals need to be kept in the 3rd year or so. So there are various reasons for this, like why we feel that before what was that was good. But sometimes we also feel, okay, at least for this reason, this time we are getting some facilitation in the laboratory chemicals, equipments, and our lab is getting upgraded. That was a good part, we thought. But every lab, every college is not well equipped. They are still not ready to get all these equipments to be handled and training to be taken, which is not organized. It is all by self-learning. We are just doing some trial and error. Sometimes we feel guilty also without knowing in depth how can we just go in front of the students when you go into the college. And in science, most of the molecular techniques are coming, especially in microbiology. Before we used to do experiments with half kg and quarter kg of sample, whatever we take. There were dissections using some animals, rats, frogs and cockroaches. Now animal lovers, they are just banning everything now everything has gone YouTube demonstrations. So things have changed. And we want to, everything is done using a very small amount, like it was millimeter, then micro, then it has come to nano. So to handle the nano quantity of the consumable, you need to have real nano instruments, and which are so expensive. So we should have that affordability and that infrastructure. Then only we can say, yes, we are now confident, we are ready in all the way to teach the students all the new curriculum. Next is skill-based trainings. In every science practicals, the skill is very important. Every year, stage by stage, when you learn these from one sem to the other, you will get a hang of those skills that you are learning in every year. But if that skill-based paper itself is made separate, then, and if it is not taken in that college, of course the student is going to miss that. So it's a big loss. What you learn in techniques is very important for the student if he is going for a PG, even for the PhD. If he doesn't know the techniques, then he will be nowhere. So such practical problems we have been facing in the science streams. And also it is, I came to know that 4th year there is a BSc honors and they have to do the research project. At present we have it in the 3rd year, now it is made to the 4th year. So 4th year, the person, the faculty who is teaching this research, 4th year, he or she must be recognized PhD guide. So in that case, we have to see whether before taking the students for the research in 4th year, whether we have enough faculties or the staff in our department who are the recognized guides. So such, like this is a very big problem, because unless we have, then we have to divert our students to some other college only for that project purpose. So these things we may have to consider before implementing. And there are many things which we thought we'll put it in the paper, not in the abstract or this short presentation. Finally, I would like to say this first batch of NEP is like an experiment, like a first child of the parent. And all the success of this NEP now depends on the successful learning and the knowledge outcome during this whole course, what we have taught them and how they are absorbed in the job market. So let us see after the 3rd year, maybe when the new in the 3rd year when the new syllabus is introduced, we can come to know what would be the situation, what would be the picture in the job market and also in the higher education. Possibly expecting that what all aims and objectives have been set at the time of implementing the NEP, hope all of them will be fulfilled and there will be a broad smile on the teacher's face. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bharati Prakash. Any questions from the audience?
Thank you.
It was a great presentation. You have shown us the ground realities of NEP 2020. Now I request the chairperson, Dr. Jeevan Nayak sir, to give
Good afternoon, everybody. At the very outset, I would like to congratulate all the paper presenters for their wonderful paper presentation. Total 5 papers were there in this session. Out of 5 papers, only 1 paper is based on primary source. Remaining all other 4 papers, it is based on secondary source of information. Dr. Devdas Pai, faculty member of Department of PG Studies in Konkani, he elaborately presented his view on Sanskrit, Prakrit, and its impact on modern languages. How modern languages evolved and what was the influence of Sanskrit and Prakrit language on it. I mean, these two languages, no doubt, it represents heritage of India. Wonderfully he has presented his paper. Give him a big round of applause. And secondly, Miss Soumya, it is past paper presentation done by Miss Soumya. It is about NEP 2020 implementation and challenges and way forward. Elaborately, she has discussed about various components of new education policy. Really wonderful presentation. And once again, Miss Sri Pradnya and Sanjana, they presented about digital banking, digital learning, importance of digital learning in new education policy. Digital learning is very, very important component. Effectively, she has presented her view on digital learning. What are the constraints are there? What are the challenges are there? Especially for teachers as well as students. And this session witnessed one wonderful paper presentation presented by CA Anvesh and co-authors Dr. Yatish Kumar and Karthik Pai, also part of this paper presentation. Wonderful presentation. He discussed about use and effectiveness of technology. That is Zono. He is there, CA Anvesh. Huh? Zoho. Yeah, he discussed, he presented his view on Zoho books and simplification of banking. Nowadays, banking is a roundabout process. So now the need of the hour is simplification of banking. The thorough knowledge of this Zoho book, it is very, very important. I hope that in future, in our curriculum, this aspect also incorporated. And Dr. Bharati Prakash and team, our faculty member of this institution, he thoroughly discussed about new education policy 2020 for biological science and what are the constraints they face while teaching this new curriculum, conducting lab and various other practical classes. See, thoroughly discussed about various constraints of new education policy. No doubt, in new education policy, starting will be there. See, 5-6 years back, I had attended one national conference. Professor Bislaya, he gave keynote address in that conference. While giving keynote address, he quoted one sentence. In India, graduates are unemployed. This reform 2020. I mean, I request all the research paper presenters, while presenting research paper, it is better to take note of different aspects, such as you have to collect information from different stakeholders of new education policy. So this is very, very important. For example, students are there. We have to seek information from the students, whether this new education policy is effective or not, whether skill enhancement is taking place or not. So this is very, very important. This ground reality we should understand. And secondly, we have to take opinion of teachers also. Teachers, so this is the starting initial stage. Teachers also face lot of constraints, lot of challenges. Workload problem is also there. I mean, especially in science subject, social science subject, workload problem is also there. So you have to take feedback from our teaching fraternity also. And at the same time, parents are there. We have to collect opinion of parents, and at the same time, employers. You have to approach employers and them whether new education policy is effective or not. Sometimes some people, they give a vague statement about new education policy. It is nothing but old wine in new bottle. But it is certainly it is not old wine in the So in this context, this conference, one-day conference has been organized by Karnataka RAJYA MAHAVIDYALAYA SHIKSHAK SANGH, Mangalore University College, Mangalore. So it is really wonderful experience. Many teachers presented their view about new education policy. In panel discussion was really wonderful. So really I enjoyed a lot in this session. Once again, I thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir, for your concluding remarks. Now I request Mrs. Jayashree of University College, Mangalore to propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Seema ma'am. I deem it a great privilege and honor to propose vote of thanks on this memorable occasion. It's my honor to express my gratitude to the chairperson of today's technical session, Dr. V4NEWS sir, Head of the Department of Commerce, Head of the Department of Economics, University College, Mangalore, for chairing the session, and also for his keen observation and valuable remarks on paper presentation and NEP 2020. Thank you, sir. I also express my gratitude to all the paper presenters for sharing their knowledge and for the wonderful presentations. Thank you all. My heartfelt thanks to all the distinguished invitees and participants for their active participation and keen listening. A sincere thanks to Mrs. Seema Prabhu, Assistant Professor, Canberra College, Mangalore, for beautifully comparing the session. I also thank Nitin sir and team for the technical support. Once again, I thank you all for your attention. Thank you.
Here we come to the end of paper presentation session. We are going to start with open questions and answer session. I request Mr. Hardik P. Chauhan, Assistant Professor of Commerce and Management, Canberra College, Mangalore, to take over the session. Over to you, sir.
delegates kindly note, the open question answer sessions will commence in short while as we conclude the parallel track happening elsewhere. We will begin the session in the short while. May I request the Vibhag President and Secretary to kindly escort our esteemed panel members onto the dais for the open questions and answer session. Amidst the panel members, we have Shri G. Lakshman, National Joint Organization Secretary, ABRSM, New Delhi; Dr. Manjaya D.H., Professor, Department of Computer Science and Director, Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, Dr. members. Thank you, sirs. Warm greetings of this afternoon and once again a very pleasant welcome to all of you.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಇದು ಓಪನ್ ಸೆಷನ್ ಇಟ್ಟಿರುವಂಥ ಕಾರಣ ಏನು ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಟೀಚರ್ಸಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಕರಿಕ್ಯುಲಮ್ ಅಸೆಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಹಲವಾರು ವಿಷಯಗಳು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆನೂ ಇರಬಹುದು ಕೂಡ. ಅದು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಕೂಡ ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನಿಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂತೆ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂತೆ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಆ ರೀತಿ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್ಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಫೇಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ. ಅದು ಪ್ರಮೋಷನಿಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಿದಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ವಿಷಯಗಳು ಆ ರೀತಿ ಬರುವಂಥದ್ದಿದೆ. ಆ ರೀತಿಯ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳು ಕೂಡ ತಾವು ಕೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಅದೇನೋ ಡಿಫೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀವೋ ಅಪೋಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವೋ ಆ ರೀತಿ ಅಲ್ಲ. ನೀವು ಕೊಟ್ಟಂಥ ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನು ಕ್ರೋಢೀಕರಣ ಮಾಡಿ ಬದಲಾದಂಥ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ, ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಯಾರು ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತಂಥೇಳಿ, ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಯಾರು ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ ಅವರನ್ನು KRMSS ಹೋಗಿ ಭೇಟಿಯಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕರ ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಅವ್ರ ಮುಂದೆ ತಿಳಿಸುವಂಥ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನವನ್ನು 100% ನಾವು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆಗಳಿದೆ. ಹಿಂದೆನೂ ಕೂಡ NEP ವಿಷಯಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂತೆ ಹಲವಾರು ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್ಗಳು ಬಂದಾಗ ನಾವು ತಿಮ್ಮೇಗೌಡರನ್ನಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಗೋಪಾಲ್ ಜೋಶಿ ಅವರನ್ನಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಆ ರೀತಿ ಅವರ ಗಮನಕ್ಕೆ ತರುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. UGC ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಕೂಡ ಹಲವಾರು ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್ಗಳು ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಅದು PhDಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂತೆ, ಪ್ರಮೋಷನಿಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂತೆ ಈ ಸಂಗತಿಗಳು ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದೇ. ಆ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಿಂದ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನಸ್ಸಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ನೀವು ಫೇಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂಥ ಯಾವುದೇ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅದು ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಕ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಷನಿಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂಥದ್ದು ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅದೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ತಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಡೋದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಂದು ನೀವು ಹೇಳುವಂಥದ್ದು ಭಾಳ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ನೀವು ಅದನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ನೋಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ನಂಬರ್ 1 ಇದು ಒಂದು ಪಾರ್ಟ್. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ವಿಷಯ ಏನು ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ನಾವು ಈ ರೀತಿಯ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನಗಳನ್ನು ಭಾಳ ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದು ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ಗಳಿರ್ಬೋದು, ವರ್ಕ್ಶಾಪ್ಗಳಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಈ ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೇ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯಗಳನ್ನು ಬೇಕು. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಮಹಾವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕ ಸಂಘ ನಡೆಸ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂಥ ರೀತಿ, ಅದು ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ಅಥವಾ ಈಗ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿರುವಂಥ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನಕ್ಕೆ ತಮ್ಮ ಅನುಭವ ಏನು, ಈ ಸಂಗತಿಗಳನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಆ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಟು ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್, ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಟು ಕರಿಯರ್, ಮತ್ತು ಅದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆಗಳು, KRMSSನ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆಗಳು ಏನಾಗಬೇಕು, ಮತ್ತು ಈ ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂಥ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅನುಭವ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅನಿಸಿಕೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಮುಕ್ತವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅವಕಾಶದ. ಯಾರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ ಅವರು ಇಲ್ಲಿನೇ ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಬಂದು ಆ ವಿಷಯನ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಮೊದಲಿಗೆ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಟ್ರಬಲ್ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಸಲ ಭಾಳ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಒಬ್ಬರು ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದರು ಅಂದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ.
ನಮಸ್ತೆ ಸರ್, ನಾನು ಸೀಮಾ ಪ್ರಭು, ಕೆನರಾ ಕಾಲೇಜಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಣಿಜ್ಯ ಉಪನ್ಯಾಸಕಿ ಆಗಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಈ NEPಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಮೇನ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮನ್ನು ಫೇಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದಂದರೆ ಓಪನ್ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಕೋರ್ಸ್. ಈಗ ಕಾಮರ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಧಾರಣ 4 ಬ್ಯಾಚ್ ಇದೆ. ಅವರು ಬೇರೆ ಡಿಸಿಪ್ಲಿನಿಂದ ಓಪನ್ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟಿವನ್ನು ತಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕು, ಅದೊಂದು ನಮಗೆ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಹೇಳಿದರೆ, ಬೇರೆ ಡಿಸಿಪ್ಲಿನಲ್ಲಿ ತಗೊಳ್ಳುವಾಗ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ರಿಯಲ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲನ್ನು ನಾನು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ, ಲೈವ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲನ್ನು. ನಮ್ಮ ಒಬ್ಬ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ ಇದ್ದ ಫಸ್ಟ್ BBAಯಲ್ಲಿ, ಅವನು ಕಾಮರ್ಸ್, ಈಸ್ ಅ BBA ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್. ಅವನಿಗೆ ಓಪನ್ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟಿವನ್ನು ನಾವು ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಅಥವಾ BCAಯಿಂದ ಕೊಟ್ಟೆವು, ಅವನ್ನೇ ಸೆಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದ. ಬಟ್ 1-2 ದಿನ ಓಪನ್ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸನ್ನೇ ಹೋದ ನಂತರ ಅವನು ಕಾಲೇಜಿಗೆ ಬರೋದನ್ನೇ ಬಿಟ್ಟ. ಅವನಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಹೇಳಿದ, ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆದದ್ದು ಕಾಮರ್ಸ್ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟನ್ನು ಕಲಿಬೇಕಂತ, ನನಗೆ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಬೇಡ, PU ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ತಗೊಂಡು ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟು ನಾನು ಕಾಮರ್ಸಿಗೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೇನೆ, ಈಗ ಪುನಃ ನೀವು ನನಗೆ ಸೈನ್ಸನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅವನು ಡಿಸ್ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಈ ಡಿಸ್ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂಡ್ ದ ಸ್ಟಡೀಸ್. ಸೊ ಇದು ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಓಪನ್ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟಿವ್. ಇದೊಂದು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ 40 ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ, 60+40. 60 ಹೊರಗಿನ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್, 40ಯಲ್ಲಿ 20ಯನ್ನು ಎಕ್ಸಾಮಿಂದ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಉಳಿದ 20 ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೇವೆ, ಬಟ್ ಯಾವ ಥರ ಅದನ್ನು ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಂದೇ ಥರ ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಇಟ್ ವುಡ್ ಬಿ ಬೆನಿಫಿಷಿಯಲ್. ಬೇರೆಯವರು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಥರ ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಹೇಗೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. 3rd ಒನ್, ಬೀಯಿಂಗ್ ಅ ಕಾಮರ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಟೀಚರ್, ಮೊದಲು ನಮಗೆ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟಿಗೆ 6 ಅವರ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು ಅಥವಾ 5 ಅವರ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಈಗ ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಅದು 4 ಅವರ್ಸಿಗೆ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಕೆಲವು ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟನ್ನು ನಾವು ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ, ಮೇ ಬಿ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಆರ್ಟಿಫಿಷಿಯಲ್ ಇಂಟೆಲಿಜೆನ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಸಮಥಿಂಗ್ ಎಲ್ಸ್. ಹಾಗೆ ವರ್ಕ್ಲೋಡ್ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಕೆಲವು ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ ಕೆಲಸ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೋಗಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಇದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಏನು ಸೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ಸ್, ಅಥವಾ ವಾಟ್ ಮೇ ಬಿ ದ ಕನ್ಕ್ಲೂಷನ್ ಆರ್ ದ ಸೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಫಾರ್ ದೀಸ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ಸ್?
Regarding your first query related to open elective, I think in the second session we were talking about that. Open elective does not mean that commerce should go only to the science and other things. Wherever there is difficulty, you can also introduce other open electives other than commerce stream only. You're talking about management. Even commerce students can go to management and management students can come down to commerce. There is a possibility. These two disciplines are different. And languages are open. Spoken English for corporate jobs. These are the open electives available. Functional English and study skills. You have English for global communication and translation theory and practice. 4 open electives are open. And any discipline people can go for language open electives, and Kannada also, equally Kannada or whatever local languages you have. So in that way you have to negotiate yourself with this kind of changes, because sometimes, if they find science very, very difficult, they can go for other viable and useful open electives available in your college. And there was a provision, actually some open electives can also be opted from other colleges. Still today, university regulations have not permitted this kind of a thing. They can go to other colleges and pursue open elective, and the same can be added to Academic Bank of Credit ABC. Okay, that was the actually wish. It is not yet materialized, and university regulations have to change accordingly, and it may happen very soon also. As far as 40-60 is concerned, 60 is very, very clear. As far as summative assessment is concerned, 60 marks question paper, 2 hours of examination will take place, pen and paper examination. But when it comes to 40, as professor was talking about, liberty is given to the teachers also. At the same time, there are certain parameters in UUCMS, 4 to 5 parameters: classwork, project work, field work, assignment, test 1, test 2. So in some cases what happened, there used to be 2 tests of 10 marks each, and 20 marks can be either for assignment, seminar, bar, project or field work, wherever it is applicable. 3rd and 4th semester there was a discussion in Higher Education Council when I went there for a curriculum committee meeting. They say that only 1 test can be conducted and more field-based work, project work, desk work should be given. So you have to decide, either your BOS has to decide these 4 components, and normally it is decided in the university. But some people, what happens, because of lack of communication, people go for, of course it has been accepted by the university, whatever fields available in the UCMS, that has been accepted, and the purpose is that there must be some honest assessment. As Professor Joshi was talking about, it is not just what Raghu sir was talking about, 36, 37, 38, 39 and all that. If it is the case, it will lose its own value. The documentation has to happen. University will have to check it. Some universities are doing that. In RCU I have seen the affiliation committee even verifies these documents, affiliation committee. But hardly universities go for this kind of a thing. Minimum documentation has to be maintained, even it is good for NAC assessment and accreditation. So what is formative assessment, what is summative assessment, this analysis has to go for. 3rd question is 6 hours has been reduced to 4 hours. NEP has given, of course, challenges, at the same time opportunities. In earlier stages there used to be 4 electives, 4 core subjects in commerce with 6 hours. Even it is not 6 hours. In our case it was 4 hours only. Now there are 6 papers. 4 papers with 4 hours and 1 paper with 3 hours. In that way I don't think the workload has come down. And if you introduce more electives, say for example you have 100 students, you introduce 3 electives, 3 opportunities will be given, the same workload will be expanded to 9 hours, 3 into 3 divisions in final year. Not for making divisions, but for providing more opportunities. It is possible if you go for, if your rooms are available, infrastructure is available, there is no binding that you should stop at only 1 DSE. So we have even calculated the workload and all that. When it comes to final year, because we are moving to the 4th year also. Earlier it is not in the system. 4th year, 25% of the syllabus is workload is increased. In that way, all colleges will have enough workload and there is no fear of losing workload for teachers. This is my assessment.
ಸರ್ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ, ನಾನು ವಿನಾಯಕ್ ಪೈ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಉಡುಪಿಯ ಶ್ರೀ ಪೂರ್ಣಪ್ರಜ್ಞಾ ಸಂಧ್ಯಾ ಕಾಲೇಜಿಂದ ರೆಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಸರ್, ಈ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಡ್ರಾಫ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಆನಂತರ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗುವಾಗ ಅದರ ಪಾಲಿಸಿಯನ್ನು ಓದುವಾಗ ಒಂದು ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇನಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ, ಅಕ್ರಾಸ್ ದ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಏನು ಆ ಬ್ಯಾರಿಕೇಡ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಇತ್ತು ಮುಂಚೆ, ಅದು ಎಲಿಮಿನೇಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಬೀಯಿಂಗ್ ಅ ಈವ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಕಾಲೇಜ್, ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಡೇ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಷನಲ್ ಕೋರ್ಸಸ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೋಗುವಂಥ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಮುಂದಿನ ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಗೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಇಯರ್ ಫೈನಲ್ ಇಯರ್ಗೆ ಬರುವಾಗ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಅಡ್ಮಿಷನನ್ನು ಪಡೆಯುವಂಥ ಅವಕಾಶ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮಂಥ ಈವ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ಗಳಿಗೆ. ಸೊ ವಿದಿನ್ ದ ಕಾಲೇಜಸ್ಗಳದಕ್ಕೇನು ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ ಇಫ್ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಅಫಿಲಿಯೇಟೆಡ್ ಟು ದ ಸೇಮ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ. ಬಟ್ ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ ಬೀಯಿಂಗ್ ಅ ನೋಡಲ್ ಆಫೀಸರ್ ಆಫ್ USAMS ಆಫ್ ಅವರ್ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಒಂದು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಆಯಿತು. ಏನಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಧಾರವಾಡ, ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಒಂದು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ, ಹೊನ್ನಾವರದ ಒಂದು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ಗೆ ಅಡ್ಮಿಷನ್ಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಅಡ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಫಾರ್ ದ 3rd and 4th ಸೆಮಿಸ್ಟರ್. ಅವ್ರದ್ದು 1st, 2nd ಸೆಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ನ ಬರೆದಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಮೇ ಬಿ ಒಂದು 2 weeks ಮುಂಚೆ, ಫ್ರಮ್ ದಿಸ್ ಡೇ 2 weeks ಎಗೋ ಅವರ 2nd ಸೆಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ನ ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ ಅನೌನ್ಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ಆ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲೇಜಿಗೆ ಬಂದು ಶಿ ಈಸ್ ಇನ್ ದ 4th ಸೆಮಿಸ್ಟರ್, ಬಟ್ ಅವರ್ ಅಡ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಈಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಎಟ್ ಅಪ್ರೂವ್ಡ್. ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಕಂಡೀಷನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಮೆಮೊರಾಂಡಮಲ್ಲಿ, ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಸಬ್ಮಿಟ್ ಅವರ್ ಮೈಗ್ರೇಷನ್ ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಆ ಮೈಗ್ರೇಷನ್ ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟನ್ನು ಧಾರವಾಡ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಕೊಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಂಡೀಷನ್ ಏನಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ, ಅವರ 1st ಮತ್ತು 2nd ಸೆಮ್ನ ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ ಬರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕಾದಂಥ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಕೂಡ ಅದೇ. ಆದರೆ ಆ ಹುಡುಗಿಯ ಈ ಒಂದು ಡಿಲೇಯಿಂದ, ಬಿಟ್ವೀನ್ ದ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಅನೌನ್ಸ್ ಆಗುವಂಥ ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ಸ್ಗಳ ಡಿಲೇಯಿಂದ ಆ ಹುಡುಗಿಗೆ 3rd ಸೆಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಬರೀಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ 4th ಸೆಮಿಸ್ಟರಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾಳೆ, ಅವಳು ಕಲಿತಾ ಇದ್ದಾಳೆ. ಬಟ್ ಅವಳ ಅಡ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಅಪ್ರೂವ್ ಆಗದೇ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಶಿ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಟು ರಿಪೀಟ್ ದ ಇಯರ್ ಎಗೇನ್. ಸೊ ಈ ಎನಿ ಟೈಮ್ ಎಂಟ್ರಿ, ಎನಿ ಟೈಮ್ ಎಕ್ಸಿಟ್ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ವಿ, ಅದು ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿಕಲಿ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಿದ್ರೆ ಬೈ ದಿಸ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಒಂದು ಹುಡುಗಿಯ 1 ವರ್ಷ ಸೇವ್ ಆಗ್ತಿತ್ತು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ನನ್ನ ಒಪಿನಿಯನ್. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಎಟ್ ದ ಎಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಡೇ ಆ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಗೆ ಆ್ಯಸ್ ಎ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಶೋವಿಂಗ್ ದ ಫೇಸ್. ವಿ ರೋಟ್ ಅ ಮೇಲ್ ಟು ತಿಮ್ಮೇಗೌಡ ಸರ್. He directly responded to the mail saying that you contact the state nodal officer, USAMS. We sent so many mails, till date we have not received any response. We called, no calls were answered, and now we have to answer the student. Iday situation Kuempu University a student igu kuda aitu, but university was so good that on priority basis ಆ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫರ್ ಅಡ್ಮಿಷನ್ ತಗೊಂಡಂಥ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಯ ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ ಅನ್ನು ಅನೌನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಆನ್ ಪ್ರಯಾರಿಟಿ ಬೇಸಿಸ್. ಬಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಡಿಂಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನ್ ವಿತ್ ಅದರ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ. ಸೊ ಈ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮನ್ನು ನಾವೇನು ಬ್ಯಾರಿಕೇಡನ್ನು ರಿಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅನ್ಕೋತೀವಿ, ಇಟ್ ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಆರ್ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿಕಲಿ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಟು ಬಿ ರಿಮೂವ್ಡ್ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಒಂದು ನನ್ನ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಸರ್.
This has to happen at both 2 levels. One, as per as the procedure, they have to issue the certificate. Otherwise, there are humanitarian grounds. The university has to make way for the student. However, it is, they talk about ABC. So, as Kuempu University did, the same thing has to be done by Karnataka University. Many things are not so answered. That's why the organizations like KRMSS has been fighting this kind of issues. So, if this kind of issues will continue, KRMSS will certainly intervene in this kind of matter and try to settle such issues. Even teachers can also bring issues like students, the example like this, to the organization, so we can directly deal with that. So students should not be in trouble actually. The policy, the major aspect of the policy is to free movement, flexibility and a free entry and exit system. So it has to, it is not only in principle, in practice it has to be implemented. In the initial years, these are the problems that we are all facing. As Professor Patabi was talking about, USAMS has added some O's to the implementation of the policy. So these are the technical things which universities are not able to sort out because it goes to Bangalore to Karnataka University, then to Mangalore University. If all are kind and considerate, normally things will happen. Actually, there is one unwritten thing that we have to somehow give importance to students and solve the problem at the local level itself. If it is not solved, again, as you said, we will also bring this issue to the government and the concerned officials and try to see that students are not in the fix.
ನಾನು ವೈಸ್ ಚಾನ್ಸಲರ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಅವರಿಗೂ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ, UCMS ಯಾರು ಕೋಆರ್ಡಿನೇಟರ್ ಇದ್ದಾರಲ್ಲ ಅವರಿಗೂ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ನೀವು ಅದರ ಡೀಟೇಲ್ಸನ್ನು ನನಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ರಿ ಅಂದರೆ ನನಗೆ ಏನೋ ಪೇಪರ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬೇಡ, ಹೆಸರು ಏನು ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಅಷ್ಟು ಕೊಡಿ, ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಫಾರ್ವರ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ನೀವು ಕೊಡಿ ನನಗೆ, ನಾ ಕನ್ಸರ್ನ್ ಯಾರಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಕೊಡಿ. ಥರ್ಡ್ ಸೆಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮಿನೇಷನನ್ನು ಅವ್ರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ರು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಅದೇನೂ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಥರ್ಡ್ ಸೆಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮಿನೇಷನನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರಲೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಅದು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇಷ್ಟೇ. ಥರ್ಡ್ ಸೆಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮಿನೇಷನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಅವ್ರ ರಿಸಲ್ಟನ್ನು ವಿತ್ಹೆಲ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾರ ಅಥವಾ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಏನೂ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅದನ್ನು ಹೆಂಗಾರೆ ಸರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಎಕ್ಸಾಮೇ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನೂ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರದ್ದು 1 ಇಯರ್ ವೇಸ್ಟೇ. ಫೋರ್ತ್ ಸೆಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮಿನೇಷನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೂ ಉಪಯೋಗ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನೀವು ಅದು ಡೀಟೇಲ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡಿ, ನಾನು ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕ್ಲಾರಿಫೈ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಯಾರು ಕನ್ಸರ್ನ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ನಾನು ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಡುವ ಭಾಗದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಕೇಳುವ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಉದ್ದೇಶಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ಕೂತಿದ್ದೇನೆ. NEP ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಮತ್ತು ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಮಾತಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಜನರು ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಇದೆ, ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇದೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ. ನಾವು ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಗಮನ ಹರಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮ ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕ ಬಂಧುಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ. UGC ಗೆಸ್ಟ್ ಲೆಕ್ಚರರ್ಸಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ
ಆಗಲಿ. ಅಲ್ಲ, ಮಾಧವ್ ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಘಟನೆಯ ಜಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಜನರಲ್ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ, ಅವರು ಜನರಲ್ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ ಇದ್ದಂಗೆ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಅವರೇ ಆ ವಿಷಯವನ್ನು ಎತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈಗ ನಾವೇನು ಹೇಳೋ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಸಂಘಟನೆ ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ ನಾವು ಅದ್ರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಈಗ ನೋಡಿ, ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಡೈಲಿ ವೇಜಸ್ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ, ಅವರಿಗೊಂದು ಅಮೌಂಟನ್ನು ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಮಿನಿಮಮ್ ವೇಜ್ ಅದು 500 ರೂಪಾಯಿನೋ 600 ರೂಪಾಯಿನೋ 800 ರೂಪಾಯಿನೋ ಏನೋ ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಆದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕರಿಗೆ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಮಿನಿಮಮ್ ವೇಜ್ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಹೋಗಲಿ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರತಿ ತಿಂಗಳ ಏನಾದರೂ ಒಂದು 800-1000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ಅದು 30,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ದಿವಸಕ್ಕೆ 800 ರೂಪಾಯಿನೋ 1000 ರೂಪಾಯಿನೋ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಅದು 30,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ, ಆ ರೀತಿನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಅದೇ ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ನರೇಗಾ ಒಳಗೆ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಒಳಗೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಮಿನಿಮಮ್ 800ರಿಂದ 1000 ರೂಪಾಯಿಯನ್ನು ಗಳಿಸ್ತಾರೆ ಅವರು. MA, MSc, MCom, ನೆಟ್, ಸೆಟ್, PhD ಎಲ್ಲ ಮುಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಂತರೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾ ಯಾವುದೇ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡಲ್ಲ, ಅದೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ಗೊತ್ತಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತಂಥವರು ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಅನುಭವಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀರಿ. ಇಷ್ಟಾದರೂ ಮಿನಿಮಮ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಈ MA, MSc, MComಗಾದರೂ ಬೆಲೆ ಬರಬೇಕಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಬೆಲೆ ಬರುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ನಾವು ಆಲ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಮೇಲೂ ಕೂಡ ABRSM ಮುಖಾಂತರನೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು UGCಗಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕಾಗಿರ್ನು ಈ ಲೆಟ್ರನ್ನು ಈ ಸಂಗತಿಯನ್ನು ನಾವು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ನಾವೇನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಕಾರ್ಮಿಕರಿಗೆ ಮಿನಿಮಮ್ ವೇಜನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದಿರಿ ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯೇ ಒಂದು ರೆಗ್ಯುಲೇಷನನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಇಷ್ಟು ಮಿನಿಮಮನ್ನು ಕೊಡಲೇಬೇಕು ಅಂತನ್ನುವಂಥ ಸಂಗತಿಯನ್ನು. ಸೊ ಆ ಸಂಗತಿಯನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದ್ರ ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಈ ಹೋರಾಟ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಹೆಂಗಾಗತ್ತೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ನಾನು ಅಥವಾ ಯಾರೋ ಮಾಧವ್ ಅಥವಾ ಯಾರೋ ಬಡಗೇರವ್ರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಯಾರು ಆ ತೊಂದರೆಯನ್ನು ಅನುಭವಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಧ್ವನಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಬರಬೇಕಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರ ಸಣ್ಣ ಧ್ವನಿ ಏನಾದರೂ ಬಂತು ಅಂದರೆ ಅವರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಉಳಿಯಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಕಾರಣದಿಂದ ಅವ್ರ ಸಣ್ಣ ಧ್ವನಿನೂ ತೆಗಿಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅಷ್ಟು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೈಟೇಷನನ್ನು ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅವರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಪೇಮೆಂಟ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು ಮರುದಿನನೇ ನಿಮಗೆ 10,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ನಮಗೀಗ 5,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ತೊಗೊಳ್ಳುವಂಥ ಒಬ್ಬ ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ, ನೀವು ಮನೆಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ರಿ ಅಂತಂತೆ ಹೇಳುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ನಾನು ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ನಾನು ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಕೂಡ. ಸೊ ಆ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಿಂದ ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೇನು ಅವ್ರೇನು ಮಾತಾಡುವಂಥ ಸ್ಥಿತಿಯೊಳಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಸರ್ಕಾರನೇ ಇದಕ್ಕೇನಾದರೂ ಮುಂದುವರಿಸಬೇಕು, ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಏನಾದರೂ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಅಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅಪ್ರೂವಲ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಕಂಡೀಷನ್ ಹಾಕಿ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು, ಅಲ್ಲಿರುವಂಥ ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕರಿಗೆ ಮಿನಿಮಮ್ ಇಷ್ಟಾದರೂ ಸ್ಯಾಲ್ರಿ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಹೇಳಬೇಕು. ಅದು ಬರೀ ಹೇಳೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾನೂನು ರೀತ್ಯ ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅವ್ರು ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಅವ್ರು ಕೋರ್ಟಿಗೆ ಹೋದರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಕೂಡ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. KRMSS 100% ಆ ರೀತಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಏನು ಮಾಧವ್ ಅವರು ವಿಷಯ ಹೇಳಿದರು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಪೂರ್ಣ ಸಹಮತಿ ಅದ. ನಾವು ಕೂಡ ಅದರ ಹೋರಾಟವನ್ನು ಈ ರೀತಿಯ ಅಫಿಷಿಯಲಿ ಹೋರಾಟಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಕಾನೂನುಬದ್ಧವಾದಂಥ ಹೋರಾಟಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ನಾವು ಮಾಡೋಣ.
ವಿರುದ್ಧವಾಗಿ ಏನಪ್ಪ ಬಾರಿ ಸಂಘ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿಯ ಬೆದರಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ.
ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು ಸತ್ಯ, ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ಅನುಭವಿಸಿದೀವಿ, ಅವುಗಳನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದೀವಿ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ. ಸಂಘಟನೆ ಇದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಹೋರಾಟ ಈ ರೀತಿಯಿಂದ ಬ್ಲ್ಯಾಕ್ ಫ್ಲಾಗ್ ಅನ್ನು ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡಾಗ್ಲಿ ಇತ್ಯಾದಿ ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದೇನೋ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾನೂನನ್ನ ರೂಪಿಸಿ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಉಳಿದಂಥ ಕಾರ್ಮಿಕರಿಗೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯ ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಮಿನಿಮಮ್ ವೇಜ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಅದು ಡೈಲಿ ವೇಜ್ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ರಿ ಅಥವಾ ಇಷ್ಟು ಪೀರಿಯಡ್ಗಳಂತಾರೆ ಹೇಳಿ ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರೂ ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋಂಥ ಒತ್ತಾಯನ ನಾವು ಮಾಡೋಣ.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ, ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಮಂಜುನಾಥ್ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ನನ್ನ ವಿಷಯ ಹಿಂದಿ ಭಾಷೆಯನ್ನು ಕಲಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ನಾನು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಹಿಂದಿ ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕರ ಸಂಘದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷ ಆಗಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಈ NEP 2020 ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡುವ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಲವಾರು ಗೊಂದಲಗಳು ಉಂಟಾಗಿದೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಭಾಷೆಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂಥ ಗೊಂದಲ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಫಸ್ಟಿಗೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, 4 ಸೆಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಕಲಿಸುವಂಥ ಭಾಷೆಯನ್ನು 2 ಸೆಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ಗೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ 1 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಕನ್ಸಿಡರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಭಾಷೆಯವರೆಲ್ಲ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಸೇರಿ ಹೋರಾಟ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದನ್ನು ವಿರೋಧ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಕೊನೆಗೆ ಅದನ್ನು 2 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. 2 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಭಾಷೆಯನ್ನು ಕಂಪಲ್ಸರಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಯಾವುದೇ ರೀತಿಯ ಒತ್ತಾಯ ಇಲ್ಲದೇ ಇದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ, ಮನವಿ ಇಲ್ಲದೇ ಇದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ, ನಮ್ಮ ಯಾರು ಹೈಯರ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಕೌನ್ಸಿಲ್ ವೈಸ್ ಚೇರ್ಮನ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಥವಾ ಬೇರೆ ಯಾರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಯಾರು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ ಯಾರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಅಂತೇಳಿ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊನೆಗೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಭಾಷೆಯನ್ನು ಕಂಪಲ್ಸರಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಈಗ NEP-ನಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಿಕ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೇವೆ. ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ ಸೆಂಟ್ರಿಕ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗೆ ತನಗೆ ಬೇಕಾದ ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರೂ 2 ಭಾಷೆಯನ್ನು ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂಥ ಅವಕಾಶ ಉಂಟು. ಆದರೆ ಇವರು ನಾನು ಇಡೀ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನೇ ಪ್ರಥಮವಾಗಿ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಕೊನೆಗೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಒಂದು ಭಾಷೆಯನ್ನು ಕಂಪಲ್ಸರಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಒಂದು ಭಾಷೆಯನ್ನು ಕಂಪಲ್ಸರಿ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕನ್ನಡ ಭಾಷೆ ಕಂಪಲ್ಸರಿ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಭಾಷೆಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಆಗ 15 ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ BEd ಆಗ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ PhD ಆಗ್ಬೋದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದವರು ಕೊನೆಗೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ವರ್ಕ್ಲೋಡ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಮನೆಗೆ ಹೋಗುವಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭ ಉಂಟಾಯಿತು. ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಇದು ತುಂಬ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಇದು ಕೋರ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಉಂಟು ವಿಷಯ, ಇದು ಕೋರ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಉಂಟು ವಿಷಯ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಇವ್ರು ಯಾರು ಸಾಲ್ವ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾರು ಹೈಯರ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಕೌನ್ಸಿಲ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವರೇನು ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅದು ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಹೈಯರ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಹತ್ರ ಮಾತಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಹೈಯರ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಹತ್ರ 2-3 ಸಲ ಹೋಗಿ ಮಾತಾಡುವಾಗ ನಾವು ಮನೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ತಾರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಯನ್ನು ಆಲಿಸಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಕೊನೆಗೆ ನಾವು 3,000 ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಹೈಯರ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವರಿಗೆ ಮನವಿಯನ್ನು ಕಲಿಸಿದ್ದು ನಮಗೆ ಬೇಕಾದ 2 ಭಾಷೆನ ಕಲೀಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಥ್ರೂ ದ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಾಲ್. ಅದಕ್ಕೂ ಯಾರು ಕೂಡ ಮನವಿ ಗಣನೆಯನ್ನು ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿಲ್ಲ. ಕೊನೆಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಭಾಷೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಮತ್ತು ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ ಹೊರತಾಗಿ ಉಳಿದೆಲ್ಲ ಭಾಷೆಯವರು ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಸೇರಿಕೊಂಡು ಕೋರ್ಟಿಗೆ ಹೋದೆವು. ಹೈಕೋರ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಈ ಆದೇಶ ಏನುಂಟು ಅದನ್ನು ಸ್ಟೇ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಈಗ ಸ್ಟೇ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ನಡುವೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಕನ್ನಡ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ ಹೊರತಾಗಿ 4-5 ಸಾವಿರ ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕರಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಭಾಷಾ ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕರು. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ 2,000 ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕರು ತಮ್ಮ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಕಳೆದುಕೊಂಡ್ರು. ಯಾಕೆ? ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕಂಪಲ್ಸರಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ನಿಮಗೆ ಹಿಂದಿ ಕಲಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ, ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಕಲಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ, ಕನ್ನಡ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ ಕಂಪಲ್ಸರಿ, ಮನೆಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಕೆಲವು ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಒಂದೇ ಭಾಷೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಸೊ ಈಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊಂದಲ ಆಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣ ಯಾರು? 2,000 ಅಧ್ಯಾಪಕರು ನೌಕರಿಯನ್ನು ಕಳ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರು. ಕಾರಣ ಯಾರು? ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡುವ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಸರಿಯಾಗಬೇಕಿತ್ತು. NEP 2020 ತುಂಬ ಚೆಂದ ಉಂಟು, ಆದರೆ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಬ್ಯಾಡ್. ಗೊಂದಲ ಉಂಟು. ಇದು ಭಾಷೆಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟದ್ದು. ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿಷಯಕ್ಕೂ ಸಹ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ಗೊಂದಲ ಉಂಟು. ಆದರೆ ಭಾಷೆಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ಈ ರೀತಿ ಗೊಂದಲ ಆಗಿ ಕೊನೆಗೆ ನಾವು ಕೋರ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ನಾವು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಹಿಂದಿ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, ಬೇರೆ ಉರ್ದು ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, ಬೇರೆಲ್ಲ ಭಾಷೆಯವರು ಕೋರ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಈಗ ಸ್ಟೇ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಫೈನಲ್ ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇದುವರೆಗೆ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ನೀವು ಏನು KRMS ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಾ, ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ಸೀರಿಯಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಗಮನವಹಿಸಿ ಇದನ್ನೇನಾದರೂ ಈಗ ಏನು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಕೋರ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಉಂಟು. ಆದರೂ ಸಹ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಗಮನಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ವಿಷಯವನ್ನು ತರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಬಹುಶಃ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತುಂಟೋ ಇಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಈ ವಿಷಯವನ್ನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಗಮನಕ್ಕೆ ತರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದ.
ಪರ್ಟಿಕ್ಯುಲರ್ಲಿ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂಸ್ UGCಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಅದು ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಇಯರ್ಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಇತ್ತು. ಹಂಗೆ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ನೀವು CBCSನಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಫಾರ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಸೆಮಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಗಿತ್ತು. ನಂತರ 2 ಸೆಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಅಂತ ನಂತರ ಇದು 4 ಸೆಮಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಗಿದೆ. 4 hours ಟೀಚಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಇದನ್ನು 3 creditsಗೆ 4 hours ಟೀಚಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಇದೇ ಒಂದೇ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್. ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ UGCಯಲ್ಲಿ ಈಚ್ ಕ್ರೆಡಿಟ್ ಶುಡ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ 1 ಟೀಚಿಂಗ್ ಅವರ್ ಅಂತೇಳಿ, ಒಂದು ಕ್ರೆಡಿಟು 1 ಟೀಚಿಂಗ್ ಅವರ್ ಅಂತ. ಭಾಷೆಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟ ಹಾಗೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಆಗ ಒಂದು ವಿಶೇಷ ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿ 3 credits ಪೇಪರ್ ಈಸ್ ಟು ಬಿ ಟಾಟ್ ಇನ್ 4 hours ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು. ಆ್ಯಸ್ ಪರ್ ಆ್ಯಸ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಟು ದ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜಸ್ ಈಸ್ ಕನ್ಸರ್ನ್, ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತೈತಿ ಎನಿ 2 languages ತೊಗೋಬೋದು ಅಂತ. ಎನಿ 2 languages ತೊಗೋಬೇಕಂದಾಗ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಒಳಗೆ ಆಗಿದ್ದೇನು ಅಂತಂದರೆ 3 ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ನೀವು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರಿ, ಇರಲಿ ಏನು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಟೋಟಲ್ 2 ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟನ್ನು AECC ಅಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಎನ್ಹ್ಯಾನ್ಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೋರ್ಸಸ್ ಅಥವಾ ಕಂಪಲ್ಸರಿ ಕೋರ್ಸಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವಕ್ಕೆ AECC ಅಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ 4 ಸೆಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ವರೆಗೆ 2 ಭಾಷೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕಲಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಈಗಾಗಲೇ NEP ಟೆಂಪ್ಲೇಟ್ನೊಳಗೆ ಅದಾವೆ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಟೆಂಪ್ಲೇಟ್ನೊಳಗೆ ಅದಾವೆ. A1ದಲ್ಲೂ ಇದೆ, A2ದಲ್ಲಿದೆ, A3ದಲ್ಲೂ 4 ಸೆಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಕಲಿಸುವಂಗಿದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಬಂದಿರೋದು ಇದರಿಂದ ಜಾಬ್ ಕಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದು ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಕಾರ. ಆದರೆ NEP ನಾನ್ NEP ಮಧ್ಯೆ ಯಾವುದೂ ವರ್ಕ್ಲೋಡ್ ಚೇಂಜಸ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಮರಾಠಿ, ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು 5-10 ಜನ ಇರಬೇಕು, 15 ಜನ ಇರಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ DC ಇದೆ ಅಂತಿಲ್ಲ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಹೇಳಿ.
ಜನದ ವಿಷಯ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೆಂತ್ನ ವಿಷಯ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜಿನ ವಿಷಯ.
ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿದ ಸತ್ಯ, ಅದು ಗೊತ್ತು.
ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು ಗೊತ್ತು. ಅದೇನು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಈ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜಸನ್ನು ಚೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಒಂದು ಕಂಪಲ್ಸರಿ ಮಾಡ್ತು, ಉಳಿದಂಥ ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜನ್ನು ತೊಗೊಳ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿತು. ಕೆಲವೊಬ್ರು ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ ಆಲ್ಟರ್ನೇಟಿವ್ ಏನು ತೊಗೊಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಕನ್ನಡ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ ತೊಗೊಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಬೇರೆ ಇನ್ಯಾವುದೋ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್ ಆಗೋದು ಯಾರು ತೊಗೊಳ್ಳಲ್ಲ. ಅಷ್ಟು ಆ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಿಂದ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅನ್ಯಾಯ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಒಂದು ಪಾರ್ಟ್. ಇದು ಅನ್ಯಾಯದ ಒಂದು ಪಾರ್ಟ್. ಆದರೆ NEP ಒಳಗೆ ಹೇಳಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಫ್ಲೆಕ್ಸಿಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಯಾವ್ದು ಬೇಕಾದ ಯಾವುದೇ ಭಾಷೆಯನ್ನು ತೊಗೊಳ್ಬಹುದು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು NEPಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಕನ್ನಡನ ತೊಗೊಳ್ಬೋದು, ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ತೊಗೊಳ್ಬೋದು, ಅಥವಾ ಯಾರೋ ತೆಲುಗು ತೊಗೋಬೋದು, ಯಾರೋ ಇನ್ಯಾವುದೋ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ತೊಗೋಬೋದು, ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷು ತೊಗೋಬೋದು, ಹಿಂದಿ ತೊಗೊಳ್ಬೋದು. ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ಇತ್ತು. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಮಾಡಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಆ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೋರ್ಟಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಕೋರ್ಟಿಗೆ ಹೋದ ನಂತರ ಅದು ಹೆಲ್ಡಪ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ಸ್ಟೇ ಬಂದಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಅದು ಹೆಲ್ಡಪ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ನು ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಅದು ಪರವಾಗಿನೇ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ಯಾರ ಪರವಾಗಿ? ಯಾರು ಹೋಗಿದಾರಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರ ಪರವಾಗಿನೇ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆವಾಗ ಅದು ಓಪನ್ ಆಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದು ಹೋರಾಟದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಏನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಂಥ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಅದಲ್ಲ ಅದ್ರ ಕಾಪಿ ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಅದ. ಆದರೆ ಅದು ಆ ಟೈಮ್ನಾಗ ನಾವು ಕೂಡ ಈಗ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದೊಂದ್ಸಲ ಈ ಸೆಂಟಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಈ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್ ಅಂದ ಕೂಡಲೇ ನೀವೇನಾದರೂ ಕನ್ನಡ ತೊಗೊಳ್ಬೇಡ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ನಾವೊಂದು ಮಾತು ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿವಿ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಇಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಓಪನ್ ಇಡ್ರಿ, ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ತೊಗೊಳ್ರಿ ಅಥವಾ ಇನ್ನೇನೋ ತೊಗೊಳ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ, ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು ಒಂದು ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಅಸ್ತ್ರ ಉಪಯೋಗ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತದೆ. ಭಾಷೆ ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವೇನಾದರೂ ಕಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ವಿ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಇವರು ಕನ್ನಡ ವಿರೋಧಿಗಳು ಅಂತಂತೇಳಿ ಪಟನೂ ಕಟ್ಟಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆಗಳದ. ಸರ್ಕಾರನೂ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಹೆದರಿನೇ ಆ ರೀತಿಯ ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ ತೊಗೊಂಡಿರ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನನಗನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ. ಕನ್ನಡ ಯಾವ್ದು ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ತೊಗೊಳ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇವರು ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತದ ಪರವಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಆ ಸಮಯದಾಗಿನ BJP ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್, ಇವರು ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತದ ಪರವಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಕನ್ನಡದ ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ನೆರೆಟಿವ್ಸ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಸೆಟ್ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಸಂಗತಿಗಳು ಇತ್ತೇನೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಅದು ಆಗಿದ್ದಂತೂ ನಿಜ. ಅದು ಕೋರ್ಟಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಭಾರತೀಯವರು ಮತ್ತು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆಯವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಕೋರ್ಟಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದರು. ಆ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಒಳಗೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಟೇ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮುಂದಿನ ಎನಿ 2 ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜನ್ನು ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬರಬಹುದು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನನ್ನ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ. ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲ? ಇದೇ ಅಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ನಿಮ್ದಿದ್ದು ಸರ್?
ಸರ್, ನಾನು ಮರವಂತ ಪ್ರಕಾಶ್ ಪುರಿಯ ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತ. ಈಗ
ಮುಂದೇನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ನಮಗಂತೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಪ್ರಣಾಳಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ NEP-ಯನ್ನು ತೆಗಿಬೇಕು, ನಾವು KEP-ಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದು ಏನೇ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಹೇಳಿರ್ಬೋದು. ಆ ರೀತಿ ತಮಿಳುನಾಡ್ದಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಕೇರಳದಾಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಬೇರೆ. ಇದು ಆಲ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ. UGC ಕೂಡ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ UGC ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಇವತ್ತು ತಾವೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿರ್ಬೋದು ಏನೇನು ವಿಷಯಗಳು ಬಂದಿದೆ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ. ಈ ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಏನು ಬೇರೆ ಏನೂ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅದೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ. ಇದು ನಾವು ಒಪ್ಪಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂತೇಳಿ ಇದನ್ನೇ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಹೆಸರು ಮೇಲೆ ಬಂದ್ರೂ ಆಶ್ಚರ್ಯ ಪಡುವಂಥದ್ದೇನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಒಂದು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಆತಂಕ ಆಗುವಂಥ ಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ನನ್ನ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ. ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಏನಾದರೂ ಆತಂಕ ಆಯಿತು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಇಡೀ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ಸಮುದಾಯ ಇದರ ವಿರುದ್ಧ ಹೋಗುವಂಥ ಚಾನ್ಸಸ್ಸು ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಈಗ ಬಂದಂಥ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇಮಿಡಿಯೇಟಾಗೇನೋ ಹಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಇದನ್ನು ತೆಗ್ದೀವಿ, ಬೇರೆ ಹೆಸರಿನಿಂದ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕತ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ರಘು ಅಕ್ಮಂಚಿ ಅದ, ಅದನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬೇರೆ ರಾಮ ಅಂತಂತ ಇಟ್ಕೋಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಹೊರತು ಆ ರಘು ರಾಮ ಒಳಗೇನು ಭಾಳ ವ್ಯತ್ಯಾಸ ಏನು ಇರಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನನ್ನ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ. ಸೊ ಆ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಿಂದ ಬದಲಾವಣೆಗಳಾದರೆ ಕಂಟೆಂಟ್, ಈಗ ಸಿಲೆಬಸ್ ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದಾರಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಮಾಡಲ್ಲು, ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡು, ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಗಳನ್ನು, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಫಿಸಿಕ್ಸ್ ಒಳಗೆ ಏನು ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗತ್ತೆ ಹೇಳಿ? ಮ್ಯಾಥಮೆಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಒಳಗಿಂದ ಏನಾದರೂ ಕಂಟೆಂಟನ್ನು ತೆಗಿಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯದನಾ? ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆ ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಮನಸ್ಸು ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಅವರು ಆ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಸೈನ್ಸು, ಸೋಷಾಲಜಿ ಏನಾದರೂ ತಮ್ಮ ಐಡಿಯಾಲಜಿಗಳನ್ನು ಹಾಕಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಏನಾದರೂ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಉಪಯೋಗ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆಗಳದ ಹೊರತು ಅದು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಇನ್ನೇನೇನೇನೂ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಲೇಬಲ್ಗಳು ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, ಕಂಟೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಇದು ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್ ಅದೇ ಇರುತ್ತೆ.
This would be the last question that we will be taking due to the paucity of time.
Sir, NEP ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಆದ ಬಳಿಕ ನಾವು ನನ್ನ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತಲಿನ ದಕ್ಷಿಣ ಕನ್ನಡ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆ ಇವನ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸ್ಟೇಟಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಏನು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ, ಡಿಗ್ರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರವೇಶಾತಿ ಪಡೆಯುವ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಗಣನೀಯವಾಗಿ ಇಳಿಕೆಯಾಗಿದೆ ಸರ್. ಹಲವಾರು ಕಡೆಗಳಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಮರ್ಸ್, ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲೇಜಲ್ಲಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ನಗರದ ಹೃದಯ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಉಂಟು, ಮತ್ತು ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಫೀಸಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಆದ ಕಾರಣ ವಿದಿನ್ 6,000 ವಿ ಆರ್ ಗಿವಿಂಗ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ರಶ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲೇಜುಗಳನ್ನು ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ಉಳಿದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಕಾಲೇಜುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಗಣನೀಯವಾಗಿ ಇಳಿಕೆಯಾಗಿದೆ ಸರ್. ಕಾಮರ್ಸ್, ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ನಾನು ಕಾಮರ್ಸ್ ಲೆಕ್ಚರ್ ಆದ ಕಾರಣ ಒಂದು 2-3 ಸೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಇದ್ದದ್ದು 2 ಸೆಕ್ಷನ್ಗೆ ಇಳಿದಿದೆ, ಕೆಲವು ಕಡೆ 1 ಸೆಕ್ಷನ್ಗೆ ಇಳಿದೆ. ಇದೊಂದು ನಾವು ಗಮನಿಸಬೇಕಾದ ವಿಚಾರ. ಇದರಿಂದಾಗಿ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಈಗ ಉದ್ಯೋಗವನ್ನು ಕಳಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಇದು ಸ್ಥಿತಿ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣವಾಗಿದೆ. ಎರಡನೇದಾಗಿ ಈ NEPಯಲ್ಲಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಇಯರ್ ಹುಡುಗ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. 2ನೇ ವರ್ಷ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಅದು ಡಿಪ್ಲೊಮಾ ಅಂತ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. 3ನೇ ವರ್ಷ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಡಿಗ್ರಿ, ಮತ್ತು 4ನೇ ವರ್ಷ ಆನರ್ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಅವನು MA 1 ವರ್ಷ ಅಂತ. ಇದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ನಮಗೆ ಅಸ್ಪಷ್ಟತೆ ಇದೆ ಸರ್. ಈಗ 3ನೇ ಬ್ಯಾಚ್ ಹೊರಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ನಮ್ಮದು ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಇಯರಲ್ಲಿ. ಸೊ ಇದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಡುವಲ್ಲಿ
as far as decreasing strength in a particular stream ಅಂತಂದರೆ 2 ರೀಸನ್ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ ಮೇಡಮ್. ಒಂದು ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಲೆವೆಲ್ನಲ್ಲೇ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಆಗಬೇಕದು, ವೇರ್ ಡಸ್ ದ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಗೋ ಅಂತ, ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋದ್ರು ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಅಂದರೆ ನಂಬರ್ ಆಫ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್, ದ ಟ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ಅಡ್ಮಿಷನ್ಸ್ ಪರ್ಟಿಕ್ಯುಲರ್ಲಿ ಇಸ್ ಟು ಬಿ ಸ್ಟಡಿಡ್, ವೆದರ್ ದರ್ ಈಸ್ ಅ ಟ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಟುವರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್, ಟ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಟುವರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್, ಟ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಟುವರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಎಂಜಿನಿಯರಿಂಗ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್. ಆಗ 4 ವರ್ಷದ್ದು ಎಂಜಿನಿಯರಿಂಗ್ ಇತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಈಗ 4 ವರ್ಷದ ಎಂಜಿನಿಯರಿಂಗಿಗೆ
ಸರ್ ಇವನ್ ಆರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನೂ ಹೊರಿಬಲ್ ಆಗಿದೆ.
ಅದು ಇನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್, ಇದು ನಮ್ದೊಂದು ಹೈಪೋಥೆಸಿಸ್ ಬೇರೆ, ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಬೇರೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ.
ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಡ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಕೆಲವು.
ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋದ್ರಿ ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ?
BCAಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಅಲ್ಲೇ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲೇ ಹೋದ್ರಲ್ಲ, UG ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ಗೆ ಹೋದ್ರಲ್ಲ
ಸರ್. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸಾರಿ, ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ಗಳದ್ದು ಮತ್ತು ಸೆಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ನ ಈ ಪದ್ಧತಿ ಏನಿದೆ ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಸೆಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಇನ್ನೂ ಮುಗ್ದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆಟೋನಮಸ್ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ಸ್ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ, ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಮುಗಿತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇವಾಗ ಅವರ ಅಡ್ಮಿಷನ್ಸ್, ಅವರ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಇಮಿಡಿಯೇಟ್ ಶುರು ಆಗೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಅದೊಂದು ಪೇರೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಏನಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಇಮಿಡಿಯೇಟ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಶುರು ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ಸೊ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಅಡ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋತಾರೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಆಟೋನಮಸ್ನವರು ಇರ್ಬೋದು. ಆದರೆ ನಮಗೇನಾಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಉಳಿದ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಇನ್ನೂ 1-2 ತಿಂಗಳು ಕಾಯುವ ಪ್ರಮೇಯ ಅನಿವಾರ್ಯ, ಅದು ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ರೂಲ್ಸ್. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅಡ್ಮಿಷನ್ಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಿ ಉಳಿದ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುವ ಅವಕಾಶಗಳು ಹೆಚ್ಚು. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಬರ್ತೇವೆ ಅನ್ನುವ ರೀತಿಯದ್ದು. ಇನ್ನು ಆ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ ಈಗಲೂ ಅಡ್ಮಿಷನ್ಗಳಾಗಲಿಲ್ಲ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ. ಇನ್ನು ಬರಬಹುದೇನೋ. ಆದರೆ ಕಳೆದ ಬಾರಿಗಳಿಗಿಂತ ಈ ಒಂದು ಗೊಂದಲ ಇನ್ನೂ ಸರಿಯಾಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಹುಶಃ ಈಗಿನ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಕ್ ಶೆಡ್ಯೂಲ್ ನೋಡುವಾಗ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಇಯರ್ಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಹಿಂದೆ ಬರುವ ಹಾಗೆ ಕಾಣ್ತದೆ. ವೆಕೇಷನ್ಗಳು ಹಾಗೆ ಆಗಿದೆ, ನಾವಿನ್ನೂ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ, ಮಕ್ಕಳೂ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಗೊಂದಲಗಳಿಂದಾಗಿ ಕೂಡ ಅಡ್ಮಿಷನ್ ತುಂಬ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಉಂಟು. ಆಬ್ವಿಯಸ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಟ್ರೆಂಡ್
ಅದರದ್ದೇ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ವೆದರ್ ದೇ ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ಡ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಫಾರ್ ಹೈಯರ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಒಂದು ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಆಗಿದೆಯಾ ಅನ್ನೋದು. ಅಂದರೆ ಈ PUC ಪಾಸ್ ಆಗೋರು ವರ್ಷ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗ್ತಾನೆ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ? ಒಂದು, ದೇರ್ ಮೇ ಬಿ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಡಿಸಿಪ್ಲಿನ್. ಒಮ್ಮೊಮ್ಮೆ ಕಾಮರ್ಸ್ ಟ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಇರ್ತದೆ, ಒಮ್ಮೊಮ್ಮೆ ಆರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಟ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಇರ್ತದೆ, ಒಮ್ಮೊಮ್ಮೆ BCA ಟ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಇರ್ತದೆ, ಟ್ರೆಂಡ್ಗೆ ಅನುಗುಣವಾಗಿ. ಅದರ್ವೈಸ್ ಮೊದಲು ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಹುಡುಗರು ಆರ್ಟ್ಸು ಮತ್ತು ಕಾಮರ್ಸ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮಿಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು. ಅವರು ವೆದರ್ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಪ್ರಿಪೇರಿಂಗ್ ಎಂಜಿನಿಯರಿಂಗ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಒಂದು. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಇದು 4 ವರ್ಷ, ಅದು 4 ವರ್ಷ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ವಿ ಬಿಕಮ್ ಎಂಜಿನಿಯರ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಹಿಂಗೂ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಒಂದು ಇನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸು. ಬಟ್ NEP ಬಂದ ನಂತರನೇ 4 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕಾಗಿದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದೊಂದು ಫೋಬಿಯಾ ಭಾಳ ಜನರಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದದ್ದು ನಿಜ. ಅಂದರೆ 4 ವರ್ಷ ಆದ ನಂತರನೇ ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಅದರಿಂದ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಡಿಪ್ಲೊಮಾ ಕಡೆ, MLTC ಕಡೆ, ಲ್ಯಾಬ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಿಷಿಯನ್ ಕೋರ್ಸು, ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಈ ಥರದ ಕೋರ್ಸ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಹೋಗೋದನ್ನು ನಾವು ನೋಡಾಕತ್ತೀವಿ. ಸೊ 4 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗಿದ್ದು ನಿಮಗೆ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ವೇಟ್ ಅಪ್ ಟು 4 years, ಬಹಳ ಡಿಫಿಕಲ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದೊಂದಿಷ್ಟು ಮಿತ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದು ನಿಜ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಓರಿಯೆಂಟೇಷನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ. ವಿ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ಏಬಲ್ ಟು ಓರಿಯೆಂಟ್ ದ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್. ಸೊ 1 ವರ್ಷ 2 ವರ್ಷ ಈ ಥರ ಟ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಹಿಂದೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ ಅದೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ನಲ್ಲ ನಿಮಗೆ, 4 ವರ್ಷ ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ಆಗೋವರೆಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಪೇಷನ್ಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇರಬೇಕು. 4ನೇ ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಎಂಟರ್ ಆದಾಗ ಆಟೋಮೆಟಿಕಲಿ ದೇರ್ ಈಸ್ 20 to 25% ಆಫ್ ಇನ್ಕ್ರೀಸ್ ಇನ್ ದ ವರ್ಕ್ ಲೋಡ್. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ವರ್ಕ್ ಫೋರ್ಸು ಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ, ಇನ್ಫ್ರಾಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರು ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಮತ್ತು ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ಅವರು ಡಿಪ್ಲೊಮಾದ್ದು ಅದ್ರ ಕ್ಲಾರಿಟಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಆಗಿರೋದು ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದು ತಾನೇ ಜನ್ರೇಟ್ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟಿಗೆ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಇಯರ್ 2 ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಆಯ್ತಂದರೆ 50 credits ಆದ ಕೂಡಲೇ ತಾನೇ ಜನ್ರೇಟ್ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್ ಇನ್ ಆರ್ಟ್ಸ್, ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್ ಇನ್ ಕಾಮರ್ಸ್. ಅದೇ UCMSನಲ್ಲೇ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕದು. ಈಗ 100 credits ಆದ ಕೂಡಲೇ ತಾನೇ ಡಿಪ್ಲೊಮಾ ಅಂತ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. 140 credits ಆದರೆ ಇಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಟು ಶೋ ಹಂಗದೆ. ಬಟ್ ಅವರು ದೇ ಆರ್ ವರ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಆನ್ ಇಟ್. ಹೇಳಿದ್ವಲ್ಲ, ಈ ವಿಷಯದೊಳಗೆ ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕಲ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಮತ್ತು ಅದನ್ನು ಫಿನಿಶಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಎಡವು ಆಗಿದೆ. KRMSS has been reminding continuously regarding these issues. Now we are also asking for a dialogue ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಕರೀರಿ, ನಾವು ಸಜೆಷನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ, ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಮಾತಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದೇವಿ, ವಾಟ್ ಆರ್ ದ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ. ಕೆಲವೊಮ್ಮೆ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಕೆಲವೊಮ್ಮೆ ಕೇಳಿಲ್ಲ. ಇನ್ನೂ ಬಿಡಲ್ಲ ಇನ್ಮೇಲೆ. ವಿ ವಿಲ್ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಪರ್ಸ್ಯೂ ದಿಸ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸಿ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ದ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಈಸ್ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟೆಡ್ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಲಿ. ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರದು ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅದು. ಈಗ ಒಂದ್ಸಲ ನಾವು ಅದರೊಳಗೆ ಅದೇ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿವಿ. ಈಗ ಹುಡುಗರೆಲ್ಲ ಆಗಲೇ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ವಿ ಆಲ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ವರ್ಕ್ ಟುಗೆದರ್. ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟತೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಅಗೇನ್ ವಿ ವಿಲ್ ರೈಟ್, ವಿ ವಿಲ್ ರೇಸ್ ದಿಸ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಇನ್ ದ ಡೇಸ್ ಟು ಕಮ್.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು ಸತ್ಯ. ಅಡ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಏನು ಫಾಸ್ಟಾಗಿ ಆಗಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಬಂದು ಅಡ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಆಗಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅಡ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇದೆ. ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ಗಳದ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಡ್ಮಿಷನ್ಗಳು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಬರೋದು ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕಡಿಮೆ. ಯಾಕಂತಂದರೆ ಫೀಸ್. ಈಗ ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಫೀಸ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಟೀಚಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟಾಫ್ ಇದೆ, ಒಳ್ಳೆ PhD MA ಎಲ್ಲ ಆದಂಥ ನೆಟ್ ಸ್ಲೆಟ್ ಆದಂಥ ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಗೆಸ್ಟ್ ಲೆಕ್ಚರ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅದನ್ನು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಟೀಚಿಂಗ್ ಅದ, ಇನ್ಫ್ರಾಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ, ಫ್ರೀ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಅದ. ಗರ್ಲ್ಸ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸಿಗಂತೂ ಫ್ರೀ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್. ಸೊ ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗುವಂಥ ಚಾನ್ಸಸ್ಸು ಅದ, ಡೈವರ್ಟ್ ಆಗುವಂಥ ಚಾನ್ಸಸ್ ಅದ. ನಾನು ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಏಡೆಡ್ ಕಾಲೇಜಿಂದ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ. ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಮಾಹಿತಿಗಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ನನ್ನ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಒಂದು 3,000 ಜನ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿರುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಕಾಲೇಜ್. ಕಳೆದ 2 ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಭಾಳ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗ್ಯದ. ಈ ವರ್ಷ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ನಿಮಗೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ಬಂದಂಥ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ನಮ್ದು ಏನು ಅಂತಂದರೆ 35 ಜನ ಆರ್ಟ್ಸಿಗೆ ಅಡ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ, 28 ಜನ ಕಾಮರ್ಸಿಗೆ ಅಡ್ಮಿಷನ್ ತೊಗೊಂಡಾರೆ. ಇಷ್ಟೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ನಮ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಅಡ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಆಗಬೇಕಾಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಸೆಮೆಸ್ಟ್ರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು 200-250 ಆಗಿರಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಸ್ಲೋ ಇದೆ. ಕಾರಣ ಇವು 2-3. ಇದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಸರ್ ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದಾರಲ್ಲ, ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಓರಿಯೆಂಟೆಡ್ ಕೋರ್ಸಸ್ ಅವಲ್ಲ. ನೀವು ನೋಡಿ, ಆ ನರ್ಸಿಂಗ್ ಕೋರ್ಸು, ಲ್ಯಾಬ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಿಷಿಯನ್ ಕೋರ್ಸಿಗೆ ನೀವು ಬೇಕಾದಷ್ಟು ಹೋಗಿ ಒಂದ್ಸಲ ಗಮನಿಸಿ. ಭಾಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಒಳಗೆ ಈವನ್ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಹಣ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕತ್ತಾರೆ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಮುಗಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣವೇ ಏನಾದರೂ ಒಂದು ನೌಕರಿ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ, ಜಾಬ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ, ಜಾಬ್ ಸೆಕ್ಯೂರಿಟಿ. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತದೆ ಈ BA ಡಿಪ್ಲೊಮಾ ಆದ ನಂತರ DA ಡಿಗ್ರಿ ಆದ ನಂತರ ನನಗೆ ನೌಕರಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರಾ ಇವರು ಅನ್ನೋವಂಥ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆನೂ ಅದ. ನಾವು ಆ ರೀತಿ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಓರಿಯೆಂಟೇಷನನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಇದ್ರೊಳಗೆ ತರಬೇಕು. ಅದ್ರದ್ದು ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಇದೊಂಥರ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸಿಷನ್ ಪೀರಿಯಡ್. ಇದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು 2-3 ವರ್ಷ ಹೋದ ನಂತರ ಇವೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ಸೆಟ್ಲ್ ಹಾಕೋದು ಹೋಗಿ ಈವನ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ಗಳಲ್ಲೇ ಏನೇನು ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಕಲಿಸ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿರುವಂಥ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆಗಳು ಬರ್ತದೆ ನಮಗೆ. ಈಗ ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಕಾಮರ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಕಾಮರ್ಸ್ ಒಳಗಿನ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ಸ್ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಟ್ಯಾಲಿ ಬೇಕು, ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸಾಫ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಬೇಕು, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇಕು. ಆ ರೀತಿ ನಾವು ಯಾಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಇದರೊಳಗೆ OEC ಮುಖಾಂತರ, ಯಾರೋ ಅಂತಿದ್ರು OEC ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ, OECಯನ್ನು ಈ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಿಂದ ಇಟ್ಟರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಒಳ್ಳೇದಾಗ್ತಿತ್ತಲ್ಲ. ಗ್ರಾಜ್ಯುಯೇಟ್ ಫಿನಿಷಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ಗಳು ಇತ್ಯಾದಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಅವ್ರು ಕಲಿಸುವಂಥದ್ದೇನು? ಇದೇ ರೀಸನಿಂಗು, ಇದೇ ಕ್ವಾಂಟಿಟೇಟಿವ್ ಆಪ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಡ್ಸು, ಇದೇ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಕೇಷನ್ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ಸ್, ಇದೇ ಸಾಫ್ಟ್ ಇವುಗಳನ್ನೇ ಕಲಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವರು. ದೇ ಆರ್ ಪ್ರಿಪೇರಿಂಗ್ ದ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಟಿವ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮಿನೇಷನ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅದರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮಿನೇಷನ್ಸ್. ಸೊ ಆ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ NEPಯನ್ನು ಈ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಿಂದ ನಾವು ಉಪಯೋಗ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಆ 3 ವರ್ಷದ ಪೀರಿಯಡ್ ಒಳಗೆ ಅವರು ಇಕ್ವಿಪ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೊರಗೆ ಬರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. KRMSS ಇದ್ರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಕೂಡ ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಸಲ ಚರ್ಚೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಮತ್ತು ಅದನ್ನು ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಮುಟ್ಟಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಆ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್. We are winding up.
Madam.
We are winding up with this open question and answer session. With this, we profusely thank all the esteemed members of the panel, Shri G. Lakshman, Dr.
ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಒಂದಿಟ್ಟು ತಕ್ಷಣ ಕರೆಯಬೇಕಾ? ಕರೆದು ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡಲಿ ಅವ್ರ ಅನಿಸಿಕೆಗಳನ್ನು ಫೀಡ್ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಹೇಳಿ.
ಮತ್ತೆ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಸರ್ ಅವ್ರ ಎಜೆಂಡಾದಲ್ಲಿ The valedictory ceremony will begin in short while. Thank you. Delegates are kindly requested
ಆತ್ಮೀಯ ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ, ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಬಹಳ ದೂರದಿಂದ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ಈ ವಿಷಯ ನಮಗೆ ತಿಳಿದಿದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಆದಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ಒಂದು ಸಮಾರೋಹ ಆದಷ್ಟು
ಪುಸ್ತಕದ
ಸಮಾರೋಪ ಸಮಾರಂಭದ ವೇದಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಅಲಂಕರಿಸುವವರು ಅಖಿಲ ಭಾರತೀಯ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕ ಮಹಾಸಂಘದ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಸಹ ಸಂಘಟನಾ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿ ಹಾಗೂ ಇಂದಿನ ಸಮಾರೋಪ ಭಾಷಣಕಾರರಾದ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಜಿ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣ್ ಜಿ, ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಪ್ರಭಾದ ಪ್ರಾಂಶುಪಾಲರಾದ ಹಾಗೂ ಇಂದಿನ ಸಮಾರೋಪ ಸಭೆಯ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷೀಯ ಸ್ಥಾನವನ್ನು ಅಲಂಕರಿಸುವ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಲತಾ ಎ ಪಂಡಿತ್, ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯದ ನಿಕಟಪೂರ್ವ ಸಿಂಡಿಕೇಟ್ ಸದಸ್ಯ ರಮೇಶ್, KRMSನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಘಟಕದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸುಧಾ ಎನ್ ವೈದ್ಯ, ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣದ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಯಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸುಭಾಷಿಣಿ ಶ್ರೀವತ್ಸ, KRMS ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಘಟಕದ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿ ವೆಂಕಟೇಶ್ ನಾಯಕ್, KRMS ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಘಟಕದ ಕೋಶಾಧಿಕಾರಿ ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ಆಶಾಲತಾ, ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಸಹ ಸಂಯೋಜಕಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಜ್ಯೋತಿಪ್ರಿಯ ಇವರನ್ನು ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣದ ಸಂಚಾಲಕರಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶೋಭಾ ಅವರು ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಬರಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತೇನೆ.
ಆತ್ಮೀಯರೇ, ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಆರಂಭಕ್ಕೂ ಒಂದು ಅಂತ್ಯ ಇದ್ದೇ ಇರುತ್ತದೆ. ಇಂದು ಪತ್ತನಾಜೆ ತುಳುನಾಡಿನ ವಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ಪರ್ವದಿನ. ತುಳುನಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಿರ್ದಿಷ್ಟವಾದ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯ ಭಾಗಗಳು ಪದ್ಧತಿಯಂತೆ ಜಾರ್ದೆ ತಿಂಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭಗೊಂಡು ಬೇಷ ತಿಂಗಳ 10ನೇ ದಿನಕ್ಕೆ ಸಮಾಪ್ತವಾಗ್ತದೆ. ವಾರ್ಷಿಕ ಜೀವನಾವರ್ತನದ ಕೊನೆಯ ಗಣ್ಯ ದಿನವಿದು. ಇಂತಹ ಪರ್ವ ದಿನದಂದು ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ 10 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭವಾದ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣವನ್ನು ಸಮಾಪ್ತಗೊಳಿಸುವ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂಕದ ಪರದೆಯನ್ನು ಎಳೆಯುವಂತಹ ಸುಸಂದರ್ಭ. ಈ ಸಮಾರಂಭಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಿದಂತಹ ಗಣ್ಯರನ್ನು, ಅತಿಥಿ ಅಭ್ಯಾಗತರನ್ನು ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸುವುದು ಭಾರತೀಯರಾದ ನಮ್ಮ ಸತ್ ಸಂಪ್ರದಾಯ. ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆ, ಬದುಕಿನ ಯಶಸ್ಸಿರುವುದು ಸಾಗುವ ಹಾದಿಯಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಹಾದಿ 7 ಬೀಳುಗಳ ಕಲ್ಲು ಮುಳ್ಳುಗಳ ಹಾದಿ. ಆ ಹಾದಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆಯಲು ಕಾಲು ಗಟ್ಟಿ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಸಾಲದು, ಸಾಗುವ ಮನಸ್ಸಿರಬೇಕು. ಸಾಧನೆಯ ಹಾದಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಗಿ ಬಂದ ಗಣ್ಯರನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ KRMMSನ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಭಾಗದ ಖಜಾಂಚಿ ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ಆಶಾಲತಾ ಇವರು.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಪದ್ಧತಿ 2020ರ ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನ ಸಂಕಿರಣದ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಜ್ಞಾನ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಗೂ ಬದಲಾಗುತ್ತಿರುವ ವಿಷಯದ ವ್ಯಾಪ್ತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೊಸತನನ್ನು ಮೈಗೂಡಿಸಿಕೊಂಡುದು ಹೇಗೆ, ಇಂಥ ವಿಚಾರಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಚಿಂತನೆಯ ಸಮರೋಪ ಭಾಷಣವನ್ನು ನೆರವೇರಿಸಲು ನಮ್ಮೊಂದಿಗೆ ಇರುವವರು ಅಖಿಲ ಭಾರತೀಯ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕ್ ಮಹಾಸಂಘದ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಸಂಘಟನಾ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಜಿ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣ್ ಇವರನ್ನು ಎಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಗೌರವಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆಯನ್ನು ವಹಿಸಿರುವ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಪ್ರಭಾರ ಪ್ರಾಂಶುಪಾಲರಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಲತಾ ಎ ಪಂಡಿತ್ ಇವರನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಗೌರವಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ನಿಕಟಪೂರ್ವ ಸಿಂಡಿಕೇಟ್ ಸದಸ್ಯರಾದ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ರಮೇಶ್ ಕೆ, ಮುಖ್ಯ ಸಲಹೆಗಾರರು ಶಕ್ತಿ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ಶಕ್ತಿನಗರ ಇವರನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಗೌರವಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಮಂಜಯ್ಯ ಡಿ.ಎಚ್. ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಗಣಕ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನದ ವಿಭಾಗದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು, ಇವರು ಈ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಲಹಾ ಸಮಿತಿಯ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇವರನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಗೌರವಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಭಾಗದ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕ ಸಂಘದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸುಧಾ ಎನ್ ವೈದ್ಯ ಹಾಗೂ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಯಾದ ವೆಂಕಟೇಶ್ ನಾಯ್ಕ್ ಇವರನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತರಿರುವ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣದ ಸಂಯೋಜಕರಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶೋಭಾ ಹಾಗೂ ಸಹ ಸಂಯೋಜಕರಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಜ್ಯೋತಿಪ್ರಿಯಾ ಇವರನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಸಂಘಟನಾ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಗಳಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸುಭಾಷಿಣಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಸಂಧ್ಯಾ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಪ್ರಾಂಶುಪಾಲರಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮೀದೇವಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಹಾಗೂ ವೇದಿಕೆಯ ಮುಂದೆ ಕುಳಿತಿರುವಂತಹ ಗಣ್ಯ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರೀತಿಪೂರ್ವಕವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
ತಮಗೂ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಮಂಜಯ್ಯ ಡಿ.ಎಚ್. ಇವರಿಗೆ ಸುಧಾ ಎನ್ ವೈದ್ಯ ಇದೀಗ
Respected Shri G. Lakshman Ji, National Joint Secretary, ABRMS New Delhi, Professor Manjaya, Shri Ramesh Nikatapurva Syndicate Sadasyaru, Dr. Shobha, Dr. Sudha, other dignitaries on and off the stage, delegates of the conference, fellow colleagues, and my dear students. Today we have successfully come to the valedictory part of this national conference, NEP 2020, Challenges and Way Forward. It is my pleasure to deliver the presidential remarks, and I thank the organizers of this conference for giving me this opportunity. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಪಡ್ತೇನೆ, ಏಕೆಂತಂದರೆ ಶ್ರೀ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣ್ ಜಿಯವರಿಗೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಬಹುಶಃ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಲಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷನ್ನೇ ನಾನು ಉಪಯೋಗ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಯಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. At the outset, I would like to congratulate the organizers of this conference for choosing the theme of this national conference. ಏಕೆಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ NEP 2020 ಚಾಲೆಂಜಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದ ವೇ ಫಾರ್ವರ್ಡ್ ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಶಬ್ದಗಳನ್ನು ತಾವು ಉಪಯೋಗ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಅಂಥೇಳಿದರೆ we acknowledge, we recognize that there are challenges, but the most positive part and the bright future is that we want to look forward. We want to analyze what are those challenges and how all of us have to move forward in this direction. ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಕಾರ್ಲ್ ರೋಜರ್ಸ್ ಅವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, an educated person is one who has learnt how to learn and change. ಹೇಗೆ ನಾವು ಕಲಿಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತು ಆ ಕಲಿಕೆಯಿಂದ ಹೇಗೆ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಕಲ್ತಿರುವಂಥವನೇ ನಿಜವಾದ ವಿದ್ಯಾವಂತ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಅನ್ನತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಉಲ್ಲೇಖ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಆ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಹರಿಯುವ ನೀರನ್ನು ಬಯಸ್ತೇವೆ ವಿನಃ ನಿಂತ ನೀರನ್ನಲ್ಲ. ಏಕೆಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ನಿಂತ ನೀರಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಹರಿಯುವ ನೀರಲ್ಲಿರುವಂಥ ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಫ್ರೆಶ್ನೆಸ್ ಗುಣಗಳು ನಿಂತ ನೀರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಸಿಗುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. Similarly, an education which meets the demands of the modern society is always thought to be most appropriate, and it has to keep changing according to the needs of the changing times. In the morning, I had the privilege of listening to the keynote address of Professor Manish Joshi and also Dr. Raghu Akamanchi, Shri G. Lakshman Ji, and our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor P. Subramanya Edapadithaya. On the one hand, Professor Joshi brought out the issue of demographic dividend and the role of NEP, which ensures how we can create a positive and skilled workforce that can reap the benefits of this demographic change. ಈ ಜನಸಂಖ್ಯಾ ಬದಲಾವಣೆಯಿಂದ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಏನು ಸಕಾರಾತ್ಮಕವಾದ ಬದಲಾವಣೆಗಳಿದೆ, ಆ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಯುವ ಜನಾಂಗವನ್ನು ತಯಾರಿ ಮಾಡುವಲ್ಲಿ NEP ಹೇಗೆ ಸಹಕಾರಿಯಾಗುತ್ತದೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಅವರು ತಮ್ಮ ಭಾಷಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿದರು. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆನ್ ದ ಅದರ್ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್, Dr. Raghu Akamanchi drew our attention to some of the very crucial questions which the teachers face in the implementation of NEP. ಈ ಇಬ್ಬರ ಮಹನೀಯರ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಕೇಳಿದಾಗ ನನಗೆ ಅನಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಯಿತು, ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಹೋಟೆಲ್ಗೆ ಊಟಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದಾಗ ಯಾವ ಥಾಲಿಯನ್ನು ಬಯಸ್ತೀರಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದರೆ ಮಿನಿ ಅಥವಾ ಸ್ಪೆಷಲ್ ಥಾಲಿ ಅಂತ ಮಾತ್ರ ಹೇಳ್ತೇವೆ. ಆದರೆ ಇತ್ತೀಚಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮಹಾರಾಜ ಥಾಲಿ ಅಂತ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಯಸಿದಂಥದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಆ ಥಾಲಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ಬಹುಶಃ NEP is also like that to me. It meets everything: the linkage between education and industry, a tech-savvy generation, multidisciplinary approach, student-centric, and above all, the choice of a student to join when he wants and leave, quit when he wants, and continue with the academic credits, bank credits that he has. So, ಇದೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು NEP ನಮಗೆ ಉಣಬಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರುವುದರಿಂದ it is quite natural that there are bound to be initial hiccups, challenges and problems. I think all the stakeholders of this society, parents, students, teachers and industry have to join hands to see that these challenges are converted into opportunities. ಸವಾಲುಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ನಮಗೆ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಸಹಜ, ಆದರೆ ಆ ಸವಾಲುಗಳನ್ನು ಅವಕಾಶಗಳಾಗಿ ಪರಿವರ್ತನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಭಾಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳು. So, we have to join hands in building a better society, and I'm sure very meaningful interactions have taken place in the panel discussions and also paper presentations regarding the curriculum assessment and outcome issues of NEP. On behalf of Mangalore University and University College Mangalore, I thank the organizing team of KRMS Mangalore Vibhag, ABRMS, and Karnataka State Higher Education Council for organizing such an important national conference in our college and giving me an opportunity to be here with you. May the deliberations of this conference act as a new pathway in finding solutions to the challenges of NEP. Thank you one and all for your patient hearing. Jai Karnataka and Jai Bharat Mata.
Thank you, madam.
ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನು ತಲುಪಿಸುವ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ನಡೆದಿದೆ. ಈ ಮೂಲಕ ತಮ್ಮ ಜ್ಞಾನದ ಅರಿವನ್ನು ವಿಸ್ತರಿಸಿದ್ದೀರಿ ಎನ್ನುವುದು ನಮ್ಮ ನಂಬಿಕೆ. ಇದೀಗ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತಮ್ಮ ಅನಿಸಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ಹಂಚಿಕೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಈ ಮೂಲಕ ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಿದ್ದೇವೆ.
Of the scholarly delegates of the scholarly resource persons who had been here in the afternoon session, what I perceived was change is constant, and we lecturers have to constantly change ourselves, upgrade ourselves to meet the requirements of the changing times and to live up to the modern mantra of perform or perish. That's the only thing that I perceive as a layman, you can say. One more benefit of being a part of this seminar was I got to see for the very first time a paper presentation. Never in my life I had done it, and I always wanted to witness is how and what things are being done in that. So this was the very first time that I got that opportunity, and I thank from the bottom of my heart that this opportunity I received because of Vani ma'am. Thank you ma'am for bringing me here. So I also take this opportunity to thank KRMS and ABRSM for conducting such a meaningful seminar, and moreover a heartful and a stomachful thanks for the sumptuous meal that was provided here. Thank you one and all for the patient hearing, and thank you all of you. Thank you.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನೀತಿ 2020 ಇದು ಇಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಉಪನ್ಯಾಸಕರು ಇಷ್ಟು ಆಸಕ್ತಿಯಿಂದ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಬಂದು ಕೂತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಅದರ ಅರ್ಥ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಕೂಡ ಪರಿಹಾರ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತನ್ನೋದು ನನ್ನ ಭಾವನೆ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ದಿನ ಓಡಾಡುವಾಗ ನಮಗೆ ಏನು ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿರುವುದಿಲ್ಲ, ಆದರೆ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ಏನು ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಕಡೆಗೆ ಏನೂ ಸಿಗದಿದ್ದರೆ NEP ಮೇಲೆ ದೂರ ಹಾಕಿ ಓಡಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತೇವೆ. ಆದರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತಲೂ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟಪಡಿಸುವ, ಗೊಂದಲಗಳನ್ನು ಹೆಕ್ಕಿ ತೋರಿಸುವ ಮತ್ತು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದೊಂದಾಗಿ ಪರಿಹಾರವನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಹೋಗುವಂತಹ ಕೆಲಸ ಇಂತಹ ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ಗಳ ಮೂಲಕ ನಡೀತಾ ಇರುವುದು ಬಹಳ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ವಿಚಾರ ಮತ್ತು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸುವುದು ಇನ್ನೂ ಉತ್ತಮ ವಿಚಾರ. ಕೇಳುವ ಕಿವಿಗಳಿಗಲ್ಲದೆ ಬದಲಾಗುವ ಅವಕಾಶ ಬೇರೆ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಸಿಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಇದೊಂದು ಅತ್ಯದ್ಭುತ ಅವಕಾಶ ಅಂತ ಭಾವಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಮಹಾವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕ ಸಂಘ ಇದನ್ನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಆಯೋಜಿಸಿರುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಆಭಾರಿಗಳಾಗಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಒಂದು ಉತ್ತಮ ರೀತಿಯ ಆಯೋಜನೆಯ ಹಿಂದೆ ದುಡಿದಂತಹ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ತಿಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ನಾನು ಅಕ್ಷತಾ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ, ಗೋವಿಂದದಾಸ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಉಪನ್ಯಾಸಕಿ.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಮೇಡಮ್ಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ಯುವರ್ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂಬಲ್ ಫೀಡ್ಬ್ಯಾಕ್.
ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ, ಸೇವೆ ಎನ್ನುವುದು ಭಾರತೀಯರಾದ ನಮಗೆ ಹೊಸ ಕಲ್ಪನೆ ಏನಲ್ಲ. ಇತಿಹಾಸದ ಪುಟಗಳನ್ನು ತೆರೆದು ತಿರುವಿ ನೋಡಿದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದೆಷ್ಟೋ ಮಹಾಪುರುಷರು ಪರೋಪಕಾರಂ ಇದಂ ಶರೀರಂ ಎನ್ನುವಂತೆ ಬಾಳಿ ಬದುಕಿದ್ದನ್ನು ಕಾಣುತ್ತೇವೆ. ಸ್ವಂತಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ, ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೆ ಸರ್ವಸ್ವ ಎನ್ನುವಂತೆ ಬದುಕಿದಾಗ ಮಾತ್ರ ಜೀವನ ಸಾರ್ಥಕ. ಇದೀಗ ಇದೇ ಆಶಯವನ್ನು ಒಳಗೊಂಡಂತಹ ಸೇವೆ ಎಂಬ ಯಜ್ಞದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮಿದೆಯಂತೆ ಉರಿಯುವ ಎಂಬ ದೇಶ ಭಕ್ತಿಗೀತೆಯೊಂದಿಗೆ ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ರತಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವರು ತಮ್ಮ ಸಿರಿಕಂಠದ ಮೂಲಕ ಸಂಗೀತದ ಭಾವಲೋಕಕ್ಕೆ ಕರೆದೊಯ್ಯುವುದರೊಂದಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇವಾ ಮನೋಭಾವ ಮೂಡುವಂತೆ ಮಾಡಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬನ್ನಿ, ಅವರ ಸಿರಿಕಂಠದ ಲಹರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಜೀಕುತ್ತ ಸುಮಧುರ ಭಾವಲೋಕದತ್ತ ಸಾಗೋಣ.
ಸೇವೆಯೆಂಬ ಯಜ್ಞದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮಿದೆಯಂತೆ ಉರಿಯುವ, ಸೇವೆಯೆಂಬ ಯಜ್ಞದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮಿದೆಯಂತೆ ಉರಿಯುವ, ಧ್ಯೇಯ ಮಹಾಜಲದಿಯೆಡೆಗೆ ಸಲಿಲವಾಗಿ ಹರಿಯುವ. ಸೇವೆಯೆಂಬ ಯಜ್ಞದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮಿದೆಯಂತೆ ಉರಿಯುವ, ಲೋಕಹಿತದ ಕಾಯಕ ನಾಡಿಗ ಭಯದಾಯಕ, ಲೋಕಹಿತದ ಕಾಯಕ ನಾಡಿಗ ಭಯದಾಯಕ. ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯಾಗಲೆಂದು ನೈಜ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ಸೇವಕ, ಸೇವೆಯೆಂಬ ಯಜ್ಞದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮಿದೆಯಂತೆ ಉರಿಯುವ, ಸಮಿದೆಯಂತೆ ಉರಿಯುವ. ಉಚ್ಚ ನೀಚ ಭೇದವ ಅಳಿಸಿ ದೂರಗೊಳಿಸುವ, ರೊಚ್ಚು ರೋಷ ನೀಗುತ್ತ ಬಂಧು ಭಾವ ಬೆಳೆಸುವ, ಹಚ್ಚಿ ಜ್ಞಾನ ದೇವಿಗೆ ಸುತ್ತ ಬೆಳಕ ಬೀರುವ, ಹಚ್ಚಿ ಜ್ಞಾನ ದೇವಿಗೆ ಸುತ್ತ ಬೆಳಕ ಬೀರುವ, ಕೆಚ್ಚಿನಿಂದ ಮುಂದೆ ಸಾಗಿ ಭರದಿ ಗುರಿಯ ಸೇರುವ. ಸೇವೆಯೆಂಬ ಯಜ್ಞದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮಿದೆಯಂತೆ ಉರಿಯುವ, ಸಮಿದೆಯಂತೆ ಉರಿಯುವ. ಎಲೆಯ ಮರೆಯೊಳರಳಿ ನಗುವ ಸುಮನ ರಾಶಿಯಂದದಿ, ಕಡಲ ಒಡಲೊಳುಕ್ಕಿ ಮೊರೆವ ಕೋಟಿ ಅಲೆಗಳಂದದಿ, ವಿಮುಖರಾಗಿ ಪ್ರೀತಿಗೆ ಖ್ಯಾತಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಶಂಸೆಗೆ, ವಿಮುಖರಾಗಿ ಖ್ಯಾತಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಚಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಶಂಸೆಗೆ, ಸಹಜ ಭಾವದಿಂದ ಧುಮುಕಿ ಬನ್ನಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಕ್ಕೆ. ಸೇವೆಯೆಂಬ ಯಜ್ಞದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮಿದೆಯಂತೆ ಉರಿಯುವ, ಸಮಿದೆಯಂತೆ ಉರಿಯುವ. ದೀನದಲಿತ ಸೇವೆಯೇ ಪರಮಾರಾಧನೆ, ಸಾಕು ಬರಿಯ ಬೋಧನೆ, ಬೇಕು ಹಿರಿಯ ಸಾಧನೆ. ದಿಟದಿ ನಾವು ಅಳಿಸಬೇಕು ನುಡಿಯ ನಡೆಯ ಅಂತರ, ದಿಟದಿ ನಾವು ಅಳಿಸಬೇಕು ನುಡಿಯ ನಡೆಯ ಅಂತರ. ರಚಿಸಬೇಕು ನವ ಸಮಾಜ ಸರ್ವಾಂಗ ಸುಂದರ. ಸೇವೆಯೆಂಬ ಯಜ್ಞದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮಿದೆಯಂತೆ ಉರಿಯುವ, ಧ್ಯೇಯ ಮಹಾಜಲದಿಯೆಡೆಗೆ ಸಲಿಲವಾಗಿ ಹರಿಯುವ. ಲೋಕಹಿತದ ಕಾಯಕ ನಾಡಿಗ ಭಯದಾಯಕ, ಲೋಕಹಿತದ ಕಾಯಕ ನಾಡಿಗ ಭಯದಾಯಕ. ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯಾಗಲೆಂದು ನೈಜ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ಸೇವಕ. ಸೇವೆಯೆಂಬ ಯಜ್ಞದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮಿದೆಯಂತೆ ಉರಿಯುವ, ಸಮಿದೆಯಂತೆ ಉರಿಯುವ, ಸಮಿದೆಯಂತೆ ಉರಿಯುವ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
ಖ್ಯಾತಿಗೆ, ಪ್ರಚಾರಕ್ಕೆ, ಪ್ರಶಂಸೆಗೆ ವಿಮುಖರಾಗಿ ಸಹಜ ಭಾವದಿಂದ ಸ್ವಯಂ ಪ್ರೇರಿತರಾಗಿ ಸೇವೆಯ ಯಜ್ಞದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮಿಧೆಯಂತೆ ಉರಿಯೋಣ ಎನ್ನುತ್ತಾ ಬೆಳಗಿನಿಂದ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ನೀತಿಯ ಕುರಿತಾದ ವಿದ್ವತ್ಪೂರ್ಣ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಆಲಿಸಿ ಅರಿವಿನ ವಿಸ್ತರಣೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡಂಥ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಮನಸ್ಸುಗಳನ್ನು ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಕಾಲ ಸುಮಧುರ ಗಾಯನ ಲೋಕದಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಹರಿಸುವಂತೆ ಮಾಡಿದಂತಹ ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ರತಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯ ನಮನಗಳು.
ಭಾಷಣ ಎನ್ನುವುದು ಕೇವಲ ಶಬ್ದ ಆಡಂಬರವಲ್ಲ, ಕೇಳುಗರ ಮನಸ್ಸನ್ನು ಹಿಡಿದಿಡುವ ಚಾಕಚಕ್ಯತೆ. ಅಂತಹ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ಹೊಂದಿರುವವರು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿ ಪರಿಷತ್ತಿನ ಸಕ್ರಿಯ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರಾಗಿದ್ದು, ಕಳೆದ 30 ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ಪೂರ್ಣಾವಧಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರಾಗಿದ್ದು, ಅನ್ಯ ಕಾರ್ಯವನ್ನು ನಿರ್ವಹಿಸಿದವರು ಆಗಿರುವ, ಇದೀಗ ಅಖಿಲ ಭಾರತೀಯ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕ ಮಹಾಸಂಘದ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಸಹ ಸಂಘಟನಾ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಯೂ ಆಗಿರುವ ಸರಳ ಸಜ್ಜನ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿತ್ವದ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣ್ಜಿಯವರು. Now I request Shri Lakshmanji, National Joint Organization Secretary of ABRSM, to speak few words.
Respected Principal Madam Lata Pandit ji and Manjanna sir, who is the advisory committee chairman, and Ramesh, former syndicate member, and Sudha madam, Asha Lata madam, Shobha madam, Jyoti Priya madam, and prominent dignitaries are in front of the dais. Since morning we are listening to them. Dr. Raghu Akumanchi sir is here, Kshetriya Pramukh of ABRSM, and Badgeri sir and Rohini sir, both President and General Secretary of KRMSS. So they are with us. And Joint General Secretary Madhavji is with us. And our beloved speakers here, our Joshi sir is here, and other prominent speakers are also here. So I want to mention two faculty members from Kerala Central University are present here. One is Vishwakumar sir, he is associate professor in the Department of Chemistry, and Kavya Hegde madam, she was earlier worked here, and many prominent people are here. Good evening to one and all. So once again I congratulate the organizers for organizing a successful one-day seminar. Really since morning I am here and I am observing everything. I can say it is a successful seminar because since morning the number is same, constant, and everyone is very curious, out of curiosity, and you are listening to these sessions. And the speakers also, they did their best. And in the last session, question answer session, you have raised very valuable questions. So that is a must. And even in the last, when this experience of sharing, so everyone, so they reflected the seminar proceedings and how the seminar went with their feelings, we can understand. And I personally, I feel that this seminar is a successful one. And it is a beginning for you people, or, okay, few people, they traveled some distance, and few people started their journey from here. And this seminar definitely provoked us to do something. And just now we heard the song, Seva hai yagna kund samida हम सब जले ध्येय महासागर में सरिता रूप हम है. You know, the wonderful song. So what is seva? No, I think you understand in Kannada it was very clear. And as Madam told, I may not speak in Kannada, but more than 50% I can understand. And when it comes to particular subject, I will grasp exactly what is the essence of that particular speech and whatever saying. No? Seva, it is in a yagna kund. Hai? So we should become the samida. You know, it is not a simple one. No? If you go into the details of that particular words, no, seva, it is an yagna kund, and we should become the samidas in that. Jaya Mahasagar mein. When we are moving ahead with a goal, in that, no, we are a small particle. So since morning, we are discussing on particular topic now, the National Education Policy 2020, challenges way ahead, and assessment, curriculum, way out, and prominent people, you know, within a short period of time. So many points were discussed, and in the paper presentation also, new things has come. You see, our country is a very big country. Diversity is there. It is a policy, education policy. After 3 decades, it has come. We know who are all the members of this particular policy. Under Kasturi Ranganji's leadership, so many prominent people were involved in making this policy. And everything was transparent and everything was kept in the website, and all the, I know more than 3 years, the committee members requested all the stakeholders, vice chancellors, principals, students, managements, philanthropists, educators, whatnot, everyone, it was kept open. Yes, you come forward with your constructive ideas, approaches, and what kind of changes are being made. It is open. In the history of our country, never we get such suggestions, though the number it crossed more than lakh. And every suggestion was discussed. And finally, a draft has come. And again, the discussion, debate has done, and finally it was approved. And now it is the stage of implementation. Now I think it is whose responsibility? Implementation of the policy. Yes, the committee did all the exercise and they have given a policy. Okay, there may be, it may not be 100% perfect, but I can say more than 90% it is no, you cannot point out a single this thing. Such a good policy has come up, and suggestions also given, and policy is, no, it is in a way, and each state and each autonomous university, they have their own autonomy to think about the policy and how you can take the essence of the policy and how you implement it in your university or in your campus, wherever you want. And so that is major important aspect that we have to discuss and we have to analyze. Few states say that no, we are not going to implement this. And we know in some states, here we will feel proud about our Kannada. But when you go to Andhra Pradesh, they said it is mandatory for KG, LKG to English subject must be mandatory. And in some state, you know, I told you our is a big country, it is a diversified country, and each state have their own preoccupied minds and their own experiences. It is positive, negative, I will not talk about all those things, but they will apply the policy according to their whims and wishes and convenient. So, but here when you want to see the outcome, that should be positive. Morning I said, it is in a student-centric and Bharatiya-centric, and our country is in a unique country. You cannot compare our country with any other country because we have such deep roots of our culture. We gave knowledge to the globe. It is not story. We are talking about Nalanda, Takshashila, Magadashila, Vikramashila, like universities. These are all not the stories. Their existence was there, and the number was more than 10,000, 15,000. Those days, 2,000 years, 3,000 years back. And you know how many departments were there in each university? It is 50, 60, 70. Today even you cannot visualize or imagine such departments were there on those days. Today you are bringing that in one or other name, and you are giving in a beautiful capsule. But everything was discussed in our ancient education system. We are talking about Indian knowledge system. You know, even the today's available knowledge is unable to address our ancient knowledge system. I have many examples. This Indian knowledge system, it may be metallurgy, it may be the medicine, it may be commerce, it may be the economics, whatever subject you can take. If you go into the details, the treasury of knowledge. For every subject, I am sure we are the top. Music, Sarigama Padanisa. You can debate with anyone. No country can come forward to debate with us. Such a scientific approach towards, just I'm talking about some music. If you talk about the Sanskrit language, deliberately it was told that it is Mruta Bhasha. Sanskrit is dead language. All these years we listened to this. Is it true? No. Sanskrit is most scientific language. It is proved. Ayurveda, it is nonsense or it is bogus? No. Many modern medicine will not address the issues. From there, the Ayurveda starts. I feel like that. Yoga, it is the science. Whatever the science you can say, it cannot compare with yoga. Yoga, when you're talking about in a human individual life and an integral approach of a life, yoga will address that. How we should live and how we should become more healthy, how we should become more vibrant, and how you have to look into the society, how you have to look into the others, and what is your role, responsibility. Everything is there in yoga. And not only yoga, Ayurveda, these are all things now. You go to anywhere, and if you, just I will, Ramayana, Mahabharata, and ancient our, these things, people will say, these are all the bogus, whether this Ramayana was happened or not, Mahabharata, it is a story. No, for all such people, I will say that if Ramayana, Mahabharata, if it has really happened, okay, it is great. It has not happened, but somebody visualized it and he gave that treasury, that knowledge to the society, means it is you cannot have words to explain that. It is more and more amazing, because these Ramayana, Mahabharata, everything is there. It is not the time to discuss all those details, because you want science, technology, sociology, political science, and how to rule the country, economy, what is there, what not. You go into the details, dharma, rakshana, dharma, ultimately. Why today we will worship Lord Rama? If you look into the life of Lord Rama was never happy, or never he enjoyed the kingdom. From the beginning to the end, his life is miserable. Even when it comes to the Mahabharata, Pandavas, their life is miserable. Why we will worship Lord Rama even today? Lord Rama belongs to Treta Yuga. Because this land, this is the uniqueness of this land. Dharma is the soul of this land. Spirituality. Whatever the problems that you might have faced, but ultimately, what is your stand? What kind of problems may come? On which side you were there? So that matters. So if you go into the details, when it comes to the education also, the same thing. So now the time has come. 75 years of independence that we are celebrating. This is the right time to think in a different way, positive way. All these years we were ignored, we kept aside, or we were ignored, we were not exposed to the real essence or real history of this country. Today, because of awareness, because of so many organizations and so many people are working on that, now we came to know the potentiality of this country, the uniqueness of this country. So you might have heard Rome culture, Mesopotamia. This is like there are more than 64 cultures were there, and all the cultures were vanished because of some invasion on those cultures. Those cultures vanished. Few cultures vanished within 25 years, within 50 years, maximum within 100 years. But our culture, more than 1,000 years, there was a continuous attack on our culture. But physically, for some time, we may surrendered in some places, but we never lost our culture. And even today, we are preserving and we are practicing and we are propagating and we are following that culture. That is the greatness of this country. Inclusiveness is the nature of this country. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, world is a family. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Yes, this is the philosophy derived from this motherland, and the ancient Rishi Muni, they dedicated their entire life to propound these things. So here, what I want to say, today, I'm not saying that you discuss all these things and you feel proud. No, we are successors of such a culture, and now it is the responsibility of this generation. What is my contribution? How I can support my country? How I can see again this country rejuvenated? How all those ancient time cultures, values, ethos, everything should be regenerated. For that, you are all the faculty members, you are all working in the field of education, and you have lot of scope, large scope to build this nation. You can nurture the young minds. If this group will not take this responsibility, it is a great loss to the nation, I am telling you. Great loss. Here those who are sitting, every individual can do a lot. I believe in that. I see so many examples. Recently I visited IIT Hyderabad Center. When I am discussing with the director, very fast growing national institution, that is IIT Hyderabad campus. Two things that he said. So we are thinking in an innovative way, startups and whatever the present society or the industry is needed, we are focusing more on that, and we are preparing proposals and we are discussing with the many foreign countries, and we are able to convincing them. And the total budget of IIT Hyderabad, the same proportion was sponsored by the government of Japan. No other IIT got that opportunity. Why it happened? Yes, it will depend on the leader, the director, or the team of the academic leaders. And the second thing he said, sir, we are, the average age of our faculty members, he said, I surprised, the average age of that entire faculty is between 35 to 40. So these two factors making difference with other, this thing he told me. So you can just, I'm just putting this in front of you, you can take it in what way you want. Recently I visited Chennai, Madras University. So the faculty members, sir, you come and visit my lab, and I visited 3-4 laboratories. So nanotechnology, that's a different department is there, and it was established. I surprised after seeing the department. I thought of the government of India or the state government has given a lot of money to them so that they establish such a huge infrastructure. No, the head of the department, because of his initiation, he prepared some proposals and he met with the philanthropists, he met with the alumni, and he tapped financial resources from them, and he established such a beautiful department. No, the way I am telling, recently Mizoram Central University I am telling, Mizoram Central University is in a very corner, it is very, the highest projects from DST, or the number of, the total volume of the amount is no compare with any other central university. One small major central university got such huge funds. Why? Because again the same, the leader, the team of that particular campus. I can say so many such examples. RUSA funds are there. And in many college campuses, the faculty members, because of their efforts, they are able to involve so many alumni people and philanthropists. There are in the society, there are so many people are there. If you have a passion, really if you have to do something to your institution, definitely you can do many things. You see, you have many experiences and examples. If one faculty member crazy for that particular subject, professor. Why? Yes, he is able to convince the students, and he is able to attract the students, and he is able to nurture that students. Yes, today's student, if the teacher is good and teacher is ready to convince them, definitely the students' number will be more in the classroom. If you are not able to convince, or if you are not able to give them good class, students are not ready to come with you. This is the fact. So here my point is, each individual, you have your own role, certain role to building the nation through education system. NEP is one such mean, and you go into the details, and I'm very happy many people, you have raised some questions. Yes, raising questions is our responsibility, and at the same time finding a solution is also our responsibility. Because I cannot say it's a transit period. Okay, for the last 32 years one policy was existed, and today you want to shift that. Yes, you have to experiment, experience, and then experiment. Yes, you might have been failure in some areas, but one failure cannot be end of the game. You have to try, and you have to find out a solution, successful story, success story. So this is the responsibility of each and every one of you. And you can create enthusiasm or passion in your younger generation, your students. And here few are senior faculty members are there. So those days, whatever the subject you learn, and the same if you want to teach to your present younger generation, they will not ready to listen to you. Because there's a lot of technological development, scientific developments, and many things are came up, and the student quality and the intelligentsia was improved like anything. He became the knowledge hunger. So whether we are able to address that knowledge hungry of a student, and whether we are doing any extra work on that, and whether we are able to do something new, innovative things, faculty development program, we are talking about really where we stand. So here I am not saying anything, so each in a classroom, yes, 45 minutes classroom is there. Yes, you teach 40 minutes subject, and 5 minutes, you spare your 5 minutes time to motivate him to do something else. Unless until a motivation, a role model, something inspiration must be there. Then only they can think out of the box. There is So that kind of activism will give us some good results. Mangalore is a very vibrant center, and I'm so happy here women faculty is more in number. Really, throughout the country, yes, this positive scenario I am able to witness. Those days, I know in a campus, the girls' number is 10%, 50%, boys' number is 85% or 80%. But today, the scenario is reversed. Either 50-50 or girls are 60, boys are 50. Not only the students, even in the teaching faculty members also, the women are coming forward, and they are not getting something in the reservation quota. It is not, they are competing with all the male, and they are getting the opportunity, and they are leading. And the woman, if she decides, she can do wonders. She can do anything. Such experiences that we have, because the women have the unique potentiality, capacities. We have to admit it, we have to accept it. So together we should create a vibrant country, vibrant nation. Because morning session, I don't want to repeat all those things. We are marching ahead like Bahubali, morning I mentioned. You take any area, our achievements are amazing, marvelous. Recently, when our Prime Minister Modi ji visited Sydney, there was a community program. The vibrations and the things, you have seen that. It is not only in the case of that, the entire country and the entire globe, the glory, I can say, of our country is marching ahead. And same time, I am telling you, there are forces, those who don't want this country should emerge as a strong nation. They want to divide this society. Sometimes, why I am talking this, whether it is relevant or not, is it very much relevant among us? Because the academicians or the pivot, they are playing a key role in building the narrations. South, North, they are trying to divide. Even at this point of 2023, we are in the month of May, what kind of debates are going on? At this point of time, yes, we need separate Punjab, Khalistan. Yes, movements are happening. Manipur is burning, suddenly, all of a sudden. And section target, this thing, women target, and in our country, every day we are watching in the news, not this thousands of crores rupees heroin, drugs from Pakistan, it is coming, and how our intelligence and they're catching hold that, and whatever we caught, we can see, and so much of all this garbage has entered into our society, and the young minds, how they are diverted, polluting, intentionally. Now there is a lot of changes has been happened in the family system. Our strong, the positive point is our family system, and slowly it is becoming diluted. Who has to regenerate this? Who has to strengthen this? Whose responsibility it is? Young minds are in this way, in the name of feminism, how the women was, when mind is, people are trying to pollute them. In the name of SC, ST, I can give you 100 examples, there are forces, they want to, divide this country on different names. So here, this is the responsibility of this faculty, academia, to see that this country should think together, work together and progress together, and for that whatever is needed to break those nexus or the chain of the I can say them, though there are all those who are behaving in this way, and what kind of things are happening, we are all aware of everything. So the answer is, only some government is there and they will take care. Is it true? No. This is a political, I can say, today one government will be there, tomorrow another government will come, and again there will be a change in the power, and their policies will change. Here we have to see that the policies, whoever the party it may be, the policies must be in the interest of the country, nation first. So when it happens, if the society thinks unitedly and act unitedly, and if the society is vibrant, then the power centers, whatever the party it may be, so they will act on par with the national interest. So that it has to happen. Now, since morning we are again and again in Karnataka RAJYA MAHAVIDYALAYA SHIKSHAK SANGH. What is this? No? It is an organization. Because of this organization today we are able to come together. And each state we have different names. At all India level we have Akhil Bharatiya Rashtriya Shaikshik Mahasangh. It is in a platform inculcating this kind of philosophy, this kind of ideology. राष्ट्र के हित में शिक्षा, शिक्षा के हित में शिक्षक, and शिक्षक के हित में समाज. This is the motto of this Rashtriya Shaikshik Mahasangh. Yes, definitely we have to grow of our own family and our individual life, you should be very happy and you should be prosperous. But same time, we are part of this society. We have like corporate social responsibility. I say the personal social responsibility is there. So each one of us, we have to think on those lines. Today, this seminar, it is not simply, it is a game changer policy. So if you want to implement this, and what kind of developments are going to be happened, since morning we are getting. Since morning we are listening. So the responsibility is majorly laid on this group. So there is a link, there is a connection between the education policy and the making this country a more vibrant. There is a link with these two. So I am trying to address that. So I hope you are all will think on these lines and you make this policy more vibrant, and in other way you see that this country should become more strong. And a morning I told in 2047 this country should become more Samartha Samruddha Bharat. So it is the dreams of lakhs of people, those who sacrificed their life for this motherland. We didn't get this freedom free of cost. I'm telling you, the freedom has not come free of cost. Lakhs of people, they lay down their lives for the sake of this Bharat Mata. Please remember all those things and let us work for the dreams that all those martyrs, they dreamt for. So with this I will finish here. Thank you one and all. Namaste.
भारत की अनन्यता और शुभकामनाएं के लिए धन्यवादలు సార్.
ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆ, ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ದಕ್ಕುವ ಪ್ರತಿ ಸಣ್ಣ ಖುಷಿಯೆಡೆಗೂ ಕೃತಜ್ಞತೆ ಹೊಂದಿರಲಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ನೆಮ್ಮದಿ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಕಾಣದ ಕೈಗಳ ಕಾಣದ ಮನಸ್ಸುಗಳ ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆಯ ಫಲವಂತೆ, ಅರಿವಿಗೆ ಬಾರದ ಋಣದ ನೆರಳಿನಾಸರೆಯಂತೆ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಈ ಬದುಕೊಂದು ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದಗಳ ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆಗಳ ಋಣಗಳ ಸಂತೆ. ಕೃತಜ್ಞತೆ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸುವುದು ಮಾನವನ ಸಹಜ ಗುಣ, ಮಾನವತೆಯ ಗುಣ. ಅದೊಂದು ವಿಶ್ವಪ್ರಜ್ಞೆ. ಅದೊಂದಿದ್ದರೆ ಮನುಷ್ಯ ಎತ್ತರಕ್ಕೆ ಏರಬಲ್ಲ, ಬೆಳೆಯಬಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ಮನುಷ್ಯತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂಡವಾಳ ಹೂಡಿದಂತೆ. ನಾವು ಪ್ರೀತಿಯಿಂದ ಸ್ಮರಿಸಿದುದು ಬಡ್ಡಿ ಸಮೇತ ನಮಗೆ ಹಿಂತಿರುಗುತ್ತದೆ. ನೆರವು ನೀಡಿದವರನ್ನು ಸ್ಮರಿಸಿದರೆ, ವಂದನೆ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಿದರೆ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯ ಭಾವ ಮತ್ತಷ್ಟು ಗಟ್ಟಿಯಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಮನಸ್ಸುಗಳ ಮಧ್ಯೆ ಅನುಬಂಧದ ಸೇತುವೆಯಾಗ್ತದೆ. ನೆಮ್ಮದಿ, ಆನಂದ ಇಮ್ಮಡಿಯಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಈ ಸಮಾರಂಭದ ಯಶಸ್ಸಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೈಜೋಡಿಸಿದ ಸುಮನಸ್ಸುಗಳ ಸಹಕಾರವನ್ನು ಸ್ಮರಿಸಿ ಪ್ರೀತಿಪೂರ್ವಕ ಕೃತಜ್ಞತೆಯನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಈ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣದ ಸಹ ಸಂಯೋಜಕರಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಜ್ಯೋತಿಪ್ರಿಯಾ ಇವರು.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಆತ್ಮೀಯರೇ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಮಹಾವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕ ಸಂಘ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ವಿಭಾಗ ಇದರ ಸಹಯೋಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಮಂಗಳೂರು, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಕೌನ್ಸಿಲ್ ಹಾಗೂ ಇದರ ಜಂಟಿ ಆಶ್ರಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ 2020 ಚಾಲೆಂಜಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವೇ ಫಾರ್ವರ್ಡ್ ಕರಿಕ್ಯುಲಮ್ ಅಸೆಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಔಟ್ಕಮ್ ಎಂಬ ವಿಷಯದ ಕುರಿತಂತೆ ನಡೆದ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣವು ಇದೀಗ ಸಂಪನ್ನಗೊಂಡಿದೆ. ಇಂದಿನ ಸಮಾರೋಪ ಸಮಾರಂಭದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆಯನ್ನು ವಹಿಸಿರುವಂತಹ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಪ್ರಭಾರ ಪ್ರಾಂಶುಪಾಲರಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಲತಾ ಎ ಪಂಡಿತ್ ಇವರಿಗೆ ಆತ್ಮೀಯ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಇಂದಿನ ಸಮಾರೋಪ ಸಮಾರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದ ಪಾತ್ರ ಬಹಳ ಪ್ರಮುಖವಾದದ್ದು ಎನ್ನುತ್ತಾ ಸಮಾರೋಪ ನುಡಿಗಳನ್ನಾಡಿದ ಅಖಿಲ ಭಾರತೀಯ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕ ಮಹಾಸಂಘ ದೆಹಲಿ ಇದರ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಸಹ ಸಂಘಟನಾ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಯವರಾದ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಜಿ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣ್ ಇವರಿಗೆ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯದ ನಿಕಟಪೂರ್ವ ಸಿಂಡಿಕೇಟ್ ಸದಸ್ಯರಾದ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ರಮೇಶ್ ಕೆ ಇವರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಆತ್ಮೀಯ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣದ ಸಲಹೆಗಾರರು ಹಾಗೂ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯದ ಗಣಕ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ವಿಭಾಗದ ಸಂಯೋಜಕರು ಆಗಿರುವಂಥ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಮಂಜಯ್ಯ DH ಇವರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತರಿರುವ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಸಂಧ್ಯಾ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಪ್ರಾಂಶುಪಾಲರಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮೀದೇವಿ ಇವರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಇಂದಿನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತರಿರುವ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಮಹಾವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕ ಸಂಘ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಭಾಗದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾದ ಸುಧಾ N. ವೈದ್ಯ ಇವರಿಗೂ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಗಳಾದ ಶ್ರೀ ವೆಂಕಟೇಶ್ ನಾಯಕ್ ಇವರಿಗೂ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಖಜಾಂಚಿಯಾಗಿರುವ ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ಆಶಲತಾ ಇವರಿಗೂ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಇಂದಿನ ಈ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣದ ಸಂಯೋಜಕರಾಗಿರುವ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶೋಭಾ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಇವರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಸಂಘಟನಾ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಗಳಾದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸುಭಾಷಿಣಿ ಶ್ರೀವಸ್ತ ಇವರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಆಯೋಜಿಸುವಲ್ಲಿ ಶ್ರಮಿಸಿದ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಮಹಾವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕ ಸಂಘದ ಜಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಜನರಲ್ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ ಆಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಮಾಧವ MK ಇವರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣದ ಮಹಾಪೋಷಕರು, ಸಲಹಾ ಸಮಿತಿ ಹಾಗೂ ಸಂಘಟನಾ ಸಮಿತಿಯ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸದಸ್ಯರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಏನಿತು ಜನ್ಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಿತು ಜೀವರಿಗೆ ಏನಿತು ನಾವು ಋಣಿಯೋ ಕವಿವಾಡಿಯಂತೆ ಇಂದಿನ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಯಶಸ್ಸಿಗೆ ಕಾರಣರಾದಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯರಿಗೆ, ಉಪನ್ಯಾಸಕ ಬಂಧುಗಳಿಗೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮ ಮಿತ್ರರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಯಶಸ್ಸಿಗೆ ಪ್ರತ್ಯಕ್ಷವಾಗಿ ಹಾಗೂ ಪರೋಕ್ಷವಾಗಿ ಶ್ರಮಿಸಿದ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಕೃತಜ್ಞಾಪೂರ್ವಕವಾದ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ, ಇದೀಗ ಶಾಂತಿ ಮಂತ್ರದೊಂದಿಗೆ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣಕ್ಕೆ ತೆರೆಯನ್ನು ಎಳೆಯುತ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಮೊದಲನೇ ಸಾಲನ್ನು ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ, ಉಳಿದ ಸಾಲುಗಳನ್ನು ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಹೇಳೋಣ. ಓಂ ಸರ್ವೇ ಭವಂತು ಸುಖಿನಃ ಸರ್ವೇ ಭವಂತು ಸುಖಿನಃ ಸರ್ವೇ ಸಂತು ನಿರಾಮಯ ಸರ್ವೇ ಭದ್ರಾಣಿ ಪಶ್ಯಂತು ಮಾ ಕಶ್ಚಿತ್ ದುಃಖ ಭಾಗ್ ಭವೇತ್. ಓಂ ಶಾಂತಿ ಶಾಂತಿ ಶಾಂತಿ.